Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics Friday edition. Oh, look at that. We don't have my little, there we go. There it is. There we go. There's my handy schedule. I need to look at that occasionally. But welcome to High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep. Nice to see y'all. Hope you guys had a wonderful Thursday. I took the day off, had me a nice little chill day to kind of decompress and relax. So kind of need that in these trying times. Also had some stuff I had to get done. Yeah, so you guys, just so you guys know that tomorrow's going to be a busy day. I'm likely going to have 3 separate live streams, depending on if I can maintain service, if I can maintain phone power. Those are the 2 main factors. And yeah, I'm going to also try an experiment where you guys might get to take a journey with me over from protest to protest. So yeah, I'm going to be covering suburban Chicago. I hope you guys are looking forward to seeing some of the No Kings protest action. I figured that there are enough people going to the main protest over in Grant Park that there's really no point. I said that last time too, and I'm glad that I didn't. I had a few friends over there that just said that it was insane. Also, I have a thing with like really large crowds. Like if it's elbow to elbow and you kind of get lost, like it's almost like too much, like sensory overload. So that's effing exciting. It is. And also I got I got a new mic and I got a new little stabilizer. So hopefully that will make the stream go nice and smooth. But good weather. Yeah, it's supposed to be 50 here. So I'm looking forward to it. Also, if you guys are just joining us, if you guys can do me the solid, hit that like button on the way in. I hate the fact that I even have to do the thing that most people hate on YouTube because I catch myself doing it. I did it the other day where I was listening to something and they were just like, and if you could just hit that like button and subscribe, I really appreciate. It's just like, oh man, even with like that, it's just like, oh man, but it does help. So I really do appreciate it. Also, if this is your first time on the stream, yeah, stick around. We got a lot to get to. It's going to be an interesting show because, like I said, I was not on yesterday, so I have some news to catch up on, and there's a lot to get to, but I did not have on the docket Kash Patel getting hacked by Iran. So I may have pulled a journalism here, folks, as far as just making sure that I didn't go right into it saying that it happened because there were some kind of sketch sources that were reporting on it at first, but then all of a sudden, boom, no copyright music tomorrow, fingers crossed. Yeah, well, guess what? I already got into it. So interesting story. I contacted a local organizer, kind of let them know that I was going to be there because they were asking if there were any content creators. And yeah, you know what? It's kind of cool. They got a little excited, contacted me a lot quicker than a certain politician. So it was kind of funny, though. They were just like, yeah, so how many people are you going live to? Blah, blah, blah. They were asking, like, what my averages are. Just like, it could be 500, it could be 5,000. I don't know. Because I had that happen once where I had a couple thousand in, I think, my first one. So, yeah, that'll be interesting. I just want to do it for the coverage and just have you guys see what's going on in the Chicago suburbs, because I can already tell you that the news ain't covering this. I'm going to be surprised if they even cover Grant Park, which, again, there's also a Cubs game. Go Cubbies. Although they lost yesterday. That sucked. And there's a Comic-Con downtown, which is just, Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but when there's that amount of things going on in one space, the trains tend to take a little bit longer, and yeah. What time are you planning on? I'm gonna be going live around 10. Is it here actually? Hold on. I forgot that they actually sent me the schedule. Like I said though, the organizers, they were pretty friendly about it. They were just like, "Oh, awesome. We're very excited to have you." They did say that they were going to try and cater to not having copywritten music, because I made it a point to just kind of bring that up, because they were asking like an open forum question, and at one point somebody even said, they're like, "Can I bring a speaker and can I play copywritten music? Is it going to be a problem?" One of the organizers said, "Yeah, this is a gray area, because technically it is an organized protest with Indivisible, so technically no. But since it is like a family-friendly gathering and blah, 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 as long as you keep it to, I guess, a minimum, it's not as big of a problem." So I just kind of chimed in. I was like, "Listen, guys, like, with all due respect, I'm not trying to like sound like what I have going on is more important, because I know that's how it could come off, where it's just like, guys, you're going to have people streaming there." And they kind of got on me about this, where they were like, "Well, we use it to counteract some of like the counter protesters." I'm like, the better way of doing that is, number one, following those people. That's fine. Not just remaining stationary with music, and also going on their side. If there is a counter protest, fine, then just go do that. But see, if a MAGA chud does that to me, then it's kind of like, all right, but I also do have the ability to mute my stream. So if I mute the stream, then you guys kind of know what's going on, but I'm going to stay live. But yeah, kindness is the lightest level of wisdom, or lightest. Sorry, I actually didn't even turn on my chat. I read that fresh off of the actual chat, which is also on Top Chat. Day one stuff. Hey guys, get out of Top Chat. Go to live chat. Come on, join the fun. Also, here we go. Let me say hello, since I just turned the chat on. Dennis, how you doing? Look at that. I think that you were the first one today. Etch, how you doing? Good. Thank you for covering that. Yes, definitely double tap the screen if you are enjoying yourself. Mitch, how you doing? Bryant, what's up, dude? I'll be Street Medic at No Kings. We're expecting 150 to 300 this time. Man. Wow. So, like, rural areas, obviously, like, dude, 300 people. That's a good chunk. That's a good chunk. You know what? I think that one of the ones that I'm going to will have about 300 people. I know one of them, there's already over 1,000 that are registered to be there. Which, I gotta say, the whole registering to be there, like RSVPing, I was like, I don't know, but whatever. I think that it's respectful, especially like if you're like me, where you are technically a media figure. I also kind of asked them, I had to ask for permissions. Well, didn't have to, but I did. Where I was just like, hey, do you guys mind if I cover this? Like, is it going to be a problem if I'm filming? And they said no. So, yeah. So, we will be covering the No Kings protest tomorrow. Put your name on this list. What could go wrong? Yeah, exactly. What could go wrong? Yeah, I'm actually kind of toying with this doesn't pertain to that, but I was thinking about like putting like a piece of tape on my backpack, just like at Pep Talks TV on YouTube, just doing that little bit of advertising, because I don't know. I'm not the best at self-advertising. I kind of figured this one out. So if you guys can help me with that one by, sharing the stream, liking the stream, all that kind of stuff, and I'm not even trying to do the bumper, I'm legitimately asking as my audience. If you guys could pick up that little bit for me, I appreciate that. Also, that's why I appreciate you, Etch. I appreciate all my mods for stepping in and kind of taking over. This is the reason I don't need a Nightbot. So, yeah, Nightbot is... it kind of makes chat annoying. I don't know. I've caught enough chats where I'm just like, it doesn't really seem to help. But oh man, oh my god, we got so much to get to. So like the Kash Patel's emails, I have a feeling that this one's just, I'm gonna be laughing about this for at least a half hour today. yeah, the TSA thing, that is kind of crazy because I got to say how quickly they went from the Democrat shutdown, Democrat shutdown, Democrat shutdown to finally the Democrats now have like, hey, they rejected a a bill that the Senate chose to vote on unilaterally because they were just like, hey, we got some problems here. But, Pep, write any numbers on your arm in Sharpie and take biometrics off of face recognition. And I already got that stuff. I'm good. I kind of did that for one of my last protests, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna bring a fucking burner phone, guys. Like, I have to, like, guys, I don't know if you know this. I'm not made of money. I have one phone, and it's an old ass phone. And guess what? Yeah, that's why I'm hoping that it even fucking works. But yeah, I don't have an extra camera. I don't have any of that shit, and I don't like even with all the like, the kind donations to the stream. I can't really put that back as much as I would like to into the stream because we have other stuff that we have to worry about. So yeah, sorry. Like I can only do what I like. I'm keeping the fucking biometrics on, but realistically, this is why I'm also going to the suburbs, is because a lot less likely to get tear gassed or any of that bullshit. But yeah, Pep, you can't hide. You're in the media. Well, that's also the thing. I'm a fucking public figure. Like realistically, when it comes down to it, like oddly enough, I do qualify for like getting a press badge and press credentials, all that stuff. So hey, Rebecca, thank you.
Green 1827 5 Australian dollars. Treats for both pets.
Yes.
Red heart
well,
emoji.
The dog will have to get his in a little bit. He's upstairs with his mother. But here, the cat. Here. You're gonna have to find him. There you go. Thank you for the kind donation and the kitty. Thank you for donating and also donating to the cat. Because, I just realized he has not had any catnip today. All right. This is going to go one of two ways. He's either going to sleep or he's going to go absolutely bonkers. So, have you seen the Mr. Beast Marks? No, I haven't. Scarlet Rain, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. What video is that? What is the context of it? I don't know. I don't watch anything with Mr. Beast. I don't really give a shit. I'll be honest. Like, has his audience aged enough to like stop watching him, or did he kind of do that thing where because the parents started watching him, that he has like this forever audience? I don't even know. Honestly, I'm too like just passive to even be jealous of a guy like Mr. Beast, where I'm just like, I don't even fucking care. Like, I don't get his content. There's so much content out there that I just don't get. It's the same way that people don't get political content. Fuck, dude. I had a comedian kind of reach out to me, and he was just like, you do political content now? I was like, yeah. He's just like, oh, damn. He's like, how long you do? And I was just like, over about 4 to 6 hours. He's like, what the fuck? So yeah, I get it. I get why people wouldn't understand it. But you know what? I also, this is why I think it's important to have a show like this, where it's like, dude, people take politics way too seriously. They really do. And this is going to sound bad because obviously politics is inherently serious. Look at everything that's going on. But the thing is, we don't have a realistic perception of how, like, I don't want to call it powerless because, again, we're voters. This is where protest does matter. Like, one single voice, it is a little harder, but like, this is why these protests are so valuable tomorrow. But I just gotta say, man, like, I catch myself doing it too, where it's just, once I start getting pretty much a headache from it, where you feel so just drained and you feel powerless every once in a while, man, and it's fine. Give yourself these permissions to do this. Check the fuck out of politics, man. Like, that's what I did yesterday, and it felt great. You know, I hate to say this too. I've been watching like less and less like Majority Report on my days off or even my days on. I'll check in for like a few minutes. Whereabouts are you going to protest? I'm going to the Chicago suburbs. I'm trying to hit 3 separate ones. I found unfortunately, so my whole plan, I'm gonna lay it out there for you. I was planning on taking the train into the burbs, and I was gonna hit 2 protests, and then I was gonna chill with a friend. But then I kind of put it together that one of them, like because I got so excited. I was like, oh, they're all by train lines. And then I figured out that it was not the same train line. And I was like, oh, fuck. So, yeah. I'm going to end up having to drive in, which isn't going to be that bad because I was offered to stay with a buddy. So I don't have to go, right back. We'll see. It really depends on traffic, where it's just like, oh god. That is the one bad part, guys. I'm gonna just say that much. Anytime that you kind of leave your friendly confines, you kind of go, all right. How do I get back? Is it gonna be fun? Also, that's another thing where, because I am going to visit it with a friend, likely gonna do some, get a little inebriated, but. What's up, Unlisted? Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome back. Live stream in traffic. I was thinking about it. There are ways, like, it's all about having the stream crash. Like, that's what I'm worried about because, like I mentioned, my phone is pretty old. So I've already got battery. No bullshit. I have four fucking power banks ready to go. With USB 5s, as far as the charger. I was like, oh wow. I had to like go search through my old chargers to find something to charge it with. I hate when that like technological shift happens and then you're like maybe like the 5th or 6th year into that where you're just like, oh, I do have power banks and they still work. But it's like, damn it. But you know what? I'm gonna make it work. I hopefully can make this work. I think that it's pretty cool. Like I got the microphone working. I got my little stable, what do you call it, Steadicam thing. It's really cool, actually. I'm gonna be using it on stream here because I figured out something else that I can do, which is pretty neat, for lack of a better term. Where I can essentially, like, if I want to go upstairs and make some food, I can literally take y'all with me. So. At least I had my cool cord that changes. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, my wife just happened to like buy the perfect cord that I would have had to order. And she was just like, "Would this work?" I was just like, "What? Oh, that's exactly what I need." I always love those moments where a plan comes together. For my 80s folks out there. Actually, A-Team. Let's see. I think I was definitely watching not just reruns, but I think they were like, the ones on like the U, if you know what I'm talking about. It's like the public access or whatever. All right. Yeah, my poor phone has to stay on charger most of the day. Yep, I literally got mine on my charger right now. Actually, here. Check this shit out. I don't think I've ever shown you guys my desk. Fuck it. This is for the OGs. All right, so we got that. All right, we can go down. There's my coffee. Go over. Keyboard. You see? Yes, I have a fucking fidget spinner, okay? Helps. Where the hell is it? There. Oh my god. Why is this? All right, the orientation on this fucking camera sucks. But I think you saw it. I got my fucking phone pad thing there. A wife? That's what I mean. You need to get you one of those. Yes. You know what? Fuck you guys. I have a fucking spinner. Shut up. I was actually... There's a reason you guys really haven't seen this on camera. Because, yes, I'm a little... come on. It was one of those trends that I was like, oh, hey, look. But then I kind of figured out, I'm like, oh, hey, I have, like, a thing that this is kind of hitting mentally. So, oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, hey, look what time it is. It's my local 420. Hell yeah. Okay. I hate when my settings get changed on my oh, this is green. I like to go purple. Vosh with long hair? Didn't Vosh have long hair for like a long time? Sure. It's better than Asman bronze. You know, I've been getting whatever. I'm me. I'm Pep. I'm the Pep of the internet. There you go. Eventually, I would love to have that where I don't keep constantly getting compared to other content creators. But whatever. It's also kind of a compliment, I guess, because, yeah, they're good at what they do. So I don't see the Vosh thing at all. Thank you. God. Yeah, I think that a lot of people, it's just like they see, Burnett and a beard, and they're just like, hey, you got bi lighting behind you. What are you, Vosh? No. Pep spin into keeps keep hands busy. Oh yeah, yes. Yeah, it keeps hands busy. Exactly. Yes. Vosh is so arrogant to nothing. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Like when I try like to even play that game, I'm like, oh, I'm uncomfortable. I don't like that. One day he'll be Pep with short hair. Hey, there we go. Exactly. See, now that is what we call a supportive partner. Love you. Nick Fuentes with glasses. Oh, dick. But anyway, guys, yes, the wife is actually in chat for a little bit right now. Everybody say hello if you guys can just hit that unicorn emote. That will show the wife some love. Also, if you need anything today, obviously, you can ask through chat. It's fine. I'll run it up for you. Because, yeah, my phone is at 2% and charging, so hopefully it doesn't die. I only ever heard Dash Watch Vosh, that video you showed, and I felt like he was rather a pretentious jackass. He can be. He totally, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's part of his, like, shtick, and whatever, man. Like, honestly, I kind of had this thing thinking about the Hasan bit, and I gotta kind of walk back some of my stuff where I know I was being hypercritical. I brought up the whole thing about his stupid shirt and I think it was American Redacted. No, it was Too Lazy to Try. Did a video about it, about the Champagne Socialists, which I do have to admit, if a guy like Too Lazy is making those videos, then there's a criticism that needs to be addressed. But as far as like actual political action in an election year, and I'm not going to allow this to do the thing where we separate again based on just small little things that most likely was manufactured by opposition, to kind of play into the egos of some content creators, because realistically that's where it comes from. A lot of this stuff comes from like Vosh with Hasan for a long time. He was jealous of Hasan, I think, and he would be like hypercritical of Hasan, and then Hasan did the thing where he's just like, oh, I won't talk to Vosh, blah blah blah. But as far as I know, they're doing a event together tomorrow, and people are anticipating that there could be an interview, so we'll see. Hey wifey, hey, thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, she's chilling upstairs. Wonder what she's are you playing anything, or are you just watching some of the stream, just kind of chilling? Because I know that you're kind of toying with some playing some games. Oh man, sorry guys. Do this real quick. There we go. No, that was not the hiccup that I was trying to address. What the fuck? There we go. All right, all clear. Okay. All of a sudden, my stream has a hiccup, and then I get that moment where I'm just like, oh my god, I can't breathe. Pep is the man. Thanks, Dennis. I really appreciate that, man. Dude, seriously, you guys have been so kind, and I don't even know how to respond to a lot of the kindness and a lot of the positivity. I kind of feel like I had to talk about this with my therapist a little bit, and it did kind of bring up just like how my family, we are like a dark humor family, which I love that she kind of coined this too. where she was just like, yeah, you come from a dark humor family, but you guys have like deep ties together. I was like, oh shit, that's very fair. And our dark humor kind of, it could be translated into just like, man, you got a cold ass family. It's like, no. It's like, I know I'm loved. It's just about, I know I'm loved through being like insulted or being called a name by my dad. So, not exactly healthy. What is politics really about in this day and age? Etch that. You know what? It's about tribal bullshit. It's about tribal bullshit. It's about taking yourself too seriously, turning people off that, aren't political at all. Like, I'm sorry, guys. I really did have my brain broken by that one video, where that guy just, like, laid it out there where it's just like, man, I don't even follow politics, fucking smoke herb, get paid, and fuck bitches. It was just like, like, that's what a lot of people care about. But now a lot of people can't make that money because Donald Trump is doing things that they just can no longer ignore. I wish I could live in that level of ignorance where some people don't even know like anything outside of just Trump being like the funny president and, gas went up. Kyle watched a video, maybe we'll watch it, about like he went to spring break and they did like the Jay Leno bit. He used to do this all the time where if there was like a spring break, he would go there and just kind of interview them on basic political questions. And it does kind of hit you where you're just like, oh, Jesus, we're so cooked. But then again, think about it, man. Think about like the number of people that are actually into politics, who actually who participate in politics, whether it be voting or trying to like get into a position in politics. Dude, I saw this one guy in Chicago, actually, like this Republican. He wrote himself in, like he was a candidate for something else, and then he wrote himself in for another position that was going uncontested. I was like, that seems like a fucking conflict of interest. Let's see. Anyone who knows Pep's dad understands where he gets it? Yeah. That was one of my favorite things ever, was when my wife figured it out, where she just looked at me and she was like, oh. I was like, yep, see? That's my old man. We all probably have that, though. Like, everybody's probably had that moment where you're just like, I don't know if you're going to understand my whole family dynamic, because there's the other side to that, where I have met some, like, I'd almost call them overly lovey families, where it's like, it's probably healthy, but to me, I'm just like, ew. It's like, you guys actually tell each other that you love each other. Ew. Gross. Nah, you got, come on, be healthy, be happy, be free with the compliments. I've spent too much time with them. They've turned me into one of them. Yeah, you kind of did. Hermit, how are you, buddy? I always appreciate when I see you guys kind of filing in here, asking how each other. See, this is the community, and this is the part where I'm just like, yes, everybody should be a little bit more friendly with the hellos, and a little bit like, if you got a compliment, be open with the compliments. Compliments are, unless they're coming from my family, of course. Everybody else, I'm like, yeah, I'll take a compliment. You know what? I'm gonna stop being funny here for a second, if I ever was. For real, I think it's kind of cool that my dad kind of he turned over a new leaf, and he is very much more open emotionally, even though it is kind of funny to watch him, like, it's a struggle for him, so it is kind of funny. But wouldn't change it in our family photos with your mom. Yep. Yeah. Right after my mom died. Oh, man. Yeah. What's up, Rango? I'm a mirror of my dad as an adult. See, that's the thing. Like, I'm definitely, I am the culmination of, like, so many different people that have had huge impacts in my life. And this is the depressing part. Most of them have passed. So ironically, I talked about that in my last therapy session where we worked on like the people that I've lost and how much of an impact they had on me. And I've kind of put it together where I'm like, between my grandma, my brother, my mom, and my buddy who when he died in Iraq, I am like I'm a reflection of almost all of them in some way, which is pretty freaking cool. Yeah, they live on in us, and that's kind of where I really took that. I was like, that's awesome, and it's kind of given me a new perception on this thing, or a new perspective on this. And yeah, I gotta say, it feels a lot healthier personally, where I'm just like, oh, okay, cool. Like, because there was like a weird guilt that I had before that now that's been lifted because yeah. Oh, good word. A culmination. Yes. Culmination is a good word. Don't you always love that? Where you just kind of, you find that perfect word for something and you're just like, oh, you're going into the little personal dictionary. Let's go. Now, here's my problem is I'll learn a word, or like I'll not even learn a word, but I'll just like start using a word and I'll use it too much. I'm sure you guys have caught me catching myself occasionally, but I try my best. What are you staring at? All right, there it is. There's the answer about my cat being on catnip today. He is staring at the fucking wall with like just freaking quarters for eyes right now. Are you good? All right, so his ears keep doing this. It's like he's giving a signal. What are you doing? Oh, I have a weird ass cat, man. Yeah, hi Lito. He is hi Lito. But yes, let's get to some of these this politics stuff, because we do have a lot of politics stuff to get to that is important. But like I said before, this show is all about making it accessible and not feeling like, I hope you guys can leave my show and not always feel like this existential dread. That is what I've caught myself feeling watching a whole bunch of like the, Midas Touch, Pondering Politics, and it really is nothing against them. I get it. It's the game. I make fun of Midas Touch and Ben Mycelis, but realistically, it's the game. But I just wish they would play the clickbait part down a little bit. I recently learned a term for something I've been trying to describe a long time. It's called Poe Law. What's Poe Law or Poe's Law? I almost read that as Pep Law. What's Poe's Law? If you don't mind elaborating a little bit. Here, let's do this. It'll take a few minutes before we essentially start the politics part of the show. Pep, I appreciate you. Don't ratchet up the anxiety. I mean, I try not to. I know that, like, some people have kind of pointed out that, like, my crash outs have been a little more frequent as far as, but I don't really think they're crash outs as much as me just being passionate about talking about something. Like, I don't think that that's good to mix up in any capacity, because crash outs are real. Like, I've had a few, but yeah, no, sometimes it's just passion. I appreciate that too. Oh, thank you. It'd be easier if you search it up. All right, let's see. Poe's Law. Poe's Law. Poe's Law is an adage of internet culture stating that without a clear indicator of author's intent, it is impossible to create a parody of extreme views that someone will not mistake for a sincere expression of those views. Oh, that is crazy. That is even what you were. What was the context that you were looking for that? Because that's crazy. All right, I can't say what I'm doing, but I'm gonna be part of a project where I kind of have to play that game, where we're trying to parody something. And when we were doing like a test run on it, I realized that even trying to do parody of the thing that we were doing, I realized that if it was just like transcribed, it could be totally taken out of context and just, yeah, probably not the best thing. So, trying to figure that one out, but that's funny. The Poe's Law is essentially what I'm worried about. Cool. Reba. Yeah. Hey, did you guys see that they're making a Speedy Gonzales movie? I was just like, oh, wow. Still haven't released the Wile E. Coyote movie. Oh, you come off sounding authentic. I mean, I'm glad, and it is, but there's that small part of me that is just like, my blood pressure is not exactly like happy with me. Like occasionally, like it actually happened, I think, last stream or somebody was just like, yo, dude, calm down. Your blood pressure is going to spike. It's like, you shut up. Don't worry about my blood pressure. I did get like a little thing on my iWatch that was just like, hey, your blood pressure's up. I'm like, I can admit that now, because, you know, that dick bag isn't here. But yeah, whatever. I was getting a little heated. All right. All right, let's do some of this news so we can do like some funny stuff, because I just want to say, because it's Friday and I like to have a little bit more fun on the Friday shows, and we go a little longer sometimes. We're gonna do some Sovereign Citizen videos, but in a little bit of a twist, I have some other videos that I kind of want to check out. Oh, actually, that just reminded me. There was one that I wanted to start the show with. Shorts history, though. Okay, this is cool. There we go. All right, so this is awesome. I would play this in the fun half, but honestly, I really just want to lead the show off with it. This is so cool. It has absolutely nothing to do with politics. And it's not what you think it is.
This has to work the first time. No going back. 2,000 degrees, molten glass, one shot, one cut. Here we go. So we're going to try to get that all nice and straight on there.
I got the color on now. I know this might look really easy, but I've done this tens of thousands of times. I used to work in a factory. This is my job. Put my bubble. Cap the air in there with my thumb. Glass is so hot the air expands. Pushes out the bubble.
This is so cool to watch.
I'm gonna block this up with my wood block. Make it nice and even so it blows up nice and symmetrical. And then I'm gonna hang this down. Give it a little puff.
All right, so you see the way that he's handling the pole. There is that part where, because like he's got to get it hot enough, like the glass hot enough, but that's kind of nerve-wracking to me, where it's just like you can't necessarily wear gloves because you need to feel the point of heat. It's just
really nice and soft.
Oh, it is such an art. I respect it so much. It doesn't look easy, and no, it's definitely not.
I gotta marble
thought I could do it
to a nice taper. Gonna blow real hard. Gotta get all those ridges.
That's
rolling
cool.
on the color on the ridges.
This right here. This is where I would fuck
Gotta
up.
blow.
Right there. It would have just went gung.
Squeeze. Turn. Not catch on fire.
How in the fuck? How in the fuck is that staying there?
Now I got my hole in the bottom. You don't want a wobbly pumpkin. Gonna put that in. And then once it slows down, I'll show you the coolness of this pumpkin. So this is our October pumpkin, or October on the Vine pumpkin. You can still feel all the texture on the ridges. We got nice defined ridges from our optic mold.
All right,
right away, it's just like, holy
POV
crap.
Style. Push down, pull up. This is going to be green,
that
not
is
red.
art. That is art at its like peak, where it's just like, I can't do that, and I appreciate it. Now I kind of want that.
This one's coming out great. I'm looking at the temperature. I'm looking at the movement of the stem right now. So this is all really hot. I'm trying to adjust my hand.
Yeah, now this is, again, the craziest part. He can know exactly when he can manipulate it, and also when he's kind of pushing it with it getting too cold.
Right now, this pipe is freaking hot. Should have cooled it. And I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4.
Says he should have cooled the pipe.
I'm pulling, trying to get the right thickness all the way around. Go for the flip down.
Right there.
Beautiful.
That's cool. And then, yeah.
Seal that all the way around. I gotta bring this around before it gets too cold. Yes, spin towards us so we can see what's happening. Make sure it don't burn the camera guy. And we'll go for the cut. Everyone hold their breath.
Dude. Right there when he's like, hold your breath. It's like, oh, if this could fuck up the whole project. Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no.
The October
Dude.
on the vine finished pumpkin you just watched us make. You can see the true color now. We have that sparkly green stem. We have the texture green on the ridges. This is a true orange and green pumpkin.
And right there, guys, I just got to say, yeah. Wanted to start the show with something a little lighter, and just how fucking cool was that? Like, you want to talk about a master of his craft. That was freaking awesome. And again, old me, like, if I was a teenager, I'd be like, oh, lame, it's not, it's not smokable. But I'm just sitting there, I'm like, that's beautiful. And I kind of want that piece now. Like, damn, that is so cool. Also, why I do, like, appreciate when we do get these types of things, this wonderful piece of glass that is just, it's a glass pepper, guys. It's a glass pepper. Look, glass pepper. It's cool. It's a glass pepper. Yeah, good dude. What up, Ghost? Good to see you, by the way. Yeah, we just watched a fun little video. And I'm thinking, at the end of the show, we're gonna go through some of that kind of stuff. Why not? So, all right. Now here's the part that y'all have been waiting for, or not so much. I don't know. I don't necessarily care too much, because we're going to cover this together. Now, we're starting with the funny story first. Kash Patel. Kash Patel has been hacked. And not only has he been hacked, it's his personal emails, not his FBI emails even. His personal emails were hacked by Iran. Now, I don't know what came of this, because all I saw was the headline that Kash Patel was hacked. So we're going into this fresh, and we're going to learn about it together. So let's go.
There are reports that Iran-linked hackers have breached the email account.
See what I did there? You see what I did there? Hitting that like button?
Of the FBI director Kash Patel. A U.S. government official said the material appeared to be authentic. Let's go live to Washington and our North America correspondent Simi Jola.
Hacked in the dumbest way possible.
Also, Simi, what do we know about this?
Yeah, so we're hearing reports, as you've said, Anita, that cyber criminals or hackers linked to Iran have accessed the personal email of the FBI directors, Kash Patel. We've also heard reports that they've posted images of him online, certain documents, including a purported resume, as well as email correspondence, both personal and work, dated between 2010 and 2019. Now, the BBC hasn't verified these reports. We've reached out to
that's not very interesting. I gotta be honest.
The Department of Justice and the FBI. But Reuters is reporting that a Justice Department official has confirmed that Kash Patel's email address was indeed breached, and that the material published appears to be authentic. Now, the hackers that are taking credit for this attack is a group called Handala Hack Team. They're considered a persona of the Iranian government's cyber intelligence unit.
That's what I heard.
Just over a week ago, the Department of Justice, in an effort to disrupt Iranian-linked hacking, says it seized 4 web domains that carried out cyber attacks, and that one of those domains was used by this group, Handala Hack Team.
Okay, and if that report is verified, what's significant about that time frame you mentioned is during that Kash Patel was deputy assistant.
Release the Kash time to the Kash
President Trump during his first term on national security. Let's move on to another story that, of course, we're focusing on.
Wait, they hacked and released? They didn't even ransom? I think, that makes sense. They probably have more, But that's what they were. Oh, okay.
In terms of what's
that
happening
kind of makes
in
sense.
Washington.
I
And
wouldn't be
those
surprised
reports,
if there's
Simi,
another
that the
story.
U.S. is considering sending up to 10,000
Yo, what up,
more
agent?
troops to the Middle East. The Wall Street
How's
Journal
Pep Talks TV
says
today?
that
I'm doing well.
deployment will be in addition to the 5,000 Marines already en route and the 2,000 paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division.
You're doing well.
What more can you tell us about those reports of a further 10,000?
Yeah, again, we've reached out to the Pentagon to confirm. They've not commented on that. But as you've mentioned, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that the Pentagon is looking to send an additional 10,000 troops to the Middle East. That would include...
I think my cat is slowly figuring out that if he doesn't go and like try to just chew on the treat bag, that he's more inclined to get some.
An infantry and armored vehicles, and
either that or I'm just too hopeful and my cat is just having a good moment.
Would be in addition to the near 5,000 Marines, several warships, and at least 2 amphibious assault ships already on their way to the Middle East. The Pentagon wouldn't give details on that deployment, citing operational security, but what they did...
By the way, did you guys catch the clip this weekend? It was actually from this meeting where at one point Trump starts going on a fucking tangent and then Marco just shoots fucking Hegseth a look and they both have that moment of just like...
did confirm is that elements of the 82nd Airborne Division, one of the military's top conventional combat units, including paratroopers, are on their way to the Middle East. President Trump has been asked time and time again whether he would deploy
I'll
ground
give him a treat in a little bit.
And under
Dude, he just had
what circumstance, but he
treats.
wouldn't give details. The White House is maintaining this is all about ensuring they have
25. As much as I don't want to do the Kyle Kalinske thing and just start saying we need to invoke something that's never going to happen. Can we focus on practical realities?
Military options at their disposal.
Let's get people to fucking wake up to this stuff. The thing is, I covered this last week about not being condescending to people that don't pay attention to this shit because they're the ones that we really do need to pay attention to this.
As President Trump weighed.
And also, somebody did say this though about how during the Bush era, that's what woke a bunch of independent voters up, was the fact that they had sons and daughters in the military that weren't coming back.
Peace talks with Iran. We don't know whether this is just a pressure tactic amidst talks with Iran that President Trump has said is taking place.
Your phone smells like your ass more than any
appliance. Or whether this could lead to a possible escalation in the war.
Your phone is disgusting. That's also why I do frequently clean my phone.
Thank you very much.
Which I do recommend doing, by the way. Right.
So what are we learning about this breach into Patel's email?
Yeah, Kira, so we're learning from sources that this targeted his personal email. They appear to be from Kash Patel's emails from before 2019, before his time as FBI director, though we're told that some emails were from 2022. We also have received a statement
from the
FBI with a little bit more detail. And in that statement, they say, quote, the FBI is aware of malicious actors targeting Director Patel's personal email information, and we have taken all necessary steps to mitigate potential risks associated with this activity. The information in question is historical in nature and involves no government information. So that is really the critical line here, that this is not sensitive government information that was breached, but this is previous information from his own personal email. As you mentioned, Iranian-linked hacking groups Iranian-linked hacking group has claimed credit for this. This comes as experts have repeatedly warned since this war began that Iran could retaliate in this war by hacking and using cyber attacks, Kira.
Well,
one of my glasses.
Meanwhile, what is the president saying now about this conflict with Iran? Anything more about the timeline?
That is the big question, Kira. And the president, so far, he has been sticking to this 4 to 6 week timeline that he has talked about from the beginning. And he claims that we're ahead of schedule. That's despite this war already entering its first month, hitting that 1 month mark.
I thought about that.
President Trump has also
set your phone
been
down on a whole bunch of shit.
Peace talks are underway.
To be fair, though, I only really started doing this with the more time that I've spent in hospitals and, cancer wards and stuff like that.
And going well, although Iranian leaders dispute that.
You have to be very
claim.
conscious about
the
that
president
stuff.
is also ratcheting up the pressure, saying
sorry,
the onus is on Iran to come to the table for a deal, or in his words, quote, the U.S. will keep blowing Iran away. But also a sobering reminder of the numbers here, of the numbers wounded as we reach this 1 month mark. More than 300 U.S. troops have been wounded. The majority of them are traumatic
before they blow it away.
brain injuries that can cause memory issues, migraines, fatigue, other cognitive issues that can last a lifetime. All of this as President
Actual voting is needed. One person, one vote. Well, it is one person, one vote. Again, with all, I think it was 22 different elections. They only found, or something like that. Where in all these elections dating back to the early 90s, they only found like a handful of people that cheated. And it was kind of funny, too, because the majority of them that did, they tried to do so with Republican ballots.
Trump has not ruled out boots on the ground and has more troops.
But you don't see the left going, oh, we need to do something about this because that's a huge problem. Because we know how to do math, and we're just like, oh, that's not a very big issue. 0.00001%.
Currently on their way to the region.
All right, Selena Wang from the White House for us. Selena, thank you.
It's just the way that the way that Republicans are so good at disingenuously spinning shit, I have to say, it is kind of, it's not to be respected, but not underestimated. They blew, oh yeah. Well, technically it's not one person, one vote right now, unless it's very local elections. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Most people don't even care about their local elections. Like I said, there was that guy that voted for himself as a write-in, which I don't know the legalities of that, but I don't think that that's necessarily... I think that's going to be a problem for him since he did understand like how to register. Like he could have registered for that position. It scared people, cowards who drink Faro tap water. What did Iran find out about Kash? Nothing. They found out that they got their his personal emails from 2019. Now, if this was his like work emails, that might be something else. All right, so real quick, there is some breaking news. House Republicans poised to reject Senate passed DHS funding bill, likely extending standoff. Now, here's the thing about this bill. I hope you guys all understand that this was passed unilaterally through both parties, and there were no objections. So, or unanimously, not unilaterally. It was passed unanimously. So, for it to go to the House to now be held up when they had already sent their version to the Senate, like, now it's the political football game, and I do appreciate that the Republicans have to own this just as much as the fucking Dems, as far as, like, the White House being like, the Democrat shutdown, Democrat shutdown. Democrat shutdown is what is keeping the TSA shut down. Uh-huh. Yeah, not his personal decision to not fucking have a deal, you know. If he could just stay off Twitter, too, like, every once in a while, or, like, Truth Social, and just kind of wait. That, again, that's one of, like, the main things that's kind of keeping us in the know and how, like, just kind of keeping everything from going towards full authoritarian. Well, it's already full authoritarianism, but with competence, which, yeah, just count your blessings with that one.
In the open and in the beginning here, to make clear, the Republicans are not going to be any part of any effort to reopen our borders or to stop immigration enforcement. We are going to deport dangerous...
Sedate the populace. Dude, the populace was already sedated.
Illegal aliens, because...
The populace has been sedated forever.
It is a basic function of the government. The
problem is now, like, you ever feel this way? I don't care if you're on the right or the left. You ever feel like you're just being, like, again, you feel the whole plan behind you and, like, how they're duping all of us into fucking fighting about shit that doesn't matter.
That's fundamentally...
And then when we get very close to something that does, then that's when they start with, like, doubling down on it, or they pull something that's like, you know, little, what do you call a fake flag?
Disagree. The Senate Democrats have hoisted upon this appropriations process.
By the way, I got
their radical, crazy agenda.
Including me. No, I can. There's a reason that I call one of my shows Pepaganda, because yes, I understand that's every once in a while I do kind of play into the game. But the thing is, I'm also kind of like responding to chat. So when you're like being coaxed all the fucking time, of course sometimes you're gonna fucking fight back.
Call it crazy because that's what it.
But realistically, what's that mean? So are you admitting that you do it too? Is that where we're at though? Like, or are you just one of those jackasses that's just like, yeah, including you, the only person that sees the truth is me?
They want to reopen the borders.
And by the way, trans is in sports.
They want to stop the deportation of dangerous criminal illegal aliens. We have to do these basic functions of government. We have to fund them in order to
notice how, like, again, we're so focused on that, but then they have to go to the airports?
do them. In the last several days, we have recent examples of dangerous criminals in this country killing innocent Americans. We had an 18-year-old college.
Yeah, it's almost like you guys are in charge. And where was ICE?
Student in Chicago.
They're in Chicago. The thing is, ICE never left.
Young
So what the
lady
fuck,
was
man?
shot in the back.
The thing is, the guy was let out, and he was a repeat offender. Why wasn't he picked up in that first wave? They literally sent the fucking National Guard. Why the fuck did they not pick up that guy? Weird. It's almost like they had it. They had tips on him being here too.
By a dangerous criminal who had been released in that sanctuary city and first released at the border
It's almost
under
like
Joe
they
Biden.
kind of need.
They opened the border wide.
Like, how much you want to bet? Like, this is where I'm at with some of this shit, where they keep tabs on this and they know it's going to happen, like the fucking Minority Report.
For 4 years.
Where it's just but the thing is, they're not going to stop it. They knew, or they just fucking, here's some money. Yeah, you know what? We'll deport you.
36 hours or so.
We need you to do something.
An 83-year-old man
I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
pushed onto the subway tracks and run over by a dangerous criminal illegal alien. This has to stop. The Republicans are not going to be a party
Does she get her own act?
to this. They have taken hostage the funding processes of government so that they can
The way
impose
that they can disingenuously try to fucking care about anything like
their
that
radical
while simultaneously ignoring the victims of the Epstein files is fucking hilarious at this point.
agenda on the
Like, this guy's saying this just like, yeah.
American people.
This is how it is. We're that fucked up in the we're that fucked in the head. We know that you're that fucked in the head that you're never going to do anything about it, so we're just going to keep lying to your face.
And we can't have any part of it. This gambit that was done last night is a joke. I'm quite convinced that it can't be that every Senate Republican read the language of this bill, and I'm going to just read you one excerpt of it because it's pretty alarming, and it says everything that you need to know in Section 4. This is on page 2 of the bill. This is an actual copy of the bill. That excerpt. It says, quote, "The contents printed under the headings of this bill, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Border Security Operations, under the heading of U.S. Customs and Border Patrol and Protection, shall have no force or effect for purposes of this act."
Yeah, that means that they're not going to be involved in it. That means that they're taking away funding them in this bill so they can do another vote. Dude, this is what happens when something's blatantly fucking unpopular.
An amount specified in the final.
He's so red. Well, because he understands how embarrassing it is that every Senate Republican voted for this. So, dude, he's technically kind of shooting himself in the fucking dick here.
Bill.
Because now he's playing the game where it's like the Senate are the adults in the room just saying, we're not getting rid of the filibuster. So now we need you guys to pass this so we can get the TSA funded.
Under the subheading Border
And then he's panicking because Trump keeps calling him, get it done, Mike. What the fuck?
Security Operations.
Come on,
and under
Mike.
the heading U.S. Customs
told
and
you.
Border Protection, and under the headings of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the Department of Homeland Security, shall be zero. We're not doing that. And it is unconscionable to me that the Democrats would force some sort of negotiation at 3 o'clock in the morning and try to hoist this upon the American people and then get on their jets and go home for their holiday and pretend.
Hey, DC, I don't give a shit. She's not in fucking power right now. The power structure that is literally controlling everything right now has been implicated in a global cabal with fucking Mossad and Israel. So, yeah, this is where I always get pissed off at conspiracy theorists, where it's just like, shut up. Like, shut the fuck up. Why can't you actually focus on the one that was proven? Oh, it's not as sexy as it's always the same shit. It's always the same shit with these assholes where it's just like, but I'm in the know. I figured it out before you plebeians.
Go along with that. So we're going to do something different. We're going to do the responsible thing.
Fucking
Republicans are going to continue to govern and do the right thing morally, legally, and politically. We are going to take care of those who take care of us. The employees and the Department of Homeland Security have gone without funding and without paychecks for 42 days.
Again, no, ICE has been funded.
It's the second longest.
He's also being disingenuous as hell here.
Shutdown in U.S. history. Bested only by the longest shutdown in U.S. history that these same radical Democrats hoisted upon the government in the fall of last year.
Don't you just love how they have all the power and they have the power to make these deals?
22 days they've gone without pay. We've had, by some estimates, close to 500.
But it's the Democrats' fault.
TSA agents who
Democrats just didn't roll over and take it.
Resigned from their jobs, and who could blame them? They've gone half the fiscal year without a regular paycheck.
We came in and we just told them that we're actually gonna like take a bunch of stuff from them that's gonna lose them elections if they sign a bill for it. And we're gonna tell, and you know what? It's their fault. We're gonna go sell it to the American people like that.
You can't ask that of anyone. And the lines around.
My favorite part is it hasn't affected the polling. Everybody does like still think that this is Trump's fault that gets polled and knows a little bit about politics.
The airlines and
even the MAGA. You know what? Even MAGA is getting pissed off at this shit. One of my favorite things that I've been seeing around my area are people getting rid of their Trump shit.
On the buildings,
where it's just like, oh
turmoil.
damn.
We are very grateful to have a strong commander-in-chief in the White House who has taken real leadership. President Trump has already ordered by executive order that TSA agents will be paid, and that machinery is in process right now. The Office of Management and Budget is working through that to make sure that that happens, and we will reduce the lines and the waits at the airlines. It will make sure that those who are protecting us are paid. But what we are going to present and what we're going to vote on this floor, our Rules Committee.
Meanwhile, we haven't forgot about the plane crash yet.
Is working through this right now. We're going to put a clean, simple, continuing resolution that will go until May 22nd. It's just a number of weeks to allow for all those who sacrificially serve the country and protect other Americans. All these agencies, 10 agencies under the Department of Homeland Security, will continue at their current funding levels to make sure that they are protected. We're going to send that over to the Senate.
Dude,
and we hope that they'll accept that. They can do it in record time, just like that, with the unanimous consent. They could do that as early as Monday. In the meantime, TSA will be paid. We will have done our jobs, and we will protect.
Yes. Trump keeps making decisions that make it so he cannot get deals made. Like right now, if Trump hadn't gotten involved, TSA would be funded. So yeah, that is Trump's fault.
The homeland, because
odd how that works. Odd how like the guy in charge who also, this is the bitch about authoritarianism. When he starts doing these power grabs, that means he's in charge. So it's on him. At what point do you admit that the man is failing? Like, how? I get it, dude. I get it. The left can be annoying with this shit. I get it. I had to listen to for fucking 4 years about the right fucking saying, old man Biden he's a crime boss and blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, I saw an old dude that like could barely form sentences and liked ice cream. But sure, that was, I guess, the mastermind and the Antichrist. But when Trump is doing these things in the open and he's proud of them, he literally makes a showcase of this shit and you just ignore it. And then you go, somehow 2 years in, the Democrats are the reason that everything's fucked. At what point is it the man's fault?
Responsibility of the Congress is to protect the American people.
Dude.
We're not playing political games on this. We encourage some of our Democrats, hopefully we'll have some of our Democrats in the House who go along with this and stop the pain that's being forced upon these people. The reason that we can't accept this ridiculousness, okay?
I love it. I do love the fact that he's also like showing that he's panicking because people are fucking pissed.
It's because we're not.
People are now equating this where they're just like, yeah, dude, we didn't have these types of lines under Biden. We didn't have like such high gas prices under Biden. I know, guys. I know.
Not funding the agencies that keep the American people safe. The Department of
Homeland Security high prices too.
Third largest department in the federal government. It has 10 agencies beneath
it. It ain't coming down now. After yesterday, it ain't coming down.
It's also FEMA, the Coast Guard, All these agencies that keep
We'll
us
see
safe,
what he
we
does.
must fund them. This is not a game. Republicans
Covering
will do
Trump's
the
ass. That's all it is.
responsible and honorable thing.
And then my favorite part is when he like gets asked about this stuff, and then he'll throw Mike under the bus so quickly, and Mike will spend 45 minutes in a press conference just like trying to fucking lap his ass and just simultaneously like run interference for him.
And Democrats will continue to play politics.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You and John Thune are not on the same page. You came out and criticized Democrats. He was the engineer behind this. Why are you guys not on the same page? And are you not extending the shutdown if you were to accept what the Senate passed? This could end tonight and the TSA lines would shrink.
I wouldn't call John Thune the engineer of this. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate.
They don't control the Senate.
Have forced this upon.
Again, dude, my conspiracy theory is that they're trying to lose the election.
The Senate.
I am dead serious because they know how bad this looks, so they want to blame Dems. They think this is their only shot at like kind of doing so.
To protect the House, let me answer the question, Chad. I have to
this
protect
ain't
the
working.
House, and I have to protect the American people. That's our responsibility. Our colleagues on this side understand this is not a game. We are not playing their games. These people want open borders, and they want criminal, illegal aliens in the country. They do not want to enforce the law. They want to literally defund. You just read it in the
Johnson
bill
getting
here.
roasted.
They want to give $0 to enforcing federal immigration laws.
Yes. For like now. The thing is, dude, this is why they separated it, so you can get this done, so you guys can get agents to the airports. No, this is what happens when a whiny little child gets told that they can't have the toy at the fucking grocery store.
And keeping the border.
And this is what happens when they have their little temper tantrums.
Secure.
And you have an ineffective parent that's just like, oh, I can't tell them why we have to say no. It's that we can't actually afford it. But you know what?
That was the biggest.
I'm gonna sit here just explaining why the toy said why the grocery store said no.
Issue in the election of 2024, the wide open border that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris hoisted upon the country, and 20 million.
No chicken nuggies for you.
20 million. Dangerous, criminal, illegal aliens included in that number came over the border. We have terrorists in our country. We have obviously
protecting
murderers.
American
They're putting it on
people,
display.
yeah.
And then these big blue cities that have sanctuary city policies, they're releasing these people onto the streets. They released them over the border when they came over under the Biden years. And that is the turmoil that we're facing.
You know what's funny? Even Joe Rogan recognized that technically Obama was tougher on the border.
Right now, the very serious threats to the homeland
and
and
you
everybody.
look at, I don't know,
it's
numbers.
not just long lines at the airport. It is the danger and safety of everyone. We'll talk more after this is passed. We'll get it done.
Has the president endorsed this plan? Has the president endorsed this plan, Mr. Speaker? Has the president?
I spoke to the president a few moments ago. He understands exactly what we're doing and why, and he supports it. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The American people are just sick and tired of every one of you, both Republicans and Democrats, come to this podium and blame the other side. People have been standing.
Boom. That fucking reporter, look at that gut punch. He just blamed both of us?
Lines 3, 4, 5
Yep.
hours at a time. There's TSA workers.
His cartoon blinks, blink, 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 blink. Shoving a what now?
That are selling their plasma.
Yeah.
At what point is a leader on either side going to stand up and say, we have a path forward that everyone will agree to? This vote today will extend the shutdown under any circumstance.
No, it won't. No, it won't.
And it was
If it,
unanimous vote by
thank you. Let me answer the question. I'm glad you brought it up. The House Republicans have now voted that today will be the fourth time to fund the Homeland Security. This is not party blame game. This is
it is
a record. You can
it is.
Hold up the record. Look at the Democrats.
Yeah, it is.
They're voting over and over.
And you know what? I'm here for it because fuck it. Y'all did it to yourselves on this
Last
one.
night, yesterday afternoon, we gave them a chance to fund Homeland Security. You know how many House Democrats voted yes? 4 of them. They want to use people as pawns. People are not pawns. These are workers who are sacrificially serving the country, many of them without pay, to make sure that you and your families are safe. And we're
Oh, he didn't like that question. Fed employees are selling body fluids to get by. What the fuck?
with
Yep.
it. This is not a political blame game.
Working Ubers again. And we covered that one video about why the gig economy is failing.
Blame game. This is one party doing the job and getting the government.
Actually, I don't think, I'm sorry. I don't think I covered that one here.
Another that's using people as
I need to.
pawns.
Did
We're
I?
not going to do that. Listen, we're going to send
I
it
don't know
over
if I
there,
did that
and
here
you
or
can
off
see what
on my
they do.
private time.
If this is not USEED and they don't do it,
It's all starting to blend together.
Leadership. He's going to fund TSA agents. We'll get that covered. But we have.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works. These executive orders to keep funding. That's not how that works.
Rest of the country to take care of. We're not.
But okay.
Asking them to do anything.
Then why is this even a thing?
Heroic. These
like,
aren't
wait,
partisan.
if this is all about the TSA thing, then it's just like, okay, new bill.
Games. We're not adding bells and whistles to this. It is a clean continuation of funding.
That question's going viral. Oh yeah, I can already see Pondering Politics
basic responsibility
talking about it.
Is fulfilled, and we'll see how that goes. And see what
I tried to do DoorDash, they never contacted me. Oh well, yeah. You must live in a overserved area.
Welcome back.
It's the same with like Instacart and all them.
A verdict in
all right,
the
here, guys, look. Like button.
Landmark case addressing the power and influence of social media. A Los Angeles jury today finding Meta and YouTube negligent in the design or
All right, so yeah, let's talk about the Meta and YouTube stuff that's going on, because man, the news cycle already has really gotten to the point where it's like maybe 48 hours, and I'm falling into it too, where I start going, oh yeah, when did that happen? Oh, last week? But this is something that we really do need to keep focus on. Same with the Epstein files, but this really could change the internet forever, and I have had a conversation with another content creator who has a little bit of a bigger channel than mine, and they are also concerned.
Operation of their platforms, and saying the companies failed to warn users of the dangers of their services.
Which, by the way, I'm not arguing that that this is not a good thing,
found that
but
the tech giants'
what they're gonna blanketly do is likely going to hurt a lot of content creators,
harmed,
and they're also going to, I'm sure as shit, going to lump political content into this somehow.
Made her addicted and led to mental health problems.
Clean bill my butt. The Republicans claimed that during this last shutdown, then added a bunch of crap at the end.
It's kind to go to trial.
Yeah, dude, they tried to fucking tie it to the SAVE Act.
In separate statements, Meta and Google, YouTube's parent company, saying they disagree with today's verdict and plan to appeal. Today's verdict comes just one day after a jury in New Mexico ordered Meta to pay $375 million after determining that Meta concealed what it knew about child sexual exploitation on its platform. Meta says it plans to appeal that verdict as well.
How you doing?
Joining me now is Jacob Ward, veteran technology journalist and host of the Rip Current podcast. He's also the author of The Loop, How Technology is Creating a World Without Choice and How to Fight Back. Jacob, thanks so much for joining me. So let's talk about today's big verdict. What was your big takeaway?
Well, Kristen, this is really, I mean, for me, it is I get goosebumps as I say it. It is truly a historic moment. I really think that this is on a par with figuring out that cigarettes cause cancer, or that we needed to have seatbelts in cars. This is a huge societal shift that we're seeing unfolding in front of us really in real time. And as a result, you know, I think this is the end.
That seems to be the general consensus, that this is going to change the fundamentals of how social media works.
Social media as we know it, and it is definitely the end of childhood as we have come to accept it. We are seeing for the very first.
Good though, because God, at what point though is it on the fucking parents to not give their goddamn kids devices at a fucking early developmental age?
Social media.
At what point?
Company.
Like, I'm getting a little tired of the fucking excuses that I keep hearing about. Well, you're not a parent.
Found live.
Okay.
In this case, two of them found live.
But keep ignoring the signs, you know, from the first iPad generation that is showing that they have, like, you know, they barely have reading comprehension. They can't handle complex emotional problems.
Design choices they made,
whatever.
For, as a result, addicting kids in a harmful way to their product. This is something that was unimaginable.
None of your business. How you doing? Hello, how's the wife doing today?
She's actually doing such powerful legal protections until now. Now this
rough start to the day, but she is evening out. She just had we made dinner before I started stream, and
opens up an
I believe she's taking a nap. I'm not entirely sure. She did. She joined chat for a little bit today.
1,500 cases that are now going to come down on one or more of these companies, Kristen.
Wow. Well, it's really striking to hear you describe it in that context, Jacob. So,
yeah. Okay, so here's the other. I wanted to use that as context for what they're saying in American media, because I hate to say it, but BBC has the better coverage on this. Go figure. because they already kind of have gone through this a little bit in the UK. So they give us a little bit more of like a nuanced take instead of like doing a little bit of the doomery coverage of it.
Could social media companies be forced to change their algorithms?
It's a question being asked after a jury in Los Angeles ruled this week that Meta and YouTube were responsible for a young woman's childhood addiction to social media.
At the heart of this is whether social media companies are intentionally building these apps to be addictive.
It's something else.
Does something to their dopamine, so they're totally rewired.
Mariana Spring.
Ish.
The BBC.
I mean, yeah, it's the reward center of the brain, but that's also why their attention spans are complete ass.
Social media investigation.
Like, the weird part is how, like, again, I have clinical ADHD, but they don't. Like, this is one of the things that I was seeing where, like, you got a bunch of these doctors that are just like, I can't even diagnose these kids with that because that's not what it is.
His correspondent has been digging into for more
He's like,
than...
But theoretically, if this continues, then they will be getting those diagnoses into their 20s because this is, it's almost irreversible unless they start when they're very young. Like, my buddy, to his credit, he kind of saw the writing on the wall with this one, so he's trying to slowly work the iPad and like the screen time out of his kid's diet.
Yeah.
But dude, I think one's 12, 12 and 10. So
from the BBC, I'm Asma Khalid in Washington, D.C.
And I'm Tristan Redmond in London, and you're watching The Global Story on YouTube.
My name is Mariana Spring, and I'm the BBC's social media investigations correspondent.
We've got a lot to talk about because you cover social media companies and
okay, so she's essentially Taylor Lorenz, but more serious. Cool, I like her already.
The above. Now, a jury has just found Meta and YouTube negligent in this blockbuster trial in Los Angeles. What exactly were they found negligent of?
So what's really interesting is that this case that has been unfolding, and it's one of many cases that are currently kind of making their way through the courts in the US. This is about addiction and about...
This is why, as a person with ADHD, I prefer live streams over long form.
So the case, this particular case, has
I appreciate
revolved
you
around
appreciate that.
A 20-year-old woman who essentially said, my mental health was seriously impacted by the addictive nature of the platforms, and I'm going to prove to you that was the case, and I'm going to prove to you that you knew that was the case, and you still went on with it anyways. So actually this is all about design. It's about the way that the platforms were built, are built, and the impact that that has. Right. And the woman who is known as...
Right, and that's why they got ruled against, is the fact that even after the warnings came, because you guys remember this shit. God, I hate to even do this, but it was right around the time of the election of 2015, 2016, that we were really starting to wonder about this type of thing, where we were just like, oh, I kind of feel myself being drawn to this algorithm, like whether it be Facebook, Twitter or any of that shit. And it was just like, man, yeah, this could be an issue, because like we all kind of felt ourselves slipping with it. But then obviously, like, you had experts asking, well, what's this going to do to children? I hate the fact that we're 10 years, 11 years past it. And now here we are, where we're just like, oh, you're telling me that this little black fucking box that has almost all the information on it that we could ever want, and a bunch of companies that use that, like, and then create this algorithm that is designed to keep us, like, it's brain sugar.
Kaylee.
And now you're surprised that we developed diabetes?
Has been awarded $6 million, which is £4.5 million in damages. Obviously, as you might imagine, Meta and Google do not agree with the outcome of this. They say that, it's not the case that they have...
Oh my God, she's so much easier to listen to than fucking Taylor Lorenz.
Built platforms.
Sorry.
Platforms that are harmful and...
Outside of some of her coverage annoying me, it's literally the way... So, we're gonna be talking about Section 230 and why it's so important. But before I do, I'm also going to remind you that sometimes there are some people out there that are a little bit disingenuous in the way that they cover the nose.
Addictive in this way. Meta said, quote, teen mental health is profoundly complex, cannot be linked to a single app.
She even wears like the same type of shirts with the little cuts.
We will continue to defend ourselves rigorously as every case is different, and we remain confident in our record of protecting teens online. And a spokesperson for Google said, this case misunderstands YouTube, which is a responsibly built streaming platform, not a social media site. And the reason that, for example, Meta say every case is different is because there are these other cases. And the broad feeling is that this sets a bit of a precedent,
right
really,
underneath my desk,
and that the other cases are unlikely to go in a different direction, because once you agree on this principle of the way these platforms are designed causes harm, you can kind of make a whole variety of arguments, and the evidence is ultimately the same. I've been messaging various people that I know who have worked inside or work inside the social media companies, the major social media companies, who still do, who have done, and I think quite a few of them were taken aback by just how clear and assertive the judgment was here, that actually, you know, essentially they determined that Meta and Google, quote, acted with malice, oppression or fraud in the way the companies operate their platforms.
Can we just sit with the verdict for a minute? Because I realize $6 million, it might sound a lot to you and me, but it is a fraction of what the profits are for these companies.
No, but that's why the other, I think the New Mexico one was 6 million, but then the California one, I think that was like 100+ million. That was when they were like,
Nonetheless, I mean, this is historic. No, I mean, we've never seen a verdict like this one.
If YouTube isn't social media,
and I think
I'm
that
white.
Actually, the main impact of this case is not necessarily the money, like you say. I mean, these companies make huge amounts of money, and even if they had to pay out this several times over, it wouldn't really dent the amount that they make. The issue is that they are operating in an environment where there are increasing concerns from not just people who use the platforms, but from policymakers and politicians. And so if you're Meta or Google or any of the social media companies, you're thinking, oh, whoa, hold on a second. This is just another thing that adds to the kind of drip, drip, drip effect of people saying, wait, you guys can't be trusted to regulate yourselves. And actually, you are going to have to either take some really decisive action when it comes to your design, or if you're not able to do that, then certain age groups and people just can't use the platform, which is very not good from a financial point of view, more so than any of these fines. Like, they're much more.
But a social point of view, that is.
Worried about.
Because think about it. If they couldn't cater to kids, that would kind of fix part of the problem.
Losing hyper engaged young users who are the future of their platforms.
No, that's part of the problem. Like I said, this is the reason that when I was a kid, they like made laws about like having shows geared towards us just to sell shit. They know how impressionable kids are.
At the center of this case, and also at the center of a lot of the work that you do, were things like algorithms, autoplay,
and kids and teens from shorts.
All sorts of devices
Good
that
idea.
Social media companies allegedly use to keep people on their platforms. What did the ruling in court actually say about things like algorithms and autoplay?
A lot of the case focused on the personal experience of Kaylee, but actually in lots of ways, I mean, it's an experience I hear time and time again from different teenagers and different young people. She said she started using Instagram when she was 9, YouTube when she was 6. You've got kind of first thing is not blocking people who are too young to be on the platforms. She then said that, you know, from a really young age, so from sort of 10 or so, she started developing anxiety, depression, disorders, which she would be diagnosed with later. And a lot of this came from kind of the obsession with her physical appearance and filters. So that's another kind of aspect of it, that you can put filters on images on Instagram, and that those were distorting her perception of what she looked like and what other people look like. So those are things that have been introduced to kind of make the platforms more engaging. But in her case, she's saying, well, they did make them more engaging, but they had a negative effect on her. And then things like infinite scroll. So
Infinite scroll's the big one.
this is where
I mean, come on, guys. Let's be real. We all kind of have fallen victim to it. I mean, I caught myself doing it recently, where I was just like,
Instagram, for example, you just never run out of posts. Like, you can just refresh, and you're just going to get more posts. And essentially, her lawyers were arguing that though all of those design features were introduced.
There for a minute, I was getting recommended videos of a 7-year-old doing makeup. I want to have a conversation with her mother because, oh my God.
With the goal of keeping people like Kaylee hooked, and the companies knew that wasn't necessarily.
Oh my God, she must be one of those. Dude, she must be a nightmare in school.
going to be...
I'm sorry, I don't like to try and generalize about shit like that, but god damn it. I went to school with a girl that was in the Betty Spaghetti commercial. Trust me, every fucking kid in that school knew she was in the Betty Spaghetti commercial. And it's not because everybody was like, oh my god, I go to school with the girl that's in the Betty Spaghetti commercial. It's because she came back from that and was like delusional about how she's like, well, I'm actually famous now. It was just like...
or positive for them, but they plowed on with it anyways because ultimately they make a fair bit of money. I think the thing that's interesting is
that's crazy, dude.
The social media companies have
parenting.
always really strongly argued against the use of the word addiction. Is something that they like whenever, and even when I speak to people.
Love how they put it out there too, and they would probably just be like, "Don't judge me." Don't judge me as a parent. It's like, you put this out there. I'm going to.
Within the companies who don't agree with.
It's the same way that I put content out there that people can judge, and trust me, they do.
You know, who've left the companies saying don't agree.
Took the day off yesterday. Guess what? I guess the trolls missed me because they went and they tagged they went on a few of my other live streams and just fucking went into the comment section with their bullshit.
With how they operate. So. Everyone's quite wary of that word addiction.
So, Mariana, to be clear, in the end, did the jurors find that Meta and Google intentionally built these apps to be addictive?
Yeah, so the jury did rule that not just that the apps are addictive, but that they are deliberately engineered to be addictive. And that is why they decided...
By the way, that's based on testimony from the engineers, too.
The owners have been negligent and they haven't protected kids in the way that they should.
Mariana, you mentioned intentions. So let's talk more about intentions and the way that social media companies are building algorithms. You have been doing this fantastic... big investigation in which you heard from whistleblowers inside some of these social media companies like TikTok and Meta. What were the main allegations you heard?
Yeah, so I've spent the past year, really, more than a year, speaking to a range of different people who work in all sorts of teams within these social media companies and people who've not spoken out before, the majority.
Have I missed anything good? Honestly, this is pretty good. I mean, I've seen some people jump off because they're probably already... They're proving my point that our attention spans are shit, because this is very interesting. And like I said, this is something that Taylor Lorenz is or would be covering that I'd much rather have it covered by anyone else.
Some of them are whistleblowers who've...
So I present to you the British Taylor Lorenz.
Documentation.
I don't even know her name. That's just what she is to me right now.
Talk about their first-hand experience.
Got to get on with my day. Much love to you all. Stay safe. Rebecca, I always appreciate you popping on by. Again, thank you for the dono. And honestly, be safe and productive with your day. Hope to see you tomorrow.
Quite a lot of them have done it on camera.
If I don't catch you in chat tomorrow, obviously, it's because I'm walking around. But I'm going to be trying to check in with chat.
So they're doing it in their own names. Some of them are anonymous just to protect them because they still work within the industry or within the companies. Yeah, exactly. But I think what's so striking is, and my main takeaway from doing the investigation was that the algorithmic systems are essentially responsible for almost all of the harms that we point to all the time. So a lot of the time we're kind of saying, oh, look, people are seeing this kind of thing, or this, kids are exposed to this sort of content. It's ultimately about the design of the platforms and the systems.
Are you saying that the main takeaway you had from the whistleblowers you spoke with is that the design, the algorithms are at fault more so than the actual content? It's not like Tristan or Usma is out there spouting this like crazy hateful thing. It's that the algorithm is boosting, perhaps like harmful misinformation, racist, rage-baiting posts.
Yeah, essentially that. And obviously the people who post this stuff are responsible for what they post. But I think most people would be fine if this stuff wasn't being seen by millions of people. The difference is when it's being actively recommended and pushed to people. And that's why it kept coming back to the design, and it kept coming back to this issue of intentionality, which is what the companies are saying outwardly does not match up with what is going on the inside. And there are various reasons that...
What time am I starting stream tomorrow? I should be on by 10 o'clock Central, so 11 Eastern.
Blowers and insiders give for that. Some is to do with business and competing with other
ad revenue should be made illegal. It would change so many things. I don't necessarily...
Some is to...
Dude, can we not do the one thing that's literally keeping me afloat as a smaller fucking creator, Bryant? I'm going to be honest. Can we attack that when they start, like, I don't know, a little bit...
It's almost...
I'm going to push back on this one a little bit.
It's almost like a sort of... it's that careless. It is that idea of carelessness, but it's almost like there's a kind of cognitive dissonance sometimes between like what the companies sort of say that they think they're doing and then what is actually happening. It's sort of like being gaslit perpetually, which is why it's such a relief to speak to the people within the companies, because they'll say, no, this is what I was actually doing, or this is what we were told to do, or this is what I saw.
Well, I wanted to ask you about one of these moments of dissonance, which is when Mark Zuckerberg goes to
Okay, thanks. We'll be watching you
Congress
tomorrow.
in 2018. It's a sort of moment, a kind of humbling moment where he has to apologize.
Gen X should sue cereal companies and television studios for type 2 diabetes, all the toys.
For accusations that his company has destabilized different parts of the world.
No, I know you do. I know. That's the thing, Brian. Like,
and
no.
I wonder if you
and I don't even make that much ad revenue as a smaller creator, but it
could explain
trust me, it offsets
what happens next, because it surprised me.
Yeah, so there was this change that happened in that
ad regulations first,
period of time,
then ad revenue, like
sort of around 2018,
yeah,
which was Facebook at the time contributing to violence.
I don't find a lot of value in them either, to be completely honest.
In Myanmar.
Although I do have to admit that the K-pop Demon Hunters McDonald's commercial, they did a good job with that one, because immediately I was just like, oh.
After that, there was this kind of moment.
Try the fry salt
It felt
or
like
whatever.
a bit of a moment of reckoning where people like Mark Zuckerberg came forwards and said, look, we take responsibility for, not necessarily handling this as responsibly as we could have, and we're going to do better. And the company kind of said, Meta, which was then Facebook, said, let's try and go back to what we used to be like when it used to be just your friends and your family and people that you know. And this is this idea of sort of meaningful social interaction.
Because the other part about that is, even if they paid by subscription, then it's like they have to justify, even if it was like $1 per sub or whatever. Which, do you know how many people assume that's the case?
Metric
by the
that
way,
they could use to say, right, we're gonna make sure that
my
actually
own
you see
family
more
thought
stuff
that they're just like,
from
so does that mean you get do you get a percentage of that?
No, and that you like, and you're kind of seeing
Although somebody did point out that if I got a penny per view,
stuff from random people or from
hitting over 1 million views on my channel,
news outlets, or from about politics and those kinds of things.
So this is sort of back to basics idea.
The idea, yes. The problem is that you started to see how your next door neighbor or your uncle, who perhaps believes a really strange conspiracy theory, they're getting as much prominence as a reputable journalistic outlet, and that is then
actually they're probably getting more, because the thing is, the reputable journalists don't get as much engagement. Hell, I see legacy news programs getting barely anything. Look at Democracy Now! It's because they are just news. We appreciate that. And again, I mean, you're talking to somebody that listened to NPR in fucking high school to get, notified about the news. So I kind of understand it, but I also understand where people listen to it and are just like, boring.
And the problem, it's not like you're having meaning.
No, people want the excitement. That's why they love people like me. They like personalities. This is why they want personalities to tell them the news.
Interaction with these people.
Now, the only difference is, I mean,
it's just,
again, I'm not paid by any big corporation, any of that bullshit. And also, I'm not trying to grift anybody into thinking the same way as me. When I look at Benny Johnson, that shit's disgusting, because I don't think he even believes half the shit he says.
Amplifying the voices that offer the most
Truth
outrageous.
is boring. It doesn't sell off.
It's the most extreme ideas, because they get the most engagement and so on and so forth. And so you end up in a place where actually the fix has made the issue worse. This is all around the pandemic. I mean, you can think of all the kinds of stuff that was spreading during COVID, like the amount of misinformation about vaccines, about the virus. And by misinformation, I don't mean legitimate questions about restrictions. I mean, it's a hoax. The vaccine's going to kill millions of people. All of these things that are just explicitly disinformation.
Can I just ask that, isn't the counter argument to that, though, that the platform genuinely is a mirror on the world then, because they are just showing you your crazy uncle?
The problem is that that would be okay if your crazy uncle had the same prominence as your very reasonable best friend, but ultimately the crazy uncle is being given more of a platform.
You would see his posts more often.
Yeah, because
no, I mean, come on, we all noticed that.
They get more engagement.
We all, I mean, fucking A. Yeah. Is there a reason that every time I log on to Facebook, the first thing I see is a fucking New York Post article, even though I've blocked the New York Post?
If someone posts something really boring.
That's the shit that really started getting me, where I'm like, holy fucking shit. It's every time I log on.
Like, hello, today
every
I
goddamn
some
time.
banana bread and sat in my garden.
And it's just nothing but right-wing bullshit that wants me just so badly to engage with it because it understands, well, it thinks that it's just going to piss me off instead of me just going like, I know you're trying to piss me off. Fuck you. I'm not engaging.
Versus if someone says...
Trisha, this explains why your social media posts don't get as much engagement. It's just like,
Whereas someone says COVID is a hoax and it never happened and I know the secret, there's a secret plot happening and I'm going to tell you the truth.
Yeah, it doesn't get you that far on social media.
But
yeah, and then the thing is, it's the same thing that MAGA was craving before because they didn't have community. So once they got that taste of community, then they got more community through the fucking COVID shit where they're just like, oh, there's a bunch of people in my old community that think like me. Now we're a stronger community. Now I have friends.
Just because the way...
Literally none of these people would piss on each other to fucking put each other out if they were on fire.
The way that the systems are built is
I guess that's
fundamentally
how
on
they work.
emotion, and emotions like outrage are especially strong, and that's why you end up in this place. And again, this is the argument against the mirror thing.
I literally feel like without that mic being the mic that it is, you put one of like those old timey mics in front of her, you're literally looking at a fucking 70s podcast. When in the fuck did we just decide, yeah, you know what, diarrhea has a great color to it?
Active. They're not passive things. They are making decisions to put certain bits of content over other bits of content, to push you certain bits. The algorithm is perceiving what you engage with, what you spend time on, what you're hovering over, what you interact with, and giving you more of that. And so that will always bias the platforms towards stuff that is reactive.
And then, Mariana, to complicate the situation even more, in 2018, so this is around the same time this is all happening, TikTok...
I took a chance with this one because this one interested me. And this is what happens every time where I'm like, I want to watch something that's educational, but other people don't. They want more of the short form news. Like, honestly, the funniest part is like during my show, when people see me watching MS Now or like CNN, that's when they're just like, oh my God, now I'll engage.
Bursts on the scene here in the United States.
But for some reason, when it's something educational, they're just like, ew, knowledge.
States. And it quickly became a huge hit. And my understanding, in part from your reporting, is
everything was brown in the 80s because people smoked inside and the color palette disguise nicotine stains on everything.
That really complicates this
You're not wrong.
situation
I know.
for Meta, which at the time owns Instagram. And how much does that big tech rivalry fuel the decisions around algorithms?
Yeah, so TikTok, and I think the pandemic did play a big part in this as well, because TikTok started to become popular before the pandemic, and then the pandemic happens in 2020, and everyone has nothing to do, and there's this new, very sort of exciting short-form video platform where you can consume huge amounts of content, and it's not from anyone you follow. In fact, it's kind of the opposite of the meaningful social interaction stuff.
So you're not seeing your own.
You actually don't know. You're actually seeing just like anyone, like anyone and everyone. And actually, you don't need to follow anyone on TikTok.
Groups. I noticed that with groups that I didn't even follow. Like, I've been having this giant influx of like, again, right-wing groups, but some of it is like liberal stuff too, because I think they understand that I do have like back and forth with liberals that,
to just see the same creators.
I do kind of take some of that to Facebook occasionally.
That you want to see. I mean, TikTok emerges, and then lots of people I've spoken to on the inside of Meta say, including Matt, another insider who's an engineer, say to me, look, they just said, we've got to compete here. We can't not compete. And they launch Reels, which is their equivalent, Instagram and Facebook's equivalent of TikTok. But the problem is, whenever you introduce a new anything and you haven't necessarily tested it en masse, there's obviously going to be room for error.
Anytime you're introducing a new type of product, say Reels, there's an elevated risk because the infrastructure that existed before, it's either completely absent or it's very immature. So it's hard to prepare sufficiently in advance of that launch.
The issue is that there was a real uptick in the prevalence of certain harmful content in the comments, so violence and incitement, bullying and harassment, that kind of stuff.
In Feed, you have to convince the team that
kind of explains what happened with Shorts.
Owns Feed or that owns Reels.
The trans
to sign off on the product change that you want, but there's this power imbalance. They
in the 30 years they've owned the home, they have had to have their it repainted 4 times. Imagine what it's doing to their lungs.
Incentives to not let those products launch because toxic stuff gets more engagement than
Listen, as somebody who likes to use a little bit of the Mary Jane,
and Matt's argument as someone who worked in safety was,
I've noticed
why
that even that
like your approach was move fast and break things, and you've done that. But the problem is that you've basically left a load of people at risk when you should have properly tested this out before you did that, or built the necessary guardrails. But instead, you've focused on just making the kind of new feature as popular as possible, and now we're in a pickle. And the most concerning thing is that you had people like Matt who are presenting this kind of evidence to senior management, and seemingly that doesn't, there doesn't seem to, like, obviously they can then remedy those issues, but they've already happened. The impact on the users is already felt, particularly teenagers, and you can't undo that. And I think that's the issue, really, is that people almost don't realise that they are the guinea pigs and the test cases all the time for these new features.
So we're having this conversation with you in the context of the landmark social media trial we saw just this week. And in that case, as we mentioned, the plaintiff said that social media platforms had seriously harmed her mental health. And that reminded me of one of the people that you spoke with in your reporting. And that was a young man by the name of Callum, who said that he was also affected as a teenager by algorithms, but in a very different way. Can you tell us about him?
Yeah, so Callum was about 14 when he got really hooked on social media. He says that he was using most of the major platforms, really, and watching initially content that was about politics.
It started with immigration for me. I was sort of the perfect candidate. When I was 13 and 14, I was kind of struggling with a lot of insecurities around my ability to have friends and relationships. It was very easy for me to believe that the world was against me. It made me believe in this idea of decline.
What happened is he started to then consume more and more of this content.
You start getting recommended other.
That's why I use the gummies and whatnot.
Space where it then
Grandpa died of cancer. I'm not going out like that.
Feminism.
I mean, unfortunately, there's nothing that you can really do. Like, yes, not smoking and lung cancer, but the thing is, people without lung, that never smoked a day in their lives get lung cancer. I hate to say this, guys. If cancer's coming for you, likely it's going to, like, there's not much you can do because there's not, like, it's not like they're doing anything to prevent this shit. Look at the fucking rise. Like, me and my wife were just talking about this today. The rise of colon cancer in younger people, where our insurance doesn't cover colonoscopies now until 40, I think it's 42. It might be 45, but I think it's 42 because when I was looking into like the draft age and stuff, that just happened to be another thing where they're just like, what else do you wait for until you're like 42? But we need to move that to 35 now with the influx of colon cancer so we can have the preventative, like we can be preventative about this stuff, catch it early.
And talks about
like the amount of people, it's literally a fucking
LGBT,
an endemic or whatever. Like they're saying that this is going to. This is what really confuses me is they're acknowledging like how this is going to affect so many of us, but there's like no talks about class action lawsuits or where this is coming from.
He writes,
just, oh geez, there's just an influx of cancer in millennials. Gee, what happened?
And all of a sudden, you hear from a perspective that sounds reasonable at first, and then a couple months later, you believe literally everything in that space.
Mm-hmm.
But to be clear, Mariana, did he say he did not?
Yes, but that's, like, honestly, again, I think that I was poised to not get sucked into any of this shit because I had already left a cult. And I had already deconstructed. And the second that you deconstruct from one cult, you recognize how they use the same tactics in other shit, like the military or social media.
Have these opinions or attitudes prior to this, or he didn't have people in his real life who...
No, not at all. It was.
I mean, fuck. I remember when people used to call Howard Stern fans cultists,
like really,
like the cult of Howard Stern,
out of step.
Which you could actually argue there is a small subsect that is very like anything Howard does.
With his general,
they will
with
never
his
have any.
Yeah,
I got
exactly.
booted from a Howard Stern fan page for pointing out his connection to Epstein.
And he noticed how much it correlated with the time
similar
spent
power structures
on these.
Well, it's the same thing. So here, it's really not that complicated, guys. Listen, if I wanted to start the cult of Pep, all I would have to do is convince you guys that everybody is out to get you. Everybody's out to fuck you over, but I'm not. But here's the thing. You could also only find the truth from this channel. And in order to do that, you have to spend at least $50 to $100. And also make sure that you give a commitment. And that's why we ask you for monetary commitment, because it also shows that you're idealistically committed to this movement.
Platforms.
See what I mean?
And how much he was consuming this kind of content.
That's literally
and the thing that
tithing.
And this happened over a period of time, over several years. And it was only when he sort of was sort of 17, 18 years old, and he went to a different school, and in real life he was encountering people that were the kinds of people he was being told to hate, essentially.
Who were what, like immigrants?
Yeah,
women?
yeah, women, exactly. And
Smooth Bandit. Oh, I'm drafting myself into civil.
And they'd be able to have really productive, interesting conversations. And
Smooth Bandito.
he suddenly thought, oh, I think maybe what I've been being told is not necessarily
Sorry, I have a regular here named Bandit, which, you?
The case, but because he was so in this silo in his online world, and it was isolating him in real life too.
I've been wanting to talk about this publicly for over a year now, and now I've finally worked up the courage to talk about things I've kept quite close to myself. Decided to abandon my old racist and misogynistic views as they no longer made any sense to me in my head.
You're so effing
I think
angry.
it takes a lot of guts to
where are you so effing angry at, man? Is there anything that we can help with?
Actually say, like, I really got this wrong. I got really pulled into this.
Even
and
if you're
really
angry at politics, man, I hope that you can leave this stream feeling a little bit better.
impacted me, and I'm really sorry. And I want people to better understand how they can be exploited and targeted and kind of used for the sake of some of the influencers who were pushing this stuff, but actually also by the platforms who ultimately benefit from a user like Callum spending a huge amount of time on the platforms consuming this kind of outrage style content.
But again, like,
what do the platforms?
This is the reason nobody's shocked by this. Talk to any teacher; they would just look at you like, and you're just figuring this out.
Themselves say about the rage baitiness that Callum was experiencing. What are they actually doing about it?
So all of the platforms talk about the kinds of measures that they take to protect users, to limit the spread of harmful content. It was really interesting. So when I contacted them with the various allegations in the documentary, Meta said any suggestion that we deliberately, and the word deliberately is really interesting here, deliberately amplify harmful content for financial gain is wrong. TikTok said that the claims that the whistleblowers that the investigation made were fabricated, and that the company invested in technology that prevented harmful content from ever being viewed. When I contacted X, they shared the source code of their algorithm, which they released earlier this year, which essentially shows how if you reply to things, which broadly would be, e.g. if you're in an argument, that content is going to get much more prominence on the feed than if no one's arguing with or debating or engaging with it. And that was all they said. And
so that doesn't really deny the fact that they are promoting rage baiting.
No, not at all. I mean, they did.
Okay.
They did then send their guidelines where they talk about,
My little brother is an active Marine in the 3rd Air.
Freedom of speech versus freedom of reach, and how there's certain content that
I'm sorry to hear it. Well,
still aim not to amplify on their platforms.
You made an interesting aside there.
And I hope to God you never have. I hope you don't lose them. I'm just going to admit this. Again, I talked about how I was talking in therapy about like people who had died and left a major impression on me. Well, one of my friends, Pat, he died his second week into Iraq. And you know what?
You said that the use of the word deliberate.
Like I said, I hope you never have to feel that.
Was interesting. Can you just expand on that?
God, did I mention that his mom is like hardcore MAGA and like she will not accept any, talk of her kid not being a hero? Which I have a very complicated opinion on that. Where like I do think what he was doing was honorable, but not necessarily heroic.
So in their statement, Meta specifically say any suggestion.
Because the thing is, his mom believed this bullshit story that he was somehow moved post 9/11 to go and join the military because it was his patriotic duty. No, we had a fucking army recruiter tell him that he could pay off college before he even went, and that's like what he wanted to do, and he wanted to be a mechanic.
Suggestion that we deliberately amplify harmful content for financial gain is wrong. What that word deliberately does, for me at least, is
that he saw infantry paid more.
To say that's not saying we don't amplify harmful content, which we then financially benefit from. It's saying, well, if we do that, we don't mean to.
So,
but the problem is that the impact on users is the same. And this is the argument that all of
got
the
the
insiders
healing powers.
whistleblowers were making the whole time when I was talking to them. And that is,
Right,
I think, the place that we're at, where there's
breathing.
been a
Good.
bit of a sort of change, I would say,
Control
in
your
terms
breathing.
of society's
Also,
attitude.
dude, it's not the end of the world. Like
toward-
there is a lot of military personnel. He is one of many. Okay, so
these
just
companies, and that people are
hey man, I haven't caught your stream in a while. Hope you're doing well, and hope the wife is okay. Hey, thank you for that.
increasingly frustrated at a lack of transparency, at wanting
Glad to have you back.
answers, at wanting to understand what they're seeing, because so many people use social
You
media
guys can do me that solid.
and are,
you know,
and are
do
affected
the
by it.
thing.
And we're not just talking about kids and teenagers, we're talking about adults as well.
We're almost finished with
If
this.
this one case in California were to lead to
Here we go. This is what I really wanted to hear about was again the California case and where this is going.
a parade of more cases like it, how big of a threat could this be to social media platforms?
And there's several other trials
got a wasp down
taking place
here.
this year, I believe, in the United States, right?
Yeah, there are, exactly.
How
And
did
a
that
lot of
even
them
get
involve
down
like
here?
parents and children, but kind of asking for quite similar amounts of money as this case. The issue is
stung.
if this is a trigger for or further evidence, the issue for the companies when it comes to how they operate, perhaps them even being forced to overhaul their designs, which ultimately they were built in such a way, they were built in this algorithmic way. And if they decided to overhaul it, so they had, say, more proactive moderation, they kind of slowed down their algorithms, they didn't allow their algorithms to promote a whole range of different types of content, that would not be good for business. So you've got the possible having to overhaul how their platforms work. And then you've got the ban threat, which is almost like if they can't prove that they can make their systems safer and the way their platforms are built safer, then they do risk being banned in
My brother isn't on the front lines, mostly transporting equipment and personnel. Bad
places like
convoy. Just so you, okay, I'm not trying to scare you or anything, but convoys are actually what they target a lot more than you think.
what's happening on
That's what my friend Pat died. He died escorting a convoy, a roadside IED. Took him out.
Australia. There's an argument, and banned for under 16s. There's an argument that actually kids can get around this stuff. They can use VPNs. They can, you know, what impact does it have? But I would say, as one counterpoint, a lot of these companies are based in the United States, and Donald Trump's approach at the moment as president
Thanks,
to
guys.
the companies
Appreciate
is very different to, say, the new approach that the Prime Minister in the UK is taking, or that the government in Australia have taken, which is where they've been actually really quite, I mean, Keir Starmer has changed positions quite a lot on this, but broadly in European countries, Australia, there's been this kind of, these rumblings across the political spectrum of people saying, actually, when it comes to kids and teenagers, maybe we should ban
I'll say this much. I think the bot farms have calmed down a little bit.
this, or they need to have entirely separate platforms
That's
that,
for sure.
you know, have appropriate content for them. Donald Trump has been a huge kind of advocate for the social media companies. Certainly,
Well, he is an owner of a social media company.
He is
not?
Truth Social, and then also obviously he has a friendship.
Which, can we just acknowledge that nobody really uses it?
Slightly fractious.
He's the only one that uses it.
Times with Elon Musk, who owns X. When he took over, Mark Zuckerberg came in. And Mark Zuckerberg, who owns Meta, came in and kind of very quickly said, we're going to change some of our rules on fact checking, for example, in the United States, and we're going to prioritize freedom of expression, which was very much in line with Donald Trump's view of how the platform should work, which is you kind of should allow most people to be on them. You should allow most bits of content, let people make up their own minds. You shouldn't censor people. I do think that like Donald Trump is not president forever, we think. that over the next few years, the environment in the United States could change quite significantly. And under Joe Biden, there was a much kind of harsher approach to the companies and wanting them to perhaps do more to protect kids and teenagers and to prioritize safety, say, more so than freedom of expression as ideological points. And so I think if you're the companies, you've got one eye on that, which is, you know, if we lose our kind of support in the US, certainly from politicians, then we're in trouble. And that's another reason why these cases, I can imagine, are concerning them just a little bit.
Mariana, we have been talking throughout this episode about the potential harm caused to
Such a radical idea to let people think for themselves.
children or
I mean, when you really break it down, look at how much effort has gone into making sure we don't just constantly ask questions.
teenagers through social media.
And like, you know, to the point where we do get real answers. No. They want to make it like, dude, we live in conspiracy land.
Yeah. But
Where somehow every conspiracy theory is starting to make more sense than the shit that we live through.
I feel like, but I reckon that this trial and the trials that we are likely to continue to see
It's time for
raise
Article
all
2.
sorts of
I know.
questions about personal responsibility, parental responsibility. And I imagine some listeners hearing this conversation will wonder, well, what are the limits that a company can be held responsible for? And just, I mean, real quick, the reason this has been on my mind is, I've seen some chatter from some more libertarian folks who have concerns about what might happen as a result of this. I mean, for example, there's about 20% of children in the United States who are obese. Obesity is a huge problem, and you don't see sugar companies, soda companies on the hook for that.
Yeah, I think that it's interesting because the companies will often introduce tools, for example, like teen accounts, which exist on
You're just joining us. I have a wasp, which I have no idea how that ended up in here.
Where ultimately kind of parents can have oversight of what their kids are seeing or doing, but the responsibility is
my cat's
sort
hunting
of
him.
shipped out a little bit to the parents. I think that there's an argument that, everyone, including the people that are using social media for themselves, are responsible for how they behave. But I think this just comes back to the design thing, which is like no parent or teacher or police officer can account for the way that they're designed. They also don't benefit.
I was just about to kind of say that.
From it in the way that the companies do. Like the companies.
Yes, there's personal responsibility, but honestly, like when they design this shit to fuck with your brain and everybody's got a fucked brain because of it, I'm going to put the onus on them.
Huge amounts of money out of this. And I think that's why they're held to a standard that's
Too much talking about nothing. Take a break, go home, and we're talking about something actually pretty serious that isn't even necessarily like inherently political. This is what I can't stand, is when like people come into this chat and then they say some random shit like that where it's like, dude, this is educational and interesting, but fine, fuck off. Like, the fuck?
It's kind of like
that's right there, guys. Stop learning about this stuff. All right, you fucking psyop.
Well, hang on.
We get it, dude. How much did the Fed? Are you just a Fed bot? Are you paid by the Feds? Because honestly, at this point, anybody that comes in here is just like, stop learning. Gotta be a fucking Fed.
You guys benefit from these systems, and you're not protecting people.
Hey, Pap, did you like the jank video? What jank video? I don't know, Elaney.
And you need to do something about it.
That was Mariana.
What's he doing? What's going on with fucking jank now? I watched something with Jake on Piers Morgan the other day. He sent it in Discord. Oh, wait. When did you send it? I must have missed that one, man. I'm sorry. Let's see. Damn it. Yeah, I did. I can't even. I don't know. Sorry. I'm getting a little sick of Jenks back and forth. Was it about the Tucker Carlson thing? I don't even really know anymore. Sad the facts that facts are now they politicize facts. They literally make everything a political game. And then this is what I can't stand, is when some dipshit from MAGA spends hours politicizing something. And then the second that you respond with something that is like, good politics, they're just like, don't make this political. Here we go.
Joining me now is Johnny Jones, a TSA officer who serves as president of the American Confederation of Government Employees Local.
Why do I feel like that's disingenuously fucking framed? I don't. I'm not even fucking going there.
Secretary Treasurer of AFGE TSA Council 100. Welcome to you, Johnny. I understand you are currently at a food truck offering meals to TSA agents who are feeling this financial burden of not.
Oh wait, was this a clip from when he was trying to be Howard Stern?
Paycheck in 4.
Honestly, was it? Because I remember when they were trying to like toy with doing comedy and like shock jockery and politics.
President Trump.
The thing is, they're not me.
Said yesterday
they don't know how to do that mix properly.
That he will sign an executive order.
You actually have to be, I don't know, funny.
Directing TSA officers to get paid immediately.
Relatively.
First of all, Johnny, have you heard anything about how soon that money could hit bank accounts?
I love the fact that, TSA agents are just like, can you stop using us as political pawns? Which I gotta say, if Democrats have a smart bone in their bodies, which, hey, I would be shocked if they did, then they would protect TSA. They would move to codify the TSA from being exempt from any of these government shutdowns.
I'm being told right now. Well, first of all, thank you for having me.
But you know what? They love them some political pawns.
We are at
they
a
really
food truck
do.
Location. We're donating food to our TSA officers. They come to work every single day. Their paychecks are empty. Their bank accounts
Jackie the joke man.
But they're saying that we might get paid sometime relatively next week.
Oh damn it! I can't even do it. I used to have a.
There's a real crisis of making ends meet. This is a horrible situation for these officers.
And we've been hearing horror stories about TSA officers having to go out and sell blood and plasma just to put food on the table. Is that what you're hearing too?
Yes, most definitely. People are selling plasma. I was talking to a couple of them. They sold plasma the day before they came to the food drive. So yeah, there's definite issues there with people losing money. They don't have anything for their families. But we have hundreds and hundreds of officers outside getting donations from the North Texas Food Bank, and they're trying to fill up their grocery pantries.
You know, Johnny, it must feel kind of like a yo-yo, and not a good one, by the way, because this is not a game.
No,
I'm
they're
curious
literally,
your reaction to the latest
they are a political
negotiations
yo-yo.
surrounding the deal to end the shutdown. First, we hear that the Senate has a unanimous agreement. Then you hear that Mike Johnson.
Well, then hold on. Are they even going to bring up the Trump executive order? That means nothing.
And the Republicans are calling what they put forth as a crap sandwich, and they now say we might put something forward that would fund TSA and Department of Homeland Security for 8 weeks. And yet we have just heard during this interview,
my opinion, disband TSA, then they're just going to privatize it, dude.
That Chuck Schumer said.
And you're still going to be doing the same bullshit, having the same fucking fuckery. I mean, dude, we've seen how bad ICE is.
You put that back in the Senate?
Come on.
It's DOA, dead on arrival. What's your reaction to all
this? Well, that's very disheartening for the officers. They're sick and tired of being political pawns across the aisle. We're going into our third missed paycheck this weekend.
As much as you may love the chaos, honestly, like the ICE stuff, you do realize with training, and if they just acted like normal law enforcement and didn't kill 2 people, they would be like, so many people wouldn't even be paying attention to it.
People got a very small paycheck at the beginning.
You'd have assholes like me paying too close of attention, going, hey, how come they keep saying that they're arresting criminals, but they're not?
The shutdown, which was like 25% of the usual pay. If they end up doing this, it's going to be very.
Yeah, ban TSA after 9/11. That's the dumbest take I've heard.
Yeah. To be able to, they're going to be struggling. These guys are going to be having very difficult times in pursuit of pay. And I'm very disappointed to hear.
Yeah, sure they do.
That these guys are playing the games. They had a deal in the Senate. They need to go and pass.
Sure they do. That's why the Latin Kings are still in Chicago. That's why I brought this up. You know how they've been disingenuously using that one that lady that got shot here from Loyola? Again, I truly believe that it's like, oh, they needed that. Again, happens in Chicago. And then on top of it, they're like, yeah, we're going to lock him up, but then deport him. It's like, okay, where's he going?
That's what they had to send it.
You're like, he committed murder. How come you don't want him locked up in an American prison serving time for murder? That's fucked up. Why are you prioritizing deportation over actually convicting somebody of a crime they committed? Now, that is something you should be asking yourself. Somehow you believe that this guy, because we're Chicago, that we're just going to give him some cashless bail and just be like, hey, he's out on the street again. You guys believe in some really retarded shit when it comes to that. That's not how it works in Chicago. That's not how the fucking cash bail in Chicago works, and that's not why we had to go and fucking revise cash bail.
We have a real continued resolution.
What is this? And Johnny, what does this do to the mental health of these TSA officers, the kind of stress that they're facing?
That's why the whole purpose is to push them out of their jobs so they can fucking privatize this. Stop acting like this wasn't part of Project 2025. This is what really drives me nuts about these fucking legacy news networks. They don't just read the obvious fucking piece that was in front of us the entire time, laying out exactly what they were going to do and why. And they even told us how and when.
They're looking at the law.
But meanwhile, we're all like, hey, what's going on? Oh, my God. Did you see what the Republicans did? Oh, that's too bad.
Long, incessant lines. They don't get a break. They're covering for other agents who've had to leave their jobs or call out sick to make a point or both. I mean, what are people telling you? How are they feeling?
Well, right now, they are starving. They're out of money. They're frustrated.
because he won't. There's no guarantee that he's going to be in that home country's jail, dude. The thing is, he didn't commit that crime in that country, so it's a lot harder to actually prosecute them. You are putting it like you do understand that leads to like the possibility of him coming back here way more than, I don't know, locking him up for life. So wait a minute. By that fucking logic, do you want everybody out? Every dangerous person out on the fucking streets because you don't want your tax dollars paying to keep them in prison? Oh, you're one of those guys. Hold on. I might have to ban this guy straight up because if he says what I think he's going to say next, he's banned. If you're one of those guys that you're just like, K them all, get the fuck out of here, you fucking psychopath.
They are so mentally beat down because
You seriously are a fucking psycho.
last 5 months,
And honest to God, I know you have DUIs that you would have been picked up for the same bullshit.
with 3 of those without receiving a paycheck in a normal schedule. Over half of this, we're at
It's
the
always those same fucking wackadoos.
percentile for the whole.
The second that the cops come to their house, then they're the ones like you hear about them on the news barricading themselves, having a fucking SWAT situation.
Receive payment. So people are robbing Peter to pay Paul. They're trying to. It's a real hard balancing act. And I'm apologizing, filming live from the airport parking lot, giving out. You can hear.
They're a fucking moron, Brad. Or Breliden, whatever.
We care deeply about our officers, and the officers care deeply about the mission. They took oath to uphold the Constitution. That's what they're doing every single day.
Johnny, what do you want to see in terms of change so that TSA agents do not have to suffer and, to your point, be political pawns any longer or ever again?
Yeah, well, right now TSA officers are paid with their own personal finances and their own mental stress. What we need to say now is pay these guys, give everybody a $10,000 bonus, make the TSA officers feel like they're really appreciated for their sacrifice, because without a doubt, this is a sacrifice. Everything has went up, and these guys really stood strong and upheld their oath to the Constitution of the United States.
Johnny Jones, hang in there. Best of luck to you. Appreciate you and all you're doing for your colleagues there on TSA. Thanks, Johnny.
That's actually a funny response. Move to a good state like California, where deportation is already a potential effective criminal sentencing, and you can have the life you want, Brayladin. How's the weather over there? Hey, good evening, Robin. Good to see you. How you doing? Welcome to the show. Always happy to see you pop up and chat. All right. So, guys, now we're going to get to the war front, but this is not what you think it is. So apparently the Philippines is almost out of money. So this is affecting every country in very bad ways, and this is going to cascade and have a major impact on the American economy. We're kind of lucky that it's not happening already, but we'll see.
Well, the economic fallout from the US-Israel-Iran war continues. The president of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., has declared a state of national energy emergency in response to the Middle East conflict and what he is calling an imminent danger that is posed to the country's energy supply. Let's take you live to Manila. We can join our Asia business correspondent, Saranjana Tawari, who is there for us. What did the president say, Saranjana?
Yes, Lucy, this came in the form of an executive order, which, as with the US, it allows the government to take steps to take measures legally without having to go through Congress for approval. But this has really been bubbling under the surface. The Philippines has seen numerous price hikes since the conflict started in the Middle East. And one issue is that 98% of the Philippines' oil supplies comes through the Persian Gulf. And so the country has really been suffering from everything from transportation to the price of rice, which has more than doubled as well, because of course rice has to be transported from wherever it's imported from into the cities and out to the rural areas as well. There was another rate hike just today, and that takes the price of diesel and petrol as well to more than double since the conflict started. So what does this executive order mean? Well, it gives the government powers to control the distribution of food. It also is able to control movement and so reduce the reliance on energy as much. And there's also a big question mark because there were demonstrations organized for this coming Thursday and Friday. Emergency powers generally mean that the government can stop those types of demonstrations, but we've not heard anything about that just yet.
They're obviously protesting over the hardship that all of this is causing. Has there been any commitment from the President, Saranjana, for cash or for financial assistance for ordinary people?
Yeah, there's been subsidies, there's been handouts of subsidies and long queues in order to get them. But, you know, many drivers of buses, there are these open buses that you have here in the Philippines that most people commute on. They're very colorful, and it's estimated that in Manila alone, 9 million people use those every day. But the drivers that we spoke to said those subsidies are not enough to cover the rent
you're
of
having
those
an oh shit catch up ADHD moment.
and that they really need help with being able to increase prices, fares for their customers, and that's something else that the government controls. So perhaps with these measures, that could help as well. But the other issue is that those buses also transport kids to school, children all over the country, and they're not
causing all this
able
havoc.
to provide those services. And then, as I mentioned, food getting around the country is also a problem. Now, the government's implemented a number of other measures. It has already implemented a 4-day working week for office goers. It's also asked government employees to use the stairs instead of lifts. So there are these piecemeal measures, but this is really the biggest measure yet. And we understand that this is the first country in the world to declare
MAGA.
some sort of emergency as a...
No, fuck them. Seriously, I'm glad that Joe Rogan just came out saying that how stupid it was that they were even calling it Make America Great Again.
The president's choice to enter into a war with
Although, I'm so glad that he's just catching up.
Iran has not been widely popular with Congress, as Sarah was just discussing. It hasn't been popular with the American people either. So how is it...
Oh, wait. Did this guy just say that I'm living in my mommy's basement? Oh, you're so original, guys. Give him the originality reward.
Trump's approval rating. Sarah, Harris.
This guy, he's got the big insults. He should be roast master.
Harry Enton here now to run the numbers. So Harry, Fox was one of the initial polls, right? In terms of showing how the Iran war was sitting, it didn't really show that there was a big issue with it initially.
No, dude, they were showing a poll of 100% approval of Trump. 100% of MAGA approves of. Do you know how unlikely that is?
Things are changing this morning in this late.
Like, what the fuck? Like, how in the fuck is CNN even going to allow a poll like that to fucking go through? Like, where it's like,
This poll that we have out.
That's exactly. When you have, I don't know, people out there that would definitely show that there's problems with that count.
Exactly right. Look, when there was this slew of initial polls that came out, the Fox News poll was the one initial poll that did not show that the war was unpopular. That has changed. Trump has lost his one good poll when it comes to the Iran war, because just take a look here. Net approval rating of U.S. military action in Iran. In early March, it broke even, right? 0 points. What that essentially means is 50% approved, 50%.
But nobody's going to buy it because nobody listens to polls, and everybody thinks that polls are bullshit, blah, 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 blah. It's always the same shit, dude, where they're just like, we can't trust the polls. So just looking at them and being like, oh, okay, well, a certain subsect might feel that way. Yeah, just shut down. House Republicans reject Senate bill. Oh, it's official. They did it. Great. Great, great, great. Yay.
This is what the real world looks like. This is what my home looks like. A scared...
Yo. I'm gonna not do that? What the fuck? Okay, that's not cool. So how has that dude not been just blanket banned from YouTube for doing that? That's fucking insane. I hope you understand, like, just for, like, having a... Like, having somebody say you do that, like, they come for you. Like, that's fucking crazy.
Hey there, folks. Hope you're doing well today.
There we go.
Since
Dark
the
Brandon. Haven't watched a video from him in a while.
Spent a considerable amount of time on this channel investigating the outcome of voting against your own interests.
Go follow
Hell, we
Dark
even
Brandon
have
here.
leopard
Got a great channel.
mascots that help us deliver this. And we've spent so much time looking at so many different groups of people.
That's going to get stricken.
People who all
I have a
voted
feeling,
against
yeah.
their own interest.
I mean, I didn't play
But
it.
one
like,
group of people that we haven't
I showed it and then backed out, so I better not.
spent much time on is Gen Z men. And if we're being honest, the overwhelming support of Donald Trump by Gen Z men took everyone by surprise. Now we're over a year into Donald Trump's term. Have things improved for Gen Z men? Or is there clear evidence that they voted against their own interests? Well, let's explore some ideas. Have job opportunities improved? Have wages gone up? No and no. What about how...
Didn't he read the things that get strikes? Well, that's the thing. Like, Status Quo did that as a news report, which, again, the fact that they didn't blur it, like, that's wild, man. Like, I'll tell you what, right now, I'm going to have to go and blur that just to be safe, but
the cost of rent gone down?
That's crazy.
Or has housing become more affordable? No and no. What about prospects with women? Because this
he doesn't have politically operated snitch firms actively reporting him
was
for it.
really important to Gen Z,
which is weird because he's one of those guys that he's had multiple videos of him confronting ICE.
Have they mandated that women start following the direction of men yet?
Oh, Kenzie, what up?
Or
How you
have
doing?
they started importing women for American men? No and no. So all of those ideas all have to do with quality of life. And that's extremely important. Other important things would be like healthcare and education, but most Gen Z men don't care about that. You could look to Hasan
Did
Gold.
they hit you for a blurry?
6.5.
Honestly, no. I found out what happened. It was the mass reporting that did it. It had nothing to do with the actual video that we were watching.
6 to see they don't brush their teeth. And education is for idiots. But again,
now, some people are just big babies and they can't they literally make a game out of that kind of stuff.
Life ideas. But there are real outcomes, real scary outcomes.
No, it's all right. Don't worry.
Go way beyond
I can see why
quality
you
of
thought
life
that.
and instead could significantly jeopardize the life of these young Gen Z men. All the other people that voted against their own interest who voted for Donald Trump did have real outcomes. We saw the loved ones of Trump supporters be deported. We saw different Trump supporters lose their jobs. But it's very likely Gen Z men never imagined Donald Trump would turn on them so much that he would potentially draft them, then send them to war.
Good.
Now, we're not going to point to a smoking gun here, but
send him.
We are going to point to.
You wanted this, you want it. Like, that's my biggest thing about this shit is if they want to fucking crow about this shit online, get your ass to that recruitment station now.
Is a pattern of changes that indicate
Can't wait to I have a feeling I'm going to end up saying that live tomorrow.
Pivot in this scenario.
If there's any counter protesters where it's just like, if I notice that they're healthy enough, it's just like, why aren't you already there?
Change was around automatic selective service registration for men aged 18 to 26 in the United States. And just to add some context, this was signed into law on December 18th of 2025 as part of the National Defense Authorization Act. The Selective Service Systems is an independent federal agency
What's up with Woody Allen now? Who know what? I don't know.
Registry of individuals who could be called.
The fact that he's still not in jail or just like ostracized. God damn it, dude.
Service.
We live in such a fucked up world where we just let that guy not only groom his stepdaughter, but normalize that shit and then still continuously go like with a bunch of these people having their just head so far up their ass where they're just like, yeah, he makes high art. Did you guys see that one movie that was boring as shit about, this old guy that loves this young lady and it's unrequited love story, blah, blah, blah. Same movie over and over and over again.
During
a fucking most overrated piece of shit in Hollywood.
National emergency. Well, so keep in mind,
hate people like
the U.S.
again.
currently uses
but it's high art. No, it's not.
This is an all-volunteer military.
No, it's not.
The selective service system serves as a standby mechanism to ensure the government can conduct a fair and efficient draft if Congress and the president authorize one. Okay, so think about this. You have the mechanism.
Maggots are too afraid to wipe their own ass. They aren't going to war.
That's responsible for feeding the draft.
Hey, well
it's
said.
no longer voluntary.
Devin, if you don't mind hitting that subscribe button,
the government's
going to
use federal databases to automatically register all eligible individuals. Now it's the government, and it's going to move slow as a slug. So they have until December of 2026 to have the system fully operational. But in addition to this automatic enrollment, the SSS is now going to provide the Department of Defense the Department of War with more detailed registrant information, including email addresses and phone numbers. So let's just take a step back there for a second, right? We're seeing the Department of War automatically enroll.
Funny enough, again, now trans people, because they were like, yeah, we don't want trans people in the military. Well, they're the ones that are gonna get out of this. So.
Men between the ages of 18 and 26 in what the draft is being rebranded as, this selective service registration. And
Thought you
it's
did?
not
Oh,
just
thank
that
you.
automatic enrollment that we're seeing. We also
I gotta do the
recently saw
reminder.
that the age limit increased. Effective April
really appreciate
20th,
that.
2026, the maximum enlistment age for the Army was raised to 42.
42.
Not only that, but the Army removed the requirement for moral waivers for individuals with a single prior conviction for marijuana or
Ha-ha! Single. I got multiple.
drug paraphernalia possession. And so there we can see the Department of War is changing the requirements to open the ranks up to more potential people. But it's more than, ha-ha, you voted against your own interest. The leopards are eating your face moment. This is going to impact all Gen Z men, not just the ones that gave the middle finger to society. And I don't know how smart it is giving military training and a bunch of weapons to a bunch of disaffected men. All of this is just a recipe for disaster. Instead, how about we elect leaders that aren't going out starting wars that no one wants to fight and they have to draft people in order to do so? And so, again, we land on this idea that voting matters, that your vote matters, that you need to take all of this really seriously. That turns out pussy-grabbing con men might have been the wrong decision for our dear leader. And yet, here we are.
Isn't that fun? Yeah. There we go.
And hey, Benny, I feel like you're the one that I could convince the easiest because you're in decent enough shape. It would still take you a little while because you're not in great shape to get ready for a PT test. But Benny, think about the...
No, that's not true because the PT test requirements have also been kind of
options. Think about
pussified.
All of these strapping young.
I mean, I made a joke about how they let you do push-ups girly style.
Good-looking
Sorry, I
men
shouldn't
that
call it
you'll
that,
be
but
serving
you know what I mean.
with. And we all know your affinity for a young, strapping lad, Benny boy. It seems like the perfect choice for you.
Letstone. Back from doing your taxes? Nice. Hey, good job. Got them done before April. Hell yeah.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody, and I have absolutely fantastic news for you today. Very rare in the media cycle that we get great news. And at first, you guys are going to think, Nate, how is this good news? This sounds terrible, but you got to hear me out. And that is that the Army...
That's the opposite of what I've been hearing there, Joseph Bear. I've been hearing that Ukraine is almost out of money.
Just announced that it is increasing the enlistment age from 35 to 42, and you may be thinking, Nate, that doesn't sound great. It sounds like we're spiraling towards a draft. Well, yes, that's probably true. However, what the rest of the internet hasn't figured out yet, but Nate put 2 and 2 together for on this, is that now all of these MAGA pro-war simps that have been out there calling veterans cowards and supporting the war in Iran, you're all of fucking age to enlist now, you little cowards. Yes, the Tatums, the Shapiro.
They don't have any fucking ground to stand on anymore.
The Matt Walshes.
Fucking, why is Tim Pool? I mean, I know like he's like just barely a year older than me. Why isn't he joining up?
Benny Johnsons are all under.
His whole thing was the 35 excuse. Why didn't he rush to his recruitment office to join? Come on, Beanie Boy, you got the head shaved already.
42. So that's what we're going to talk about in this video. Issue a little public.
Do not besmirch Tim Pool. You know what? It's because he's too tough. He's too tough. You know what? I don't like this Pepper asshole sitting here besmirching one of my favorite people's names. I know I have a Pepper shirt on. It's because he kidnapped me and I'm stuck here. Save me. Save me, Tim Pool. Look, I voted. Kickflip.
Challenge to these pussies. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Also, guys, go grab yourself some brand new summer edition America First merch. All right, let's jump into it. Let's talk about it because... Yes, I am ecstatic today knowing that all of that shit that Officer
I like the fonting, but goddamn it.
And Ben Shapiro have been talking about veterans lately. Well, guess what? Time for you to put your money where your mouth is, you little simps. So let's talk about it. So first things first, yes, the Pentagon put out a couple days
by
ago
the way,
that the Army is allowing old...
Thoughts with Rectangles, one of my main mods that we haven't seen here in a long time. She's having some health things going on, so if you guys could keep her in your thoughts and also just kind of give her some love and chat. I know that she watches the show kind of randomly and just kind of lurks.
There are recruits to enlist. The Army is expanding its recruiting pool, raising the maximum enlistment age from 35 to 42 2. And of course,
BFT
this
is solid, dude.
does signal that we're
The thing is, probably
going to go into a massive
I
recruitment
may have disagreements with him, but overall, I think we agree on more than we disagree on.
crisis. We've talked about that in other videos. Because, yes, Gen Z has no interest in going and fighting war for a foreign country that they hate. But, again, the great news is these assholes are all able to enlist. So let's just go down the line. So let's start with Officer Tatum, as he thinks he's the toughest guy on the internet, as he's been calling out literal war heroes and calling them cowards. Well, again, time to put your money where your fat fucking mouth is, Tatum. Because, yes, Brandon Tatum is 38 years old. Oh, look at that. No longer over the age of enlistment, Brandon. In fact,
I'm
you've
older
got
than
4
him.
good years
Wait a minute.
that you could still enlist. And since you like to say shit like this,
I'll say Joe Kent.
Did I cover the Cash Act already? Yeah, that was one of the first stories that I covered.
Thank you for your.
It's really kind of it's not a nothing burger, but they're kind of insinuating that this is a warning shot. They're saying we got your stuff up till 2019. Be careful because it's like we can either get more or we have more.
You are a coward for what you did.
all right, buddy, that aged like sour milk now that you're within the age of enlistment. So I would hope and expect you've been so outwardly forward criticizing anybody who's against this war that you get off your fat, lazy ass, head down to the recruiting station and enlist. But let me put this out for Brandon. I'm actually
BFT fucking spitting here.
Offering to help you. I will come out and be your personal trainer to get you ready for this because you're 100 pounds overweight. There's no way you could pass a PT test. You're never going to pass height and weight. But with my help, we could get you there. And again, look at this guy. Look at this banner he's got up here. Make men men again, as he flexes. Well, yeah, Brandon, real men enlist and go fight the wars they support, buddy. Now, again,
That's funny. Most soldiers look like just fucking little dweebs.
And with tits bigger than my wife's is not a real man to begin with. But
most dudes don't look like him in the military.
Get you there, buddy. I promise. With my help, we'll get you on the front lines of battle within maybe
even
I
in
don't know, it's probably gonna take you
2003.
at least 6 months.
They're
to
pretty
lose the weight,
lax
but
on
we can
this
get you there. I
stuff.
promise.
It's not like
so this
they
is
were
the
like,
official
"You're getting a
challenge to
six-pack
Officer
while you're
Tatum.
here."
Since you're such an advocate for sending our sons and daughters to go die in a foreign conflict, time for you to show your worth. Show that you're not a coward and go do it yourself. And I would highly suggest everyone watching this video from now on, whenever you see him post anything on YouTube or Instagram, you flood his comments with the fact that he is 38 years old and that he needs to get down to the recruiter station. Otherwise, keep veterans' names out of your fat fucking mouth. All right, next. Ooh, this one is gonna sting. Yes, little Benny boy Shapiro just
42.
at the cutoff age. Ben, 42 years old, after 20 years of simping for the global war on terror and sending other Americans to go die in a foreign conflict. It is your time, my friend.
Yes,
Look at this. And actually perfect timing for Ben, because as you'll see, his YouTube channel is completely dead. Look at these view numbers. 30K, 54K. Bought some views on this one at 269, 49K, 53K, 50K. Oh my God, on a channel with 7
I'll be completely real.
million subscribers.
Careful with that one, VFT, because honestly, you got enough people that will do the same thing to you. Like just as well as you can hack it.
Benny boy, you're gonna
like when you
need a new job.
When you start falling off a little bit,
since everybody
it's going to be
hates your
pointed
fucking
out,
guts and nobody watches your channel, I'd highly suggest, again, you as well, put your money where your mouth is and head on down to the recruiter station. And again, here's another public offer to Ben Shapiro to help him, because he's obviously
this happens on the left
not going to be able to pass a PT test either, for different reasons than morbidly obese Tatum. Shapiro's being that he's such a tiny little bitch that he wouldn't be able to do more than probably 10 push-ups. So again, Ben Shapiro, I will come and be your personal trainer and get you to the point where you can pass a PT test as well. Okay, buddy? And again, if you're not willing to do it yourself, shut your fucking mouth. All right, guys, right now I know it feels like the world is constantly on edge from the war in Iran and political turmoil in places like Cuba that we're talking about invading. New conflicts seem to be appearing.
The amount of people I get in that like come in here to try and troll me, just being like, "Look at you! You only got like 21 people watching you." Blah 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 blah.
Every day. Luckily, there's a solution if you're looking for a good.
Just because I am like in charge of this channel and nobody can really tell me otherwise, except for the YouTube algorithm. Hey. Realistically, doesn't matter to me.
Biased news, and that is going to be ground news.
I consider myself. See, this is where I have to say I consider myself lucky every fucking day. Oh, you got himself a ground news sponsorship. You know what? You're so special. I had one of those with under 2,000 subs. So, all right, VFT. Cool.
Let's get back to the video. All right, who else we got? Here's another
Just so you know, it's not that fucking special.
Giant simp for the war. Yes, old Benny Johnson,
Piano
38
Cupido.
years old. It's funny how so many of these guys are younger
Hi.
than me even and still
Welcome to the show.
not serving. Yeah, you are now.
I do not recognize your name, so welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Hope you are enjoying
Now
yourself.
within the cutoff as well, Benny boy. Time to strap on that uniform. And hey, Benny, I feel like you're the
watch
one
when
that
I'm
I
free
can
trucker
convince
working.
the easiest.
Wait, you're a trucker and because you listen to this as a
You're in decent enough shape.
It's awesome.
It would still take you a little while because you're not in great shape to get ready for a PT test. But Benny, think about the options. Think about all of these strapping.
Someone who wanted to have his own Sirius XM show. That's awesome.
Young, fit,
because I know that's like
good-looking men
mostly
that
what
you'll be
truckers were
serving
using.
with. And we all know your affinity for a young, strapping lad, Benny boy. It seems like the perfect choice for you. Because again, you're out simping for other people's sons and daughters to go fight and die.
To be fair, 7 million views and 30K views is really dead. No, it is. It's the same with TYT, you could argue. But then I could also sit here and be like, yeah, 30K views is great.
You now can sign up and go fight for your...
Like, okay, actually, yeah, for like a channel like Ben's, TYT, like they pay other people. Like for me, yeah, that'd be fucking fantastic.
So
That'd
don't be a fucking coward,
sitting
Benny.
pretty there.
Show us what you're worth. Otherwise, you shut your fucking mouth too. Next one, Matt Walsh, 39 years old.
Wait.
But guess what, Matt?
But did you get the elusive and lucrative Raid Schmatto Schmedgen sponsor
Walsh
offer?
is actually going to get a pass on this because
only most elite streamers qualify
surprisingly,
for.
Matt Walsh has been anti-war from the
Hey,
very
what up,
beginning and
Ken?
has been
Thank you
critical
for,
of this
oh,
decision.
yeah.
Shockingly,
That-
I'm not sure how Ben
at
Shapiro
that
is
awesome
allowing him
logo.
to do it. So Matt Walsh, we're going to actually say good on you, buddy.
Recently
We are
changed
not gonna
my
call you out to
username.
have
I
to go
also
and
write
enlist
songs
and
on
fight and die in a
TikTok.
foreign country because
Cycle
you're
my
not
old
advocating
YouTube and
for
put
it.
my
So
songs
actually,
on.
good on you on this one,
Love
buddy.
your channel.
Now,
You're
another
awesome.
one
Thanks.
we need to talk about, and sort of a
What was your
parallel
old,
story
name?
to this, is David Goggins has re-enlisted to go Air Force Spec Warfare. I believe he's going to go to the PJ.
Seriously, thank you.
Course. And he did that at 51 years old.
I've got to learn how to take like those compliments and just be like, thanks.
So yes, David.
Yeah, I know.
David Goggins,
Instead, I'm
absolute
just like, oh,
total beast, 51 years old, just
they called me their
re-enlisted
favorite.
in
Oh
the
my
Air
God.
Force. And why is this relevant? Well, because he was able to get a waiver at 51 years old. And what does that mean? Yes, Dan Cuck Bongina, 51 years old. Look at that. We'll
Even
be
though
able
you
to
didn't say
get
that.
you
I had that
a
thrown at me yesterday
waiver
where I was
too,
just like,
buddy.
what?
Since again, you're another person who never served, who's advocating for other people's children to go die in a foreign war. So yes, even the Bongina is going to be able to enlist. Dan, I would expect to see, since you like to call everybody cowards and you're such a fake tough guy yourself, I'm expected to see you down at the recruitment office.
Too much hate, don't
as
worry
well.
about my own
Except
name.
this one,
Got
I
it.
hate your guts so fucking much that I'm not willing to help you at all. But I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out.
Not
Now,
best.
of course, the one we're all waiting for, we all know that everybody's been calling it. Yes, hashtag send Barron. Yes, I know he's busy trading oil futures off of his dad's insider trading info as he manipulates the stock market over this conflict, and he's now worth $150 million through corruption. But as it turns out, not a single person in the Trump family going back 100 years has ever served in the military. And so, yes, now it is officially
Bongina.
time
Yeah,
to
no,
send
I like what you
Barron to the front lines as well. And Barron Trump's young, perfect age, only 20 years old. I mean, you
So
could
I
have
could get a waiver
full
to enlist as a chaplain at 54.
20-year
Yeah.
career and be done by
you
40.
could.
Actually, finally bring some
I think that even like this is being underreported, but I'm pretty sure it was 60 up to 62. You could do that
type of honor to your
even
piece
before
of
they
shit
did this.
family. And again, that way your own family can put their money where their mouth is on this conflict. So as the United States prepares another 10,000 ground troops that are preparing to go to the Middle East for a war that is already won, luckily, as we enter this recruitment crisis
I'm glad
period
that
of time,
dude, seriously, this is why I like watching him, is because he's somebody that bought into most of the Trumper bullshit until, you know,
which, again, we all know is
it
about to
got
happen.
a little too much, but
Don't worry, now that the age limit has been increased, we have all sorts of MAGA simps who are so pro-war that I'm
glad they called them
sure
out.
will be in the recruiter's office this week signing up. Here's some of those tough MAGA guys now.
Oh, god damn it. Yeah, this one. This is hilarious. I gotta mute this, though. This is my land. Oh, he's so cool. Oh my god, he's so cool. I don't know how I could ever fucking compete. This guy's so cool. Fucking A, guys. fucking dude. Oh my God. Like, ladies, line up. Line up.
Peter Griffin here can do it. What's your excuse, Tatum? So again, anytime you see any of these guys post about
I'm just stalking.
About the Iran war, Shapiro, Tatum, Johnson,
what a dork.
Make sure you flood their comment section because remember, they're all young enough
fucking did the
to
little like
enlist and go
swing
fight
with
the
it
war
too.
themselves. I'm sure we're going to see some real bravery out of all
this
these guys.
God's weapon.
And they're going to, again, put their money where
How is he not embarrassed? Dude, he thought he was going to get so much puss with that one.
their mouth is.
Like he thought the ladies would be lining up in their fucking, girls drive pickup trucks.
Go serve the nation, right? Right. So we'll just have to wait and
Oh
see.
my
But until
God.
then, you should talk shit to them
Actually,
nonstop.
legit, my neighbor has I think she's like maybe 18. She has this giant truck that says, silly boys, girls drive trucks. It's just like,
what a bunch of fucking cowards they are. All right.
does she not understand?
That's going to do it for this one. Catch you all in the next video.
She's gonna end up pulling a liberal with that one because pretty sure none of them conservative dudes are gonna take it too well. Where it's just like, wait a minute, are you trying to say that you're technically more masculine than me? I can't have that. Here's a joke. What is yellow, black, and white? Screams profanities to God as it rolls downhill. Yeah, bus full of nuns. No, yeah, you got me. I heard that here for the first time. I had never heard that before. Holy shit, that was funny. Peps, for all you know, he's up to his ears in punai right now. Yeah, true. You know what? He could be. He totally could be. Democrat Party Civil War. Here we go. Do we get to that? Wait. What time is it? Holy shit. Did I really get through the news like that quick? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna pad this a little bit because that was fast. Jeez. Trump is growing bored of his war. Where is it?
During an interview yesterday with libertarian comedian Dave Smith, Joe Rogan.
I was going to cover this on Twitter, but fuck it.
And Smith repeatedly humiliated and called out both Donald Trump
Josiah,
and
for covering
MAGA
this.
on a whole host
But you know
of
what
issues,
I'm going to do?
ranging
Since
from
you like to
corruption
do
to
this thing where
cultishness.
you give very long-winded explanations because you got to hit that mid-roll. Let's just go to the actual video and then break. See, this is what I wish they would do. Like, if I was still making video content, this is exactly how I would do it. I'd be like, hey, welcome to the show. This is what we're covering now. Show it and then discuss.
It'll be interesting. I mean,
or pause, through it. I understand that you got to keep people engaged and also transform the content. That is you do have to do that. But as I said, guys, these guys are just trying to hit that mid-roll fucking beat and just the blah 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 blah, getting up to the fucking actual clip,
which is probably going to happen. But the Democrats take the House and the Senate in the midterm elections this year. I mean, they're going to be that'll just be the next 2 years of politics. Will be investigations and
some Democrat
subpoenas.
lady she just took over the seat in Trump's neighborhood where Mar-a-Lago is. So a Democrat lady just won.
Yep. Yeah. Well, they're going to. Yeah. I mean, look, in his first term, they impeached him.
See, this is why, you know what? Fuck it. This is why I kind of can say I understand where the Rogans and the comedians that were talking about this were coming
Twice
from
for
a little
absolute
bit.
bullshit. So
It doesn't make him any less of an idiot, but still.
they'll go after
can
him
just
for
say it.
anything. But I have a feeling now there's
Because
probably
remember, they're normies. They're just the normie people.
a lot more for them to investigate.
Who totally fucking, interview Peter Thiel and just talk about how billionaires are awesome and how AI could be God.
And work on stuff like this and the meme coin stuff and whatever business deal. I don't have the details at the top of my mind, but I do know that they said at one point that Jared Kushner would not be involved in
Guy
this
watching a guy watching a guy
administration at all because he does so much business over there, and it's just so they were like, oh no he won't, but now he totally is. It's him and
Jared Kushner, of course, is Donald
Pep,
Trump's
you didn't hash it out with the chat during the
son-in-law,
news.
who was basically
Well, it's kind of quiet today.
Particularly the shadow secretary of state during Trump's first term.
I've had like what, 1 or 2 people that just they came in with the same tired shit.
And he actually was given security clearances. Trump overrode the CIA and FBI, who suggested that Jared Kushner was going to be a liability and a potential national security breach because of all of his entanglements with foreign countries, including foreign adversaries. Trump overrode them and gave his son-in-law a really powerful White House official position. It's corruption and nepotism, the likes of which we've never seen. People talk about Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden was never given a position in the Biden administration.
Yep.
Only Trump has.
And that's why, honestly, the second that, like, Biden was out of office and then the first thing that he does is just like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's give Jared Kushner, let's give him a position as ambassador.
It's been that
it's just
nakedly
like,
corrupt.
what?
Again, Dave Smith, and you can even hear it here, you know, about how Trump was impeached over
You thrifted the most awesome person. It's ever. It's a
bunch
basket.
of bullshit.
Oh,
It's
nice.
not true. Both impeachments against Trump were perfectly valid. Trump was holding up
Thrifting
a congressionally
is
approved foreign
always
aid
fun.
to Ukraine in 2019 and tried to leverage it in exchange for Vladimir Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, launching
Actually,
an investigation.
me and my wife might be hitting an antique mall this weekend since we are going to the burbs.
From Ukraine into Joe Biden and Hunter Biden because Trump
Apparently
expected
they have
that
a
Joe Biden
kick-ass,
would eventually be
antique market there.
become his primary opponent in the 2020 election, which of course was true. So again, it's like, yeah, Congress has told me to give you this aid, but I'm going to dangle it over your head unless you agree to politically investigate my political opponent. That is naked corruption. That's a valid basis for impeachment. And if a Democrat had done that, Dave Smith would be also supporting impeachment. So again, he still has myopic, ridiculous views. Obviously, impeaching Trump over his attempts to steal the 2020 election and his fomenting of the January 6th insurrection, also perfectly valid. But anyone who pretends otherwise is an idiot or a liar.
Sorry,
but let's
guys.
continue. Here's another
If
clip.
you guys want to
You can
watch
see in
this video,
Minnesota.
I'm gonna
and
link it in the
rightfully
chat.
so. I completely understand that. But you see, like,
I feel bad that
you know,
I
saw
am just
one thing.
like
I saw that
skipping
Trump had
through, but-
asked the ICE agents
and
who were
I'm
going
just
to the
like-
airports to not wear their masks, and I was
boy.
like, is that even an option? Why would they be masked in the airport?
Because
But-
they're ICE agents. Because
Yeah.
they get doxxed.
Well, that's their concern. And look, I
Yeah.
understand
No,
that.
it's a real concern,
I
dude.
understand that concern.
organized.
But at the same time, you know, there is a balancing act there. And, you know, a lot of people, like a lot of right wingers, will say, hey, look, if you're, you know, if you
What
came
up,
here
Dick?
illegally, then that's a crime.
Dixon.
You're here illegally. That's the law. And
How you
hey,
doing?
I get that argument. But also, the supreme law of the land is the Constitution of the United States of America. And I've seen a ton of videos where there were masked ICE agents, not even identifying themselves, going up to people, telling them that you have to answer my questions. You don't have an option to walk away, which is like not
Well,
true
that was
at all.
my take on it, is that you can't accept people that are masked, that don't have any paperwork, that don't have a warrant on the streets in militarized situations. Because if they're using it for this, which you agree to, that opens up the door for them to use it because you won't take your vaccine or because you did this or did that or whatever the fuck it is. If a different person gets in power, maybe they're going to use it for something you don't support. It's just not something you.
Fair enough by Joe Rogan. Again, I think that both of them present both. Dave Smith goes with
now they say
the
it?
more philosophical criticism, and then Joe Rogan offers
because it's now a real possibility.
a prudential criticism. This is a good point. So again, there is a balancing act.
It's almost
here.
like the
Should
MAGA. It's almost like the MAGA cult is even starting to kind of sense that he might not actually have as much like just unchecked power as he thought he did.
ICE agents or really any federal agents be doxxed or harassed?
oh
let
shit,
alone their
he actually
families?
might
no.
lose, like,
and doxing
power?
laws again
Oh,
as somebody
no.
who it sounds so weird and like presumptuous to say this, but as a semi-public figure who gets recognized a lot when he goes out and as someone who is married, you know, like, of course I'm worried about doxing and stuff like that as well. I mean, I don't support it, and we should beef up anti-doxing laws and punishment and penalties
Still
for
with the
doxing.
vaccines. Oh yeah.
That said, the right of American citizens to know who the law enforcement agents are at the local, state, or federal level, not just ICE, but in general, and not just law enforcement, but also judge. That's a good point. So again, philosophy versus prudence. Here's another clip.
Why would he want to do this? Why would he want to look? I am not denying that the regime of Iran is a giant problem. I'm certainly not denying that.
Dude, leftists weren't either.
If I was Israel,
we were just going, not our fucking problem.
I would not.
Again, this idea of, you know, like, oh, yeah, we don't want to do another Ukraine. We don't want to constantly fund all these foreign adversaries and these foreign wars. And, you know, why are we constantly funding Israel when we don't even have health care? But they, like, that was the biggest insult where I'm like, wait, Israel has socialized medicine and we don't? And we're paying for their defense? Oh, fuck off.
I want them there. They hate.
Like, seriously, fuck all the way off.
Hate you. They're trying to get a nuclear weapon. They're right there. I get the Israel position. I totally understand how they're so just vehemently in defense of their homeland. Like, they're surrounded by people that hate them. They're the one Jewish country. Everyone else is a Muslim. They all want a caliphate. They all want to kill them. It's been going on forever. They think it's in God's word that they have it. It's a lot of craziness.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. Why now? Like, why now? Like, what does that make any sense?
Well, Trump himself has said, which literally this would be like considered an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory if anyone else had said it, but Donald Trump has openly talked about many times how the Adelsons give him all this money and they come by every day and all they have is another demand on behalf of Israel. Donald Trump also very early in his
Rogan has no idea what he's talking about. That's part of the problem.
Political career got in trouble with the Israel law.
What I don't like about Rogan is how he plays both sides, where he's just like, I'm just an idiot comic, man, but I also know a lot about this stuff.
And then immediately pivoted
instead of
to,
doing like, hey, I know something about something here, but I'm also an idiot. Like, had he done that swap of it, okay.
Blaming to winning their favor back over by saying he would tear up the JCPOA, the Iran deal that Obama got us into.
That's the difference.
And that contributed immensely to the situation that we are in. Donald Trump created the circumstances, the alleged circumstances for this war. He's not simply responding to them. This is a war of choice, but to the extent that this was in response to circumstances about the threat of, nuclear weaponization by Iran, well, Trump was the one who set the stage for that by shredding the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, which, based on all accounts, was working and successfully deterring Iran from pursuing a nuclear weapon. Trump shredded the deal. He unilaterally revoked the deal. There's a provision in the deal that if the United States, leaves the deal, then Iran is free to pursue higher levels of enrichment. They chose to do it. And even if the deal didn't allow for it, why wouldn't they do that? If you and I have a deal, the deal is effectively broken if you break the terms. Why am I obligated to uphold a contract that you, the other party to the contract, have just shredded? The contract, by definition, in order to be binding, requires both parties to agree to adhere to it. And the contract ceases to function if you violate the contract. And that's exactly what Trump did. But again, Joe Rogan is pointing out that Donald Trump was the one who campaigned on this stuff. And it's foolish of him to renege on his promises. But again, he's never been a truth teller. He's never been interested in that. The whole point was to do a bait and switch. But here's another clip.
7. And the fact is that, as we're already seeing, they can target ships in the Strait of Hormuz. They can target our assets, our bases.
Okay, we're going to have kind of a classic show today. I got the next clip that I have is kind of funny.
In the region, they can target our allies. Yes. And this is a big problem. And so, it seems like Donald Trump got into this thinking it would be like Venezuela. It would be quick and bloodless and easy, and he could claim victory. Now that it's not gone that way, it seems like he's kind of scrambling for what the off-ramp is here.
So even there, Dave Smith is acknowledging and Joe Rogan are acknowledging that Trump is scrambling to try to find some sort of exit ramp, to save face. And yet at the same time, all the signs are that, the war is escalating and not drawing down. It could be because Iran at this point has been sufficiently pushed by Trump where they're not going to be the ones to blink, even if they're, effectively vaporized. They're prepared to see this all the way through, at least based on what we see right now. So there you have it, folks. We continue to track the departure of, prominent MAGA podcasters and influencers like Dave Smith and Theo Vaughn and Tim Dillon and Andrew Schultz. And again, Joe Rogan, who's the biggest name out of all of them, vacillating back and forth. Yes, he's become increasingly critical, but I think, he's kind of dug in at this point, as embarrassed as he is, that Trump is objectively more corrupt and more dishonest and more greedy and narcissistic than any Democrat. He doesn't want to just openly make the next turn and say, you know what, I apologize. I should not have endorsed him. I should not have supported him. He's obviously worse, and we need to see what the Republican Party looks like beyond him. But there you have it. Either way, it's good to see these people openly criticizing Trump. In the meantime, let me know what you think in the comments.
Artemis 2 astronauts arrive in Florida for the first trip to the moon in 53 years. I love how this story is buried because there's a lot of discussion going on in the community, like the space community, that this is not going to end up happening. They think that, Polymarket's jumped on it where they think they're just going to abort the mission, but we'll see. Apparently there are still some major issues, specifically with the heating, like the heat plates, where they're just like, yeah, they had this like weird deal with NASA where they had to use the old technology when they had newer technology that is way more efficient. So I'll even admit that was a little fucked up. Artemis is done. I think it is. I think Artemis is done. I don't think it's going to happen. Because think about it. Why else is this not one of the biggest stories in media? Like, even though we have the war and we have all this stuff, dude, Trump would be talking about this. We're about to go to the moon. We're about to go to the moon. I'm going to send some Space Force security with them. Yeah, Polymarket's saying that it's going to get scrubbed. Which, did you guys see that Polymarket's now available in the U.S.? Oh, shit. Jesus! The fuck is going on with this shit lately? Like, you gotta go do this. You see how I gotta reset it now? That's what happens when I lose my my creator account. Damn. Alright. Anything breaking? I mean, I love how Tiger Woods arrested at the crash scene on suspicion of DUI. You know what? I love how every time that he like does something like this, the first thing that you hear from like some like old dudes is just like, I hope he can play in the next PGA Tour. Fucking weirdos. I love golf that much to where I love this man. God, Trump's just such an ugly fucker. He really is. Like, let's just be real. He's not a, like, there is something just, he's an odd looking dude. All right, so, fuck it, we'll go into some of this stuff now. Ooh, actually, let's do the more perfect union thing, because this does kind of tie into the news. See how I hit that? You see how I hit that? I hit that like button. You guys can do the same thing to help me out on this channel. I do appreciate that. Oh, no, are we going back to, like, the bowling shirts? Oh, no.
When the place you come home to becomes a war zone, it doesn't feel good.
Oh, my God. Literally looking like a fucking trombonist for a ska band.
Two fucks about what's going on with your house. Nobody cares if you're sick.
See that fucking black mold? Jesus.
Any of that, as long as they're selling houses.
The top home builders in America are making Wall Street
fucking shout out More Perfect Union for doing this, by the way.
Investors rich, but you are paying the price.
What people are willing to do frightens me in the name of profit.
Companies like D.R. Horton, Lennar, and Pulte are the
D.R. Horton has a moratorium on new builds in Chicago here.
Largest home builders in America.
I got caught doing some really shady shit.
At D.R. Horton house. When we first bought the home 2 months later, our son's playroom was covered in mold.
This has been the biggest nightmare of my entire life, and I wouldn't wish this upon anybody.
Not only have these home builders been building
My brother actually just got sick with mold poisoning.
Worse homes, but they've also
He's only 27.
Also been playing a role in raising the prices of homes across
26.
The country.
The housing market is actually seeing the highest, most expensive homes in more than decades.
As home builders have pushed prices out of reach for many buyers, they've also created a new dystopian model. Builds entire communities to sell directly to Wall Street landlords.
You'll own nothing and be happy.
The question for us now is, are we going to
own nothing and be happy?
To allow that to happen?
Yep.
To understand how Wall Street has been slowly killing the single-family home, I went to Texas to investigate the biggest home builder in America.
Feel that shit. Every time I fly, I'm just,
I
want to be here.
What I found not only explains why many Americans can't buy homes until their 40s, but also serves as a warning for what's to come.
D.R. Horton currently builds about 1 out of every 7 new homes in America. And last year they made $4.4 billion for their shareholders.
That market dominance gives D.R. Horton the power to dictate how homes are priced and sold through 5 tactics that maximize their profit while pushing the cost onto you. The first tactic, incentivize. In 2023, Sarah and Eric Munoz bought a D.R. Horton home in San Antonio.
Oh, yeah,
and
Sylvia,
at
I'll
first
check
it
it
looks
out.
like a great deal.
When we came across the D.R. Horton home, the model looked good. It seemed like a slam dunk.
One of the things that the salesman did push was we'll be able to give you these discounts and, you know, special perks like the fridge or the washer and dryer.
All those enticing incentives are par for the course with D.R. Horton.
Incredible pricing, incredible incentives.
For D.R. Horton, of course we're going to pay up to $10,000 in closing costs.
You could have a mortgage payment of $19.50 a month versus $22.50 a month.
Last year, 81% of all D.R. Horton home sales went through their own mortgage department, which has access to
They literally just took the fucking used car model.
cheaper
They were just like, oh, this is how we'll
Street
do it.
capital than most
Actually,
lenders.
new car model.
But this sleight of hand is actually inflating home
Think about
prices
it.
across the market. Stay with me while we do some math. For a $2,000 monthly payment at 6% interest, you can probably get a home in the $300,000 range. But if you get a 4% rate from D.R. Horton, you may be able to get a house that's in the $400,000 range. These incentives seem like a good deal for buyers, and shareholders love them too.
Can you discuss what you're seeing in the market in terms of home prices?
We focus predominantly on incentives where we can, and that's allowed us to maintain a lot of our base pricing across the country.
To translate that corporate speak, because of their incentives, D.R. Horton can keep home prices higher than they actually are.
Yep.
Then those inflated numbers enter real estate database.
Yes, and once it's in the real estate database, this is why you're seeing Zillow freak the fuck out over shit like this.
And can push home prices higher,
Yep.
even beyond D.R. Horton's
Yep.
own subdivisions.
In response to my reporting,
this
D.R.
is
Horton
happening in
said that
apartment
these mortgage
complexes right now in
incentives
Chicago,
make
too.
monthly payments more manageable for buyers, but did not answer my question about maintaining their base prices.
And as
Oh,
home
my
buyers
cat
are
is
paying
sleeping on the
more,
dog
they are
bed.
often getting homes that are made as cheaply as possible, which brings us to tactic number 2, cut costs.
The home definitely had some issues right off the bat. The frame of the home was kind of set up like Jenga.
Basic.
Fuck? What the fuck? Yo, okay, so I am not a carpenter. I have had to fix bad carpentry though. Yo, who provided your home inspector? What the? Who the fuck is? Who did that? D.R. Horton. That's a D.R. Horton house. This is insanity, guys. I hope you understand that. Again, this is a major fucking structure in the roof right here. Like this is one of the points, right? So this would never pass any inspection that was worth half a fucking damn.
Basically just moved freely, which was
Fucking
horrific.
crazy.
Because in my mind, I was like, oh,
That is fucking crazy to me.
gust of wind is taking this whole thing down.
The frame of the
Look at that. That's a new build. That's a brand new build.
His home is bad, but it gets
holy shit
worse.
Buy a D.R. Horton house, they said. I don't know if you can tell. That's mold.
That's mold, and that's danger right there.
It's everywhere!
You're on your third shower replacement due to leaks and mold.
Over here, we've got the world's biggest crack in my foundation.
It's a D.R. Horton house. Not only are some of these houses poorly built, but they are actually making people sick.
There's mold everywhere. I mean, the whole thing is just like riddled with.
That's insanity.
My daughter had these nosebleeds that were so bad. She had blood tears, which was absolutely terrifying and insane. Never seen anybody have blood come out of their eyes unless they're having a literal aneurysm. It's really fun to have.
How high was that, Carpenter? I don't get it. I don't get it. Like dude, I know that in Chicago and like Illinois in general, like you can't have, like, D.R. Horton tried to fight this, but you can't have D.R. Horton provide the home inspector, which
a 6-year-old.
Yeah, I think that there's reasons that this isn't happening in mass in Chicago because they actually have to do this, but this actually makes sense with red. Like, think about how red states operate, where they're like, we're cutting the red tape. We don't want all them regulations. Okay. Have fun paying for this shit because they ain't on the hook for it because of what you fucking. That's the shit you vote for. Right there. When you don't want regulations, that's the shit that fucking happens.
You if they're going to die, and you legitimately don't have an answer for
fuck. And the most. Honest to God, every time that I talk to somebody, it's just like, I don't like all the red tape that's like that goes around in, you know, with Chicago and building and the aldermen, blah, blah, blah. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, no, you just want to fucking be a corrupt motherfucker. And again, this dude has like multiple houses, multiple trucks, all that bullshit.
them because you
Fucking greed, dude.
you know what the hell's going on.
Brand new homes. This is their American dream. They bought these houses. They took on a mortgage, and within what? Not even 5 years, their house is. That's what is uninhabitable. I mean, that much black mold. I'm shocked that they're even allowed in the fucking building.
After speaking with homeowners like Madeline, I asked D.R. Horton to comment on these recurring mold issues.
Yeah, as I said, but that's why we don't have these issues, Dixon. For real. Like, you can, again, try and make this as a political thing, like the way that you want to, where you're just like, yeah, but Republicans are better at that. No, this is Republican policy. It's staring you in the fucking face.
Responded that they stand behind their homes with comprehensive warranties.
This is the abundance model. Oh, thanks, Ezra Klein.
And a dedicated customer care team. It seems like it would be bad business to construct homes that make your clients sick, but that hasn't been the case for D.R. Horton. Last year, they spent $194 million on home repairs.
That's one of the dumbest things I've like heard in my chat in a while, or seen in my chat, Colonial Charlie.
And litigation costs.
Really? Oh, so now you're one of those anti-science guys? Okay, get fucked.
That's a lot of money.
Seriously, can you all like kind of just go to your own area where you can have all your little diseases and all like the influxes of things that we have all agreed to get rid of and live better lives with?
For sure. But it's.
I mean, if you don't think science, like honestly, if you think science is such bullshit, why don't you just go live in some black mold?
Only about.
Please, by all means.
4.5% of what their shareholders made in the same year.
On the stick and brick side, is there still opportunity to take more cost out? Where are you in the process of sort of clawing back some more?
Oh, that was sarcasm? Okay, my bad.
We believe there's still.
You gotta admit.
Opportunity.
It's hard to fucking you can't tell inflection when you're reading shit in chat. So
Clawing back,
you need to literally put like a little star and sarc.
Back money to make the cheapest possible homes.
I shouldn't have to be the one to be like, hey,
but dear,
this is the embarrassment's not on me on this one.
Horton has been using another tactic to deceive homebuyers across the
That's
country.
what you hear from Mogo.
Manipulate monthly payments. A new class action lawsuit alleges that D.R. Horton has been intentionally deceiving homebuyers about their monthly payments
You make
to sell
good gaming background noise. Hey,
people more
always
expensive
good for that.
homes.
Appreciate
The
it.
Munoz family experienced this firsthand. They had been paying about $1,000 a year in property taxes, and then it suddenly went up to $6,500 a year.
Yep. We just in Illinois, in Chicago, like Chicagoland specifically. Yeah, we're dealing with this.
My mindset.
And then on top of it, they fucking approved a bunch of data centers that we had absolutely no say in, despite the fact that most, like any other building getting built within the fucking 45-mile radius like that, we would have a fucking public hearing about.
That was, all I had to do was work a little more, maybe catch a second, third job.
I was very pregnant at the time, so it was just a lot for me to handle. I told my husband, I can't do this anymore.
It was not easy.
You're still sitting here saying to the moon
to come to,
and you're sitting here legitimately like, yay, crypto.
To come to the realization, like,
it's not gonna save you, dude.
Probably have to
trust me,
go of the house that was sold to us as a dream.
The Munoz family didn't know that buried in their contract was a notice that their monthly payments could go up.
Yeah, the pro rates.
Just kept flipping papers past us, and they're like, sign here, sign this, do this, and very little explanation.
This is why you need a closing attorney, though.
The Munozes claim that the D.R. Horton agent did.
I mean, I had a good closing attorney when I did my house here, and I also had a great home inspector.
That the property taxes were assessed for a piece of land with no actual house on it. Then that number was built into the monthly payment to make.
Yeah, but I'm also going to just say, with this story here, I got into a little bit of a tiff. Not even a tiff. I got into, just a disagreement with my wife about this because she kept trying to say how like old builds have these same types of problems. I'm like, no. I don't think you understand how bad this epidemic is with D.R. Horton and these newly built houses. And the problem is also they look great on the outside. They do. Like, honestly, we got into this conversation because one of my friends, he's living in a condo that was just built. The first day I was there, I noticed that his AC unit, right? There was no sealant around like what the pipe in the house. There was a gap about this big. I was just like, that's mice like all up in your house. And the thing is, you could see into the house. I'm like, that's also you're losing air. Like, what the fuck? This is just like basic shit.
It looked like the house was within their budget, even though it wasn't.
Hold up, this is straight up fraud. Yes.
Home that we came into.
Yes, this is straight up fraud.
In the beginning.
But the thing is, this is on such an industrial scale. And again, we have Donald Trump in office. So whoever is the CEOs and the tops of are at the top of D.R. Horton, they're not going to see anything from this. They're not even going to get regulated. Honestly, they'll probably lobby the Democrats and they're not going to do anything about it either. And they'll just be like, our hands are tied.
It was just picturesque. As we're loading everything up and driving away, it's just like leaving behind a nightmare in the distance.
Now plaintiffs across the country who experienced this alleged monthly payment suppression scheme are seeking RICO charges.
Good. Wow. They just skipped right past the class action. They're like, we're going for RICO, bitches.
Meanwhile,
you fucking criminals.
D.R. Horton and
you fucking criminals.
Their main competitor, Lennar, are profiting from a different tactic.
That shit.
Sell directly to investors.
Fuck these people. Fuck these criminals. Seriously, look at these builds. I can't. Dude, again, I'm just a fucking homeowner that, like, I know the difference between fucking proper seal, like having a roof that's properly sealed and insulated. And this what the fuck is that gap?
Home is going to be.
Do you understand how much weather is coming through there?
600
and animals and just
161 square feet. And if you go onto Lennar's new
structural too, that roof's coming down.
Investor portal, you can see exactly how much.
$134 fucking $1,000 for that.
Investors can make off of a
what in the fuck
home like this.
In Texas?
Understand the impact of investors in these new developments, I went to a Lennar community on the outskirts of Dallas, where I met
what the fuck?
Sonia Nelson.
I was hopeful to.
Yo, people move to Texas from like Chicago and places because they're just like, yeah, things are better there. No.
Build a nice community with neighbors, and what I found was that every single.
Just say white people.
House.
Just say white people.
To the left and to the right of mine are rental.
How does it make you feel that
I wanted a certain amount of neighbors?
Investors are buying up so many single-family homes?
It's very disappointing to me. It makes me mad, actually, because I think it's making the prices higher, artificially high, and then these communities are becoming more just rental communities.
Recently, Trump has
which then leads to what?
Been comparing big home builders to the oil cartel OPEC, while pushing back on Wall Street landlords.
Funniest part is,
homes
I
are
do
built
get the
for
vibe
people,
that she
not for
cares.
corporations and America.
Like, I'm gonna just say what I'm thinking. I get the vibe that when a black person moves into that neighborhood, immediately she's just like, well, that's gonna devalue my property.
Will not become a nation of renters. That's why I have signed an executive order banning large institutional investors from buying single-family homes.
But when I looked more closely at the executive order, there was an exemption carved out just for big home builders to keep selling entire subdivisions directly to Wall Street investors.
Yeah, it's for the mom and pop
investors.
Yeah, DB Cooper or DB Cooper.
Which conveniently is the same model Bill Pulte invested in before becoming one of Trump's top housing officials. This may look like
Of course somebody that's a housing official in the fucking Trump administration is directly responsible and tied to the company who is fucking building houses that are killing people out of just being fucking built like shit.
Like other subdivisions, but people here can't actually buy these houses. This is something called a build-to-rent community. Kendall Graves and his family have lived here for 4 years. Do you eventually want to buy a house?
Yeah, that's the goal eventually. So that's why we're here right now, so we can save up and then eventually go out and buy our own home.
How does it feel to live in a community that is owned by an investor?
It feels kind of weird, I guess. We had an issue like with our air conditioner one time. In the middle of summer, it took over like 2 weeks for them to like fix our AC. So we were like kind of displaced and went and lived at our parents' house for that time.
Now that you're thinking of buying a home, saving up, like what kind of house would you want to get?
Not a Lennar home, I'll tell you that. Not a Lennar.
You will own nothing and like it.
Probably
yeah?
not a DR Horton, just probably go with a better builder.
Wall Street-backed home builders
must be bummed.
decimating the single-family home has actually been going on for decades.
Well, the thing is, Ethan Klein technically, even as like a real estate guy, he's not gonna be affected by that executive order because he's technically the mom and pop places that they're talking about.
Which brings me to the final tactic in their playbook: build
less homes. That's exactly
Home building was very different 50, 60 years ago.
Yes. Then they're going to focus on the rental communities like that. That's what they're doing here in Chicago.
Just like one home
we
builder.
had the option to build an entire new neighborhood of fucking single-family homes, and they were just like, "Nah, we're going to build apartments." And a lot of people, especially on the left, like in Chicago, were like, "Yeah, that's what we should be doing." But I saw the fine print where it's like, "No, no, 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 no. That's not the no." They are trying to make sure that everybody is paying. And again, these places are like the gentrified condos where it's just like the rent is just as high as your average fucking mortgage.
You had multiple home builders, and they all
insane.
competed against each other to build houses for people.
You know,
That meant
like the only time that you see young people living in those tenements too is when their daddy or mommy fucking paid for it.
We had plentiful housing.
The rest of it sits empty.
During the savings and loan crisis in the 1980s,
That's a problem we're having too. It's just
local
a bunch of like housing that's just sitting empty because
banks
same with New York.
disappeared, which meant that many small home builders couldn't get loans.
But if you were a big home builder with, connections to Wall Street, capital markets, you could go public.
Hey, government, could you build affordable housing, please? No, fuck you, data center.
And get capital that way, which they then spent not necessarily on, being more efficient or building more houses, but on buying up more and more home builders and consolidating the industry.
As the industry consolidated, big home builders gained more control over how many homes get built.
Yeah, except Ryland back then, even as like one of the bigger places, they still had to adhere to the regulations. That's why those houses are not falling apart.
On Wall Street, they call that discipline.
Like, be real here too. Like, this is where I can see what my wife meant is that no matter what house you buy, it's always going to have problems. Like, trust me, being a homeowner, that's what happens. That's why renting does have its upsides. But realistically, again, like when you're trying to build equity, and that's the American dream right there, is to have equity.
Discipline.
But that's also why they're trying to push to where it's like, yeah, put your equity in the stock market, which again, no guarantee that can't be fucking manipulated and then just gone tomorrow.
Returns with discipline. We exceeded the highest.
But with land, yes, like if you actually have that little chunk, then you got like what I hate to say this, like the way that I'm sitting, I have more than your average American because I do have a house that's a little bit older. And also like I got in pre-Trump's bullshit.
And a discipline.
First time, by the way.
DFW real estate agent Aaron Lehman has been seeing this firsthand.
You need commie blocks? I mean,
we're looking at new.
Listen, if we can do something where we can prove that this stuff doesn't turn into Cuba, because again, we covered this about the Cuban trip where as much as we want to sit here talking about the embargoes and all this shit, no, it is still corrupt as shit.
New builds, right?
New builds.
And so that's actually lower than it was in like even the late 70s.
Yep.
Why is that? Because
like public housing is like in Chicago, we actually have some like public housing, but dude, even some of that public housing, like
it seems like there's even
it's rent control.
More people now.
Consolidation in the industry.
But even with the rent control, like I don't, again, they do this really shady thing where they're just like, well, inflation's up. So technically, even with rent control, we're just meeting the market price. So for instance, one of my friends lives in government housing, essentially. So his rent control was at $825 when he first moved in. He's paying over $1,000 now because of the way that they calculated it based on inflation. And they also did this really shitty thing where they were like, we're coming in and remodeling your place, and we're going to have to charge you more for it.
Throttle production.
Instead of more houses being built, there's been less. And when I've been listening to some shareholder calls, they're using this word discipline a lot.
That's one way to phrase it, and that's sadly what we've done to the housing market is we've turned it into, a plaything, a toy for wealthy people to, use it as an investment tool.
A Johns Hopkins study estimated that homebuilder
Yes, too many regulations. Oh, you mean like, I don't know, making sure that it doesn't just fucking turn into a mold pit?
consolidation
Shut the fuck up with that shit.
reduced housing production by roughly $106 billion.
Not saying you specifically, just saying like, no, I got no tolerance for that. That's what I'm saying. The regulations. Yeah, most consumers like that.
Dollars a year.
Realistically, when it comes to, I don't know, buying a house, you kind of like to know that there were some regulations making it so it doesn't just fall apart and you're buying a fucking lemon. I'm sorry that the profit margin doesn't really fit the fucking, the person that's already making too much fucking money. Greedy bastards!
Between 2005 and 2016.
Never enough. Need more. More. Gimme. Then you just die alone like the rest of everybody else on this fucking planet, taking none of it with you, but you hoarded it, all of it.
One way they've been able to slow down home
Yeah, really great legacy.
production is by sitting on vast tracts of land. This piece of land is owned by 4Star, which is a majority-owned subsidiary of D.R. Horton. Through 4Star, D.R. Horton is able to control hundreds of thousands of lots that most other builders can't build on, which again is leading to less homes being built. Right now, our housing policies
That's not free market.
are structured.
Honestly, the free market would determine who makes the better houses. So if you have better quality, then you're forced to kind of compete and have better quality. What you want is for there to be no regulation so they can pinch every fucking penny out of us.
So that the home is
you greedy fuck.
less of a place to
I get it, man. You're a Republican through and through.
live and more of a cash flowing
Greed rules your entire existence.
asset for Wall Street. So how do we get
You literally do that. I bet you drive through poor neighborhoods, or you're probably poor. You're probably not that well off, and you probably go into fucking poorer neighborhoods just to feel a little bit better about yourself.
out of this mess?
Don't you?
The good news is,
At least I have more than them.
it's not an unsolvable problem. We do have solutions. We just need political leaders with the will to see them through.
To keep us from entering a society of perma-renters,
Free market just means let rich people do whatever the fuck they want. Yep.
handing our checks
Yeah, but don't tax them. Don't you dare even fucking bring that up.
over to private equity landlords,
Commie.
we need to get Wall Street out of owning single-family homes. Another solution would be to create better loans for small builders to make the market more competitive. Next, builders like D.R. Horton need to
They
get
don't
back
want
to
that.
just
This guy doesn't want that because D.R. Horton has the right to rule the free market and not do shit to actually make consumers better off.
being builders.
No, they fucking literally put them into fucking lifelong debt and then give them extra expenses on top of it. If they even get to keep their house, because usually with that amount of mold, they will come and condemn it immediately.
Not mortgage lenders, land hoarders, and landlords.
Before the 1980s,
Single family
basic
business. You mean the thing that's dying off quicker than the idea of the American dream?
philosophy of American economic policy was
You think that like home ownership is dying off quicker than fucking family businesses? Come on, my guy.
we wanted communities to be able to govern themselves, and we wanted people to own.
When people talk about mom and pop shops now, they're talking the fucking the Walton family. Yeah, we gotta have another Walmart.
Own property so that
Give a
they
shit.
would have a stake in
They
the
just want slaves, dude.
society.
They literally showed that when they went to the UN or NATO or wherever, and they were just like, yeah, there's only two places that decided that, yeah, slavery is bad. And US and Israel were just like, I don't know about that.
As the industry became more subject
You own a business? Figures.
to control by Wall Street investors,
Literally figures.
they put home ownership out of reach
My dad owned a business too, and I would literally call him out the same exact way to his face.
for lots of
I did.
But
I used to call him out for
the good
being a
news
greedy son
is
of a bitch.
we can fix it. We fixed it before, and we can do it again.
and how, like, all of these things that he thinks politically all happen to be, like, yeah, it's like, oh, okay, you know, well, the rest like your regulation, that's good. That's good.
All right, everybody, I think...
All right, fuck it. I have a video that I want to play just because it's likely to piss us all off. Adam Mockler is so milquetoast, and milquetoast is almost being too fair for him. But yeah, we got pause face. Oh yeah. MAGA is collapsing in on itself. I did not pre-watch this video, so I have no idea what he's gonna say. This is gonna be interesting.
I think this might really be it. I'm not just wish casting. MAGA is quite literally collapsing in on itself from a few...
He does this a lot, so that's where I'm kind of like, okay.
Fronts right now. Not only is Congress in disarray, not only are we about 2 months out from MAGA Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, like the largest advocate of Trumpism in the world, resigning from Congress due to the
single businesses are dying because of the long-invested billionaires clawing away money from local economies. Yep.
Epstein files. But this new Iran war situation is also splitting up the conservatives at this new...
You know what? Fuck it. You're here a lot, Danny. What's your industry? I'm not trying to dox your business in any way. Just what industry do you work in?
Political conference. So I just wanted to talk.
How safe is your industry from private equity?
You all a few minutes in a very raw, genuine manner about the current state of MAGA as
or AI.
I see it. Somebody who debates them. I've been to many of these rallies. I have friends from back in Indiana where I grew up. I currently live in Chicago, but when I grew up in Indiana, I have friends who are still MAGA, and I see the way they post. I see what they like, and the movement is currently fracturing. So drop a like.
You know what's really fucked up? This is how you know that you've lived in a city too long. I kind of have an idea of like where he lives, just based on that bookcase, because the apartments that my sister used to live in had the same exact wall of bookcases.
Getting very close to 2 million followers, and that would be a record for Gen Z independent media, and we're beating MAGA every single day. So just to back up, the Iranian war is currently
service and construction,
crippling the pocket of so many Americans. Gas prices are spiking, and gas prices underlie the cost of other goods.
Just wait,
even MAGA
man.
Americans cannot close their eyes in the same
Wait until they roll out those robots that all of a sudden take away your
way they could with January
your profits
6th.
Because all of a sudden you can't afford them, but your competitor can.
The insane Rob Reiner posts, the awful policies that affect only the most vulnerable Americans.
They jack the insurance so you can't even pay employees.
Slashing Medicaid. These are the things that
they're going to do to fuck your business. And the thing is, they don't give a fuck that you voted for Trump or give a fuck if you have an R next to your name. They are going to fuck you just as bad as everybody else, bud.
MAGA people can oftentimes...
It's only a matter of time.
Ignore. Sometimes it affects them, but oftentimes they do not care until it reaches them. But gas prices spiking and the price of everything spiking affects everybody, even beyond the hardcore MAGA.
The reality is 1 minute away from the 420.
There are tens of millions of American voters who voted for Trump because they weren't hardcore.
All right, here.
Core MAGA, but they just thought that Trump would vaguely be better for the economy, and they thought that Democrats kind of screwed up under Biden. This is a very real type of person that I have talked to, that I have debated with, and oftentimes they are more just a confused, apathetic voter. Those people are very rapidly jumping ship. America has slightly moved to the left, and even Scott Jennings admitted this during our...
This was from 7 years ago, my guy. 7 years ago. Now you see how slow it's moving and how you've got this idea of like, oh, a robot could never do my job. Just picture this again from 7 years ago happening at this speed. Yeah, you're not safe.
Last CNN debate, he admitted verbatim that America has likely moved to the left since the 2024 election. The question,
and the fact that you're in denial about this tells me that you know
just how
it's just like everybody else that's working in the insurance industry that thinks that AI can't do what they do.
How much
data entry AI can't do. Like they're banking on AI too much. Look, they just got rid of Sora.
We're going to win this midterms by how much are we going to continue to dominate like we did in the special election where Mar-a-Lago is now a district that is blue. Trump's Mar-a-Lago is now under a Democrat's rule. Even Joe Rogan said on his show, I don't quote Joe Rogan a lot, but he said MAGA's full of dorks. I want you to take a look at this
he did.
clip because JD Vance then responded to it.
You know, the phrase "Make America Great Again." I don't care. Then
But
fine.
if that phrase sucks, here's the thing.
Finally!
Like, first of all, America is great. Make America greater, I'm down. But make America great again, and then it becomes a movement of a bunch of fucking dorks, because a lot of them are dorks. A lot of them these really weird fucking uninteresting, unintelligent people that have got something and they cling to. And there's a lot of people that are just real, genuine patriots. And they're all lumped into this one group, and you got to accept the dorks too. Fuck that.
Yeah, they're almost all just dorks. Here's J.D. Vance responding to this.
Joe says MAGA's full of dorks. What do you think? You consider yourself a dork? Is MAGA's dorks?
I mean, just the two of you sitting there going,
I think we...
Yeah, you're exactly who they're talking about.
Many fewer dorks to the far left, but everybody's got some dorks.
I'm not sure about that. Watch the CPAC conference just today.
How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No. That was the wrong answer. Let me try it again. How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No.
This idiot was asking how many people want to see Trump get impeached, and they were supposed to boo. But it sounds like he's asking how many people want to hear like impeachment hearings for the Democrats. The crowd very clearly got confused. I can't tell who's dumber here, the guy on stage or the people in the crowd. There's also a notable divide in MAGA going on at this conservative political action committee that is on screen now. This brings me to the next phase of the MAGA divide. Watch these interviews.
This is not a war. This is not an award. Oh my God, I absolutely support the President of the United States of America.
I'm at CPAC in Dallas. It's the biggest conservative conference in the country. And lots of people here are talking about the war in Iran. Trump is not speaking at this event this year, but in the past, when he has spoken here, he's talked a lot about not starting new wars.
When it comes to Iran, how do you feel about that?
I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all. I mean, President Trump ran on no new wars. I feel like we've been...
Again, he really thinks that his base is so dumb.
Opted in...
They'll forget about it. They don't care about any of this shit.
...to a war that shouldn't be ours. It should be Israel's.
We want to say, Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for helping Iranian people.
What do you think of the war with Iran at the moment?
Unfortunately, I think it's necessary.
You do?
Yes, and he's the only president that had the backbone to take it on.
Do you believe that Israel forced the U.S. into...
Oh, glad that she's only got another 10 years left on this fucking planet.
War?
Absolutely.
Yeah, glad. I'm so glad that she gets to see that.
Absolutely not. Donald Trump does what Donald Trump wants to do.
I don't think Trump is really controlled by anybody, as much as everyone would like to control him. But I do question some of the things when it comes to, are we just going to bend over everything for Israel, you know?
What do you say to some Republicans?
There's very clearly a generational divide happening, not only at CPAC, not only in the Republican Party, but...
Well, think about it, dude. If that robot, which again, it's not all going to be humanoids. Like, they keep showing the humanoid ones because I think that it's literally like they're trying to do this weird thing where they're just like, yeah, see? But then they'll roll out the ones that have the wheels and the more practical fucking reality to it.
All across them.
Where it's just like, it literally, like, they drive up with a big crane arm, and then that thing just builds the house.
America. But right now, MAGA is very rapidly fracturing. Not only is MAGA, number one, full of dorks.
Bro, trust me, man. The only reason I see it right now, even in your responses, you're just like, no way.
Not only...
Come on.
Did these dorks vote for somebody who promised that he...
You don't have to say I'm right, but you have to admit that it's like, nah, I'm on the right track, because I can... How in the fuck can you just ignore that? Like I said, that video was from 7 years ago.
Have no new wars. They got betrayed. Lower prices. They got betrayed. Lower gas prices. No. The Epstein files released. Honestly, quite the opposite. But at the end of the day, this CPAC conference is highlighting that he doesn't give a shit. He didn't show up. He's currently bragging about his gold horses. I don't even know. He's bragging about random stuff at a press conference that I'm going to cover right after this video. And people at CPAC are just quite oblivious.
People say, well, this is Israel's war. It shouldn't be America's war.
Reporting, predictive analytics and risk forecasting, drone-based site intelligence, reality capture, digital twins,
bless Israel will be blessed.
wearables, smart job sites, robotics and labor augmentation.
You feel disappointed in the president?
There we go. And
You
autonomous
still support him?
remote equipment.
I want him to succeed. I certainly do. I think it's to be determined on, if I can remain to support him. We'll see how the next 6 months go, and we'll see what happens.
Are you concerned that this war drags on?
Absolutely.
Now, this is Roger Stone's nephew. This is Alex Stone. If you've been watching the Adam Mockler channel for a while, we debated him about a year and a half back at a Trump rally during the election season.
Absolutely. We hear this phrase.
He's a huge America First Trump supporter, right? So the fact that he said he may not support Trump is insane.
War drags on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We hear the phrase America First. Let's put America first.
Oh, yeah, those robots will build 24/7. They don't need to stop except a charge. Yep.
And I'm concerned that this isn't putting America first.
It absolutely is not putting America first. We're asking for $200 billion for an endless war in the Middle East. We've run this experiment, this exact experiment, in a country that starts with the letters IRA. It didn't go well. Didn't go well in Iraq. Didn't go well in Afghanistan. And now we're going to try to deploy thousands of more troops and 82nd Airborne Division to the Middle East in an attempt to rewrite history, redo this war. Repeat history? Hell no. We're going to continue to push back every single day on the Adam Mockler feed. Make sure you drop a like. Subscribe below. We're getting close to 2 mil. I love you all.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The U.S.-Israeli war in Iran has entered its 28th day. Iranian officials say the war's killed nearly 2,000 people in Iran. Earlier today, Israel's defense minister said Israeli attacks on Iran will escalate and expand. Meanwhile, President Trump's extended his deadline for Iran to fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Trump is now threatening to obliterate Iran's power plants on April 6th if the strait isn't reopened. Trump claimed talks with Iran are going well. This is Trump speaking during Thursday's cabinet meeting.
They now have a chance to make a deal, but that's up to them. And they'll tell you, we're not negotiating. We will not negotiate. Of course they negotiated. They've been obliterated. Who wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make a deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal. And if they make the right deal, then the strait will open up. Hormuz Strait will open up.
Iran has...
I like how Pete Hexas is just looking like he said it.
Repeatedly denied it's engaging in direct talks with the U.S. Earlier today, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said friendly countries have conveyed messages between the two countries, but no dialogue has occurred. On Thursday, supporters of the Iranian government rallied in Tehran.
Trump's whole approach is psychological warfare. He's only playing psychological and media games and making a mockery of himself in front of the world. Everyone knows that Trump is a bluffer and a major liar.
Yes.
That has been proven to everyone.
Except for his base.
We're joined now by Jeremy Scahill. He's been closely following the war in Iran and the reports about negotiations.
Hello, all over here, the nice chat.
Jeremy is co-founder of Dropsite News.
That's why I still keep it open.
Jeremy, thanks so much for being with us. Well, why don't you start off with the latest news that yesterday President Trump said at Iran's request he's extending the deadline for bombing Iran's infrastructure by 10 days.
Well, Amy, I within minutes of Trump posting that message on Truth Social, I spoke to a senior Iranian official who told me immediately that Trump is not being truthful and that Iran made no such request. And if it is the case that Trump is lying about this, it's part of a multi-week pattern that has extended basically throughout the duration of this war that the U.S. and Israel initiated on February 28th. What I'm told by Iranian officials is that on roughly the third day of the bombing, Steve Witkoff, President Trump's special envoy, began sending WhatsApp messages and other messages through intermediaries to Iranian officials asking for talks about winding down the war. This is just in the initial first few days. And, you know, there's some indication that Trump believed that by assassinating Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and other senior Iranian officials, that somehow the Iranian government was going to collapse quickly.
Dude.
And it seems that they really underestimated both Iran.
No, it didn't.
Will to fight
tax
this
return
war,
was just
but also
about the
its
same,
capacity to
and that's with the no tax on tips and all that bullshit.
Striking. Almost every day, you have War Secretary
because there wasn't really no tax on tips.
Pete Hegseth standing before the American people at the Pentagon and saying Iran's missile capacity has been degraded by 90%, its drone capacity degraded by 95%, and Iran continues to strike at U.S. military facilities across the Persian Gulf and is intensifying its attacks against Israel. While
honestly, I'll say this about the Iranian videos: the fact that they're using like American pop culture against us, and honestly, the AI,
which the world was also
it's the same bullshit that fucking Trump was sharing.
Was decimated,
you know, with him with the fighter jet shitting on the protesters.
Israel a year ago has continued to.
Kind of funny how like all of a sudden some in MAGA are just like, oh, I don't like this. Why would they do this?
To inflict deaths and other casualties on Israeli occupation forces.
All they got.
The U.S. is the party that has been consistently asking for talks. And early last week, I did a story, Amy, where I learned from Iranian officials that Steve Witkoff had been directly text messaging Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister. And when I went for comment to the White House, just to say, typically when I ask for comment from the White House, they respond by saying, we direct you to the last Truth Social post of Donald Trump or the comments he made on Air Force One. But this time, the White House went ballistic and accused Dropsite News of carrying water for Islamic terrorists, called us abhorrent, said that we're engaged in quote, America last behavior, and then they quickly leaked to Barack Ravid of Axios.
I mean, dude, Jeremy Scahill has been the enemy of like the American presidential regimes since Bush, and Obama, ironically, didn't really like him as much
either.
either.
Journalists, an alternative bizarro world version of this story where they said it's actually the Iranians that have been begging Steve Witkoff for talks.
Trump-hating asshole. Well, get used to it because a majority of the country hates the guy.
What happened is that a few days ago,
his approval ratings are so in the tank that even MAGA is starting to leave his ass.
The White House
Yeah. People notice that gas thing. Now I kind of understand why all you idiots were just like, but the gas prices were down.
Began saying that
now that they're up, yeah, it doesn't control the gas prices.
When Trump himself said it, that there are direct talks happening between Iran and the White House. I spoke to Iranian officials. They said this is completely false, that once again, the U.S. is asking for talks and is sending messages.
I have a
through
fuzzy
Pakistan,
memory on
Turkey,
this. Are you certain things from the LBC
and Egypt? And so it's clear here that Donald Trump is not being truthful. You could say at some points he's just blatantly lying. But the question is why? It's possible, as the Iranians allege, that a large part of this is market manipulation.
You might not even have to wait that long, dude. Danny, the world is not in a very stable place, and the economy is not in a very stable place. Now, I know that you guys might watch some media that tells you everything's just fine. These leftists are out there they're going crazy. Oh, they have TDS. Oh, but do you ever think that they tell you that so you don't listen, so you don't actually agree and have that moment of clarity where you're like, I may not agree with this guy, but I did notice this.
That people are making a lot of money off.
Or is it that thing where you're just like, nope, I can't be wrong. If I'm wrong about Trump, that means I'm wrong about too many other things. So I just need to continue this delusion.
Of these announcements, but also trying to calm oil
while ignoring the fact that you're actually delusional.
Markets. It's also possible that the United States is trying to float these ideas to sort of spy on
40 years of voting experience
command to see who the actual deal makers are. It's also possible that given the fact that the United States has bombed Iran twice in the past year while claiming to be in negotiations, that this entire thing is a front, a facade that is being presented, albeit in a clumsy Trump-esque way, because the U.S. is planning some sort of a...
So, theoretically, Danny, if I'm right, and Trump does that somehow tank your business, would you actually have the balls to come to my channel and be like, hey, Pep Docs, I fucked up?
Larger...
Or would you just be like, no, you know what? I must have been a bad businessman. I must have not. I just didn't see the writing on the wall here. Like, what is it? Like, when do you fucking finally just go, yeah, fuck this?
Operation against Iran.
And again, the whole issue.
And you're in construction, so diesel can't be helping you.
Deploying thousands of U.S. power troopers to the Persian Gulf, the possibility of a...
The immigration shit shouldn't be helping you either, or that can't be helping much either.
Land invasion of perhaps Clark Island.
Amy, I've looked closely at these deployments, and, I don't think that the United States...
No. It's not about the balls to be here. I'm talking about the balls to admit you were wrong.
It has a large enough presence of troops and other weaponry to...
Because as I see it right now, the way that things are heading, we are more likely to have you actually get fucked by a bunch of this stuff. Yeah, lumber costs.
Engage in a full-scale...
Yeah, trust me, I saw that.
Invasion of Iran imminently.
Try to price out fucking just about 1,000 square feet to try and rebuild my deck.
Operations forces, rapid expeditionary units
year.
Of the Marines to engage in some sort of limited incursion or attempt to seize a part of territory, or perhaps even to do some kind of a special operations raid. I've heard from some sources that there are concepts of operations that have been worked up by the Pentagon to explore possibly a targeted operation at Iran's enriched uranium disks. And the purpose of such an operation, you could call it like a spectacular operation, something akin to an Osama bin Laden night raid, is because Trump has painted himself into a corner. He is undoubtedly in a quagmire. They completely underestimated Iran's military capacity. And so,
yeah, except this war.
Part of what made
what are you talking about?
Is that,
dude, in under a year, the guy has fucking almost collapsed the economy.
The Pentagon
and is on track to do just that.
Is giving Trump
without any of the fucking left-wing fear-mongering. For real, dude. The fact is, by September, we're looking at 5.1% inflation, and honestly, it doesn't look like that we're not going to be seeing that, because every time that Trump has like the ability to make sure that we don't, he somehow doubles down on this shit.
Trump options where he could sort of...
I'm glad that his rich friends were able to make those fucking bets like right at the fucking last minute, last week with that insider trading, but...
declare a fake victory by having something
Are you part of that?
tangible to point to. There's
I just learned. We just learn about snowshoes and
also been a series of really bizarre
the axe. Oh no, I did that on my own time.
Posts on the White House's Twitter feed over the past
distribution of weight and axles. I learned again science, something that some people in this chat do not like.
Hours or so with these pixelated images, and then a video that if you play it backwards says that, like, a surprise is coming. It's possible that the White House is contemplating some form of a raid or special operation that they believe would give Trump an ability to say, we've won our victory. The Iranians have repeatedly said, both publicly and to me also in private, that they would welcome an attempt by the United States to actually seize part of Iranian territory because it would allow Iran to use shorter range weapon systems. It would almost certainly inflict deaths and casualties on American occupation forces. While it's possible,
trust me, they understand the optics of just a few ground troops coming back in fucking boxes.
That the U.S. may want to try,
because this isn't the war in Iraq. This isn't the war in Afghanistan. We didn't have 9/11 and a fucking year and a half of being sold on this shit.
To seize Karg Island, while they may want to do some massive military.
And now it's not having a fucking positive impact domestically. So you have a lot of people that are just like, oh,
operation in this.
Please, Trump, fix this.
Strait of Hormuz, which by the way remains open.
Petrodollar is done. Yeah. And then tomorrow we have, you're going to have a historic turnout to this protest. I know this just anecdotally. I got friends who never have been to a protest, who wouldn't go to a protest, but are so fucking upset with how the country is going and in general, because their personal life has been affected, that they're going out and they're just like, yeah, you know what? We want to be seen too, because the more people that come out, the more that they kind of start to understand that this is a big deal.
Despite the U.S. saying it's closed, it remains open. The Iranians are
not expecting to see nearly as many counter protesters, but let's see.
Making arrangements with what they call friendly countries that want to pass ships through the Strait of Hormuz. If the U.S. does do something like that, it would, again, put them in range of close-range missiles of the Iranians, ground troops, and other weapons that are not available to the Iranians.
Yeah, why did that happen? It's almost like we did something in, the 1950s?
Right now. But it could also
what was that?
be that the U.S. has been implying
what
it wants to do.
What did we do? What was that thing that we did?
An operation in the Strait of Hormuz or Karg Island as a distraction because they have some other military operation.
Why would they feel that way? Is it just because they hate our freedoms? Fucking retard. Seriously. It's you idiots that fucking sold the Iraq war. Danny, you're actually directly responsible. Your 40 years of voting experience, you fuckhead.
Well,
yeah, I bet you voted for Bush twice.
Isn't that the president?
You voted for that forever war twice. You voted for Citizens United. You are you were a direct cause of where we're at now, and you're sitting here with your oh yes, I have 40 years of voting experience. I somehow know better. Even though I have directly caused what we are now experiencing.
Isn't that President Trump is talking about? He said Iran has given him a present and it's worth a lot of money.
Yeah, really fucking. But you love, you're part of that party that support the troops.
Allowing what tankers to go through.
He said that Iran offered him to allow Pakistani flagged vessels. He said they wanted, to give me 8 of them, but I said,
am I wrong?
they originally want to give me 10. I said, no, it's okay. You can give me 8. But when open source researchers started looking at the traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, this is all publicly traceable. It doesn't seem like those tankers that Trump is referring to actually.
My first election was voting for Obama.
And in fact, the Iranians have said that they offered him no such gift.
Well, over Hillary in the primary.
Whatsoever. The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, who the U.S. has implied it's negotiating with, has been one of the most aggressive posters on X, kind of poking at the United States and posting memes about Donald Trump's claims and saying that all of this is total nonsense.
Wait, was he? Who's the first one?
It's
the Republican he was running against?
Of some of the lies that were told during the so-called negotiation process related to Gaza. But I think that we now have to recognize the very public record, which is that Donald Trump has made a mockery of the word of the United States when it comes to negotiations, because he's twice bombed Iran in the middle.
And I make comments with a nice big umbrella.
Middle of negotiations. So they're using the veneer and previous, I guess, credibility of the United States
for your
in an effort to try to lure Iran into a position where they think that they have time because they're negotiating, and then launch a surprise attack. Iranian sources have told me consistently.
But did you vote for Bush? Was he wrong?
They're aware of this. They have not responded to U.S. Requests for direct talks. That they've essentially left a lot of Steve Witkoff's messages on 2 checks without them lighting blue, on WhatsApp, because they know that this is the U.S. game plan.
What does Iran want?
You know, it's interesting. The Iranians said that this talk of a 15-point plan, you know, the White House is making it sound like Trump has sort of extended an olive branch. He's put on paper 15 points, and it's the Iranians that are rejecting it. Iran does acknowledge that the U.S. through intermediaries has sent position points, but they said that from different intermediaries, they've gotten different messages. So let's take it as a whole and say that roughly the 15 points that the U.S. claims are the conditions that Trump has set are in some way based in some form of reality that has been communicated to the Iranians. The Iranians are not responding and saying,
but did you vote for Bush twice?
Oh, in point number 6, can we edit this? Or point number 10?
That's not the question I asked, Danny.
And if we could edit this. That was the process that the U.S. was supposedly engaged in February, when the U.S. decided not to bring a single technical expert on nuclear enrichment to the talks and just sent 2 businessmen, one of whom is the son-in-law of President Trump, and both of whom are deep in investments in the Middle East. And so what the Iranians did is they said, here's our conditions for ending the war. The Iranians do not seem like they're in a panic, despite what the White House says. In fact, the Iranians are saying they think that Trump is in deep, deep trouble with his Gulf allies, who are in utter panic about what Iran has been able to do to their economies, how easily Iran is able
and they keep flip-flopping, by the way. So Saudi Arabia, 1 minute wants to obliterate Iran, but then they're also like, but, you know, Israel doesn't like us very much either. And I have this feeling that after they get done here, they're going to come after us. I don't know.
That Trump is causing political problems for his own party in the United States with the midterm elections coming up. And so what they've said is, any end of the war can't just be a ceasefire. We're not going to repeat June 2025 again, when the Israelis and the Americans asked for an unconditional ceasefire to end the June attacks that were launched against Iran. They say that they'll only accept the comprehensive settlement on the war that would include not only Iran, but also the other fronts of resistance, meaning Lebanon, Iraq, and more recently, they've added Palestine. They haven't gone into detail about what that means, but that's their first term. The second term is that they're saying that they want compensation paid by the United States for the damage done by the United States and Israel. That could come in the form of direct payments or the unfreezing of Iranian funds. They also want long-term guarantees that there isn't going to be a resumption of the war, and they want it certified by the United Nations Security Council and guaranteed publicly by both Russia and China. And then on the issue of nuclear enrichment,
still very quiet.
The Iranians are not so much publicly messaging this because they have to do their own domestic messaging to their public. But what I understand is that they are.
It's a little odd that I just said, like what I said about him voting for Bush twice. And then he's like, you don't know who I voted for. It's like, but did you vote for Bush twice? Because if you did, then you need to own that. Again, for everything that he's saying, he's like, I own my vote.
Willing to make agreements about enrichment that would solely be dedicated to medical purposes or non-military purposes. But interestingly, a senior Iranian official told me that as much as the U.S. focuses on its ballistic missile program, that after any deal is made, Iran is going to continue and in fact advance its ballistic missile program, because they say that that is proven to be the only deterrent that Iran actually has on a military level against the U.S. and Israel. So Iran's position, and they said this.
By the way, guys, I really do hope you're enjoying the show.
At the beginning, Trump says, "Oh, no one knew that they were going to attack the Gulf." They said it to me. They said it publicly.
We are going to be getting into like a little bit more.
And so Iran, the sense that I get from Iranian officials is that they want to cause enough pain to the world economy because of its ties to the Gulf countries and because of the United States' dominance in the world.
Well, it's more he seemed offended by Streamer's assumption, and it'd be weird if his assumption was not correct.
Nation that thinks of
you could just call me Pep.
Attacking Iran again.
Wait a minute.
Is going to do so knowing that these are the consequences. Now, Iran could also be engaging, and I'm sure this is true, in its own form of kind of maximalist demands. They've said, we want the U.S. to withdraw all of its military bases from the region. Now, they've damaged an enormous quantity of them. The New York Times even acknowledged it this week. They've had to move their soldiers into hotels. And by the way, the United States, you can make an argument, the U.S. is putting its soldiers in Gulf countries' hotels and effectively using those civilian objects as human shields, which is exactly what the Israelis claim Hamas, although it was false about Hamas and other Palestinian resistance groups were doing in hospitals.
This makes me feel like Danny won't come back if he's wrong.
And elsewhere. So I think at the end of the day, the Iranians are going to be flexible when it does come to negotiations on certain issues.
Sir, what's your views on it?
I don't think that the U.S. is going to get the terms it could
views currently on it? On what?
February, when Trump could have declared victory and said, I did what Barack
Do you prefer Pepper?
Hussein
No,
Obama never could have
Pep is fine.
done. He had terms in that
Pep has literally been my nickname since I was in like high school.
Deal that went far beyond the 2015 JCPOA.
Actually, even
and instead they used
that.
it as a veneer of negotiation to then launch a surprise attack against Iran.
Jeremy, what's the point of President Trump saying this on Fox News, being questioned by Jesse Watters?
Oh, what? Now you just got to LOL? Come on, Danny. Danny, who'd you vote for in the Bush elections? Who'd you vote for?
You kind of suggested that we'd knocked out Ayatollah Jr. Have we? And did the CIA tell you that Ayatollah Jr.'s gay?
Well, they did say that, but I don't know if it was only them. I think a lot of people are saying that, which puts them off to a bad start in that particular country.
I love how they're just going towards literal fucking middle school. I heard the Ayatollah is gay.
You know?
Whoa, his uncle better not find out about that.
Your response, Jeremy?
This is part of a long pattern of the U.S. and Israel claiming, oh, we found pornography at this person that we've declared the next Hitler's headquarters, or question, sort of implying the
Wow,
immorality.
losers. I mean, it's so obvious at this point.
Of various enemies of the United States. I mean, this is a classic U.S. propaganda campaign that is just
That's in my personal capacity.
sort of a naked attempt to try to
oh, daddy boy,
further dehumanize
the draft is
the Iranian side, or to try
calling.
to raise some
But
we
know that you're too old to go.
To do with the fact that the U.S. and Israel are waging a war of aggression. This is part of U.S. psychological operations
No
for many,
one
many decades.
to build their houses for anymore, and the robots took the rest of your jobs.
This news as we wrap up that oil futures contracts worth around $580 million were traded minutes before Trump's social media post about alleged peace talks.
I mean, this
Not
is
even good propaganda. It's propaganda. Get it fucking right.
And throughout Trump's presidency, both going back to the Gaza war and the Iran war, it is very, very clear that this is White House Incorporated, that Trump is
The
not
draft is just a scare tactic. Bro, even during Bush, they didn't adjust the fucking enlistment age. And we lost a lot of fucking personnel. So I don't know, buddy. Your 40 years of voting experience, does that tell you anything?
American people or the American government. It's the most naked form of corruption.
Fucking more years. You got almost double the time on this planet that I have, and I can tell you right now that somehow, some way, you're still completely oblivious
That we've ever seen.
Like, did you not learn a goddamn thing?
In the White House. Always corruption is part of the United States. We have legalized bribery in our election system because of the role of corporations.
Are there boots on the ground? Yes. Yes. You know how they're doing this thing where they keep adding the numbers? Again, since you obviously you voted during the Iraq invasion, this is exactly the same thing we did. Or am I wrong?
Trump is the
Which I know I'm not.
extra version of the most heinous aspects of American imperialism.
No, we did the same thing. We're sending in once they said the 82nd, I was just like, oh God, they're there. They're already there. They're already there. The thing is, they're not gonna like forecast the whole, well, the boots on the ground, the boys are going there maybe tomorrow, maybe today. Like that's literally part of the plan. Trust me, dude. They're there on the ground.
Real history and corruption.
Jeremy
Yes,
Scahill,
and the petrodollar is done.
founder of
Yeah, dude. I mean,
Website News will link
the fact that they're like our bonds are tanking, the fact that we're looking at a long time to recover from this.
to your recent
Most economists have just said that Trump made the biggest mistake of his career, like his entire fucking, not just presidential career, all of his business career.
piece. Iran blasts Trump's
You want to talk about how grave a businessman he is? Well, we just learned how he bankrupted casinos. Oh, by the way, did you know that the U.S. is insolvent right now? Look it up.
claims of direct talks as fake news aimed at manipulating markets. Thanks for watching.
Oh, actually, I can look it up now. Here. Oh, Jesus fucking Yahoo! Fucking A, dude. I swear to God. Yahoo News? When anytime that I go to Yahoo Finance, my fucking computer is just like, ah! It's nothing but pop-ups. And if you use an ad blocker, you can't even read it. It'll fucking just, it will show you a blank page. It's one of the worst, but yep. All right, let's see. No, I don't want fucking notifications. Sorry. Oh my God. That's it. The Treasury just declared the U.S. insolvent. The media missed it. Okay, I'm going to show you this, but then I'm going to pull it away because I have no idea what the fuck they're advertising to me here. U.S. government is insolvent. That's not hyperbole. It's the conclusion drawn directly from the Treasury Department's own consolidated financial statements for the fiscal year of 2025. Released last week to near total media silence, the number $6.06 trillion in total assets against $47.78 trillion in total liabilities as of September 30th, 2025. Now, you understand how this, under the Biden administration, would have been top fucking news. Fox News wouldn't shut the fuck up about it for months on end. How could they do this? How could they let the U.S. go slip into insolvency? How could they? Well, here, just to show you that this is exactly what I just read. The U.S. government is insolvent. It's not hyperbole. Blah 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 blah. There. Importantly, the $47.78 trillion in reported liabilities does not include the unfunded obligations to Social Security insurance programs like Social Security and Medicare. Those are disclosed separately in off-balance sheets, so this could get worse. This could get even fucking worse. The government's consolidated balance sheet, excluding the SOSI, deteriorated by nearly $2.07 trillion between fiscal year 2024, fiscal year 2025, reaching a staggering negative $41.72 trillion dollars. Total liabilities are now nearly 8 times the value of reported assets. Yeah, but again, guys, I thought that, the deficit. We gotta talk about the deficit. Notice how you don't talk about the deficit. Government's consolidated balance position, including SSO. Read that. Total liabilities are now nearly 8 times the value of reported assets. The largest drivers were a $2 trillion increase in federal debt and interest payable, now $30.33 trillion, and a $438.8 billion increase in federal employee and veteran benefit payable, now $15.47 trillion. But yeah, things are great. Just got to say, guys, like, the near media silence, this is Yahoo, which, by the way, Yahoo Finance is usually pretty pro-Trump. Yeah, when do we start talking a gazillion dollars? I don't fucking know. I remember when trillion was a made-up number. I remember, I grew up in the fucking 90s. I remember when the concept of that was just like, what? Especially when you applied it to money and, like, none of it makes sense after petrodollar fully ends. I mean, yes, some dumb beats. Yes. Sounds about right. Too bad nobody listened to us before. Well, again, we're just dumb lefties. That's how it is. Like, they're just like, that's why I keep saying to these guys, I'm like, guys, you do understand that just by literally calling us dumb lefties and just being like, I can't listen. The lefties are crying, the blah, blah, blah. They have TDS. You're not listening to what's happening. And you're being willfully ignorant with it, where you're just like, nah, they just hate America. They just hate America. That's like nothing now. Do you understand the difference between billions and trillions, motherfucker? And also, we had we didn't have a deficit under Bill Clinton, so, interesting, self-owning. He really doesn't get it. And he also voted for Bush twice, so he voted for 2 forever wars and Citizens United, so he's directly responsible. He's one of the ones directly responsible for the bullshit that we're in. And also, how many lives did we lose? How many American lives did we lose during the conflict here? Let's find out. How many Americans died during Afghanistan? Estimates are over 53,000 service members. With a culmination of over 52,000 American soldiers wounded. Oh, Jesus, dude. Holy fuck. It's a little bit worse than I thought. Wow. Yeah, well, initially I didn't know the numbers. I thought I was about to say, like, oh yeah, I thought it was like maybe 10,000. Oops. I was wrong. Danny, shut the fuck up already. You seriously are stupid or a bad troll. Either way, just shut the fuck up. He doesn't understand how badly he's self-trolling here. Like, he already did this thing where he tried to call me out by saying, you don't know my politics. And I'm like, okay, so who'd you vote for? And he's just like, well, you're just You're just assuming my politics. I'm currently doing my part in bringing about Armageddon by depleting clean water with Claude Pro. Yay! They don't care, though. To them, that's just a number that they cannot count to. No, well, again, it's the fact that they can't conceptualize trillions of dollars. They can't conceptualize billions of dollars. They don't know. But somehow, some way, taxing these billionaires is somehow taxing them. Like, I will never be able to wrap my head around how effective that specific piece of propaganda was. Like, holy shit, man. The amount of times I've heard that throughout the last 20 years, like, this is way before Trump. Like, dude, taxing the rich, god damn. We always get talked out of it, and then somehow, some way, we also always get talked into the fucking bullshit. It's always the same bullshit fucking talking points. Like, immigration. What happened to the caravans? You guys remember those caravans? You remember them? I don't know what happened. Jesus. Every year that there's a fucking election, caravans.
All right, joining us now, Dr. Abdul El Sayed, Senate candidate in the great state of
Damn, I like those
Michigan,
windows.
Getting attention toward his campaign thanks to all of his other, serious opponents in the race, AIPAC and some other groups, all condemning a rally that he hosted this week with Hasan Piker, who I was just on a trip to Cuba with, the kind of the Hasan Piker denunciation cycle moved kind of seamlessly, from denouncing everybody who went to Cuba to now denouncing a Senate candidate in Michigan for campaigning with him. Dr. El Sayed, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Ryan, it's always a pleasure to be with you all. And we have not hosted our rallies yet. They're coming up at the University of Michigan and Michigan State on April 7th. Folks have not.
So Hasan's just going around from rally to rally helping out socialist politicians. Hey, look.
Signed up.
Hey,
I
look
hope
at
you'll
that.
come. We'll also have Representative Summer Lee. We're looking forward to it.
You know who's been very quiet the last week and a half?
What was it was the announcement of the rally that got everybody angry? Like, where did it, because you had actually announced it, I think, like a week earlier. So what was it that triggered this round of like
pushed. Let's see.
viral cancellation outrage?
I don't even know. And the point that you made in the first place is that we're talking
last stream 7 days ago
about somebody whose job it is to talk.
Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird how she just I don't know, we have this giant protest tomorrow. Nothing about that. Interesting.
Talk to groups of people that you would think people running for public office would want to be talking to. They're the folks I want to be talking to. And a big frustration that we've often had.
Her entire YouTube account is just silent.
Is that too often the people who should be voting for Democrats.
Anybody got any opinions on this, by the way? Because, I would like to know your takes. Because, I kind of had a feeling about this.
Are not showing up to elections at all. And the question is, where are we missing them? Why are we not able to move our message? Well, I think part of it is that too many politicians don't have a message that these folks care about because they are on the wrong side of locking these same folks out.
I live in Northern Virginia. I've had people visit me recently and say they feel a stark difference in air quality.
It's that we're not actually going to the places that these folks
more and more people are getting sick with bad air quality.
We remember the whole 2024 discourse about whether or not the vice president should have gone on Rogan.
Are we talking about Mrs. The
My
Onion?
question is, what is wrong with going and talking to a group of people who...
Dude, I hope you guys understand. I have been vindicated in a lot of what I was worried about just in seeing her in action the past week.
Have been let down by our politics, cast aside by politicians who aren't talking to the issues that they're talking to. And
did you hear the Trump speech trying to get rid of the EPA? Yeah.
And I'll just say this, the logic.
Yeah, dude, he fucking made it so we not only have forever chemicals that can just be wherever, now we can deal with pesticides on everything because, that glyphosate or whatever the fuck, the one that they proved was causing cancer, the one that you could literally take Roundup to court on. Nope. Know what? Bring it back, motherfuckers. And now we have fucking 30-somethings getting cancer at a fucking rate that even doctors are saying is at an epidemic.
Of this is,
but nah.
It's kind of crazy.
Nah, you know what? We're at this point where healthcare is more expensive than ever. That's going to really fucking be great.
Given the fact that Hasan was invited to stream live from the DNC in 2024. And
I'm so glad that the boomers got to hang out as long as they did and fucking get what they wanted out of this fucking planet, though. They did such a great job.
I'm only doing what Vice President Harris did in the first place. I think the question then I would ask any of the folks who are so frustrated about this is, why wasn't there so much more outrage?
They went so up their own ass during the fucking 90s telling us how great they were making the fucking planet, then maybe I wouldn't have this fucking problem with them, but god damn it.
She did it.
Yeah, until they had kicked him out, I think, the third or fourth day.
Yeah, CPAC applauded when somebody said we should impeach Trump, and he's like, no, that wasn't the reaction. I'll ask it again. And then they were doing it again. There were just a few trolls in the audience.
But that's a different story. There were some quotes here from Mallory McMorrow, who's running against you, about Hasan. To quote this from the Jewish Insider, she says, "It is somebody who says extremely offensive things in order to generate clicks, views, and followers, which is not entirely different from somebody like Nick Fuentes. That is not somebody you should be campaigning with at a moment when there's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state. How do you bring everybody
being Gen X, it's good to be invisible
together when there are difficult..."
You know what's really funny? One of my best friends is Gen X. He said the same shit.
Conversation.
Where he's like, listen, I love the fact that I aged as well as you. He's like, I'm 50 and I look like I'm in my late 30s, and everybody ignores me and doesn't tell me how everything's my fucking fault. I'm like, okay.
Where there aren't easy answers. I'll leave that question
Gen
to
X
you,
making out like bandits.
I'm trying to have conversations with everybody. And I agree that there's a lot of pain and trauma across our state. There has been so much pain and trauma across our state. That's why I've always tried to name that pain and trauma from the jump. You go back a couple of years, we have watched as Israel has decimated Gaza in a genocide. And it took 2 years for my opponent to call it what it was, a genocide. So if we want to be in the business of understanding pain and trauma, I think it's important for us to name pain and trauma. And herein lies exactly the double standard. When we talk about the pain and trauma of some groups of people, that gets ignored. It gets ignored by the same politicians who tend to ignore the kinds of people who listen to Hasan Piker Twitch stream every single day. I'm trying to have a conversation with everybody. I was proud last Saturday to spend my Saturday morning in Jewish prayer services. I was invited in, and I was so grateful to get to share space. At the end of the day, I think it is absolutely critical for us to understand that pain begets pain. And the only way that we heal pain is by going and addressing the circumstances that cause it. That's what I'm trying to do. And then all of this seems completely separated from the foundational issues that people are feeling pain on across our state. Everywhere I go, people tell me about the fact that they cannot afford anything as simple as gas. They can't afford their rent. They can't afford their groceries. And they certainly can't afford healthcare. I'm trying to have conversations about how we unlock our current system, take money out of politics through corporate bribery, how we address the fact that we need to put more money back in people's pockets by standing with unions and small businesses, and finally guaranteeing every single person healthcare through Medicare for all. Those are the conversations I'm having with people, whether they are in town halls in places like Ishpeming, in...
You know, I don't like this whole thing where, like, we support unions as much as we do, but the unions don't support themselves as much as we do because they go and they vote for fucking MAGA.
On Twitch with...
Every once in a while, I'm just like, you know, fucking A.
People like Hasan, or in churches in places like Detroit. And those are the conversations I think we need to be focused on.
Nothing worse than fighting so hard for a group of people that just were like, yeah, fuck you, buddy.
Crystal. Sorry, I was just going to ask, and nice to see you.
I hope
sorry
Biden feels good about
being
that
late. I had a thing I had to do. Now I'm back, but wanted to make sure I got a chance to speak with you at least for a little bit. But I was curious, actually, if people are bringing this up to you when you're, having online events or when you're having town halls in the district. Is this, are they raising concerns about the rally with Hasan or things Hasan has had, or what your stance is, et cetera?
It's interesting. Every room I walk into, two things happen. Number one, somebody who's usually older than 60 comes up and says, wow, there are so many young people here. And then one of those young people comes up to me and says, hey, I heard you on Hasan. I just think one of the problems with our politics is that we tend to do politics for consumption by people who talk about politics like sport. And if you're somebody who can consume politics like sports, by definition, that says something about your general privilege. I'm trying to have conversations with people for whom politics is foundational to being able to afford a dignified life. And I know that a lot of those folks feel X'd out of our political conversation because it's had by people who they know do not share their life experiences.
It's interesting that did actually just make me think about that.
Could not care less about them.
I do both.
I do. I'm a physician. I trained to take care of people, to make sure government works for people as a health director, both in Detroit and Wayne County.
For almost 4
I
hours.
want to go to the places where people who feel
for
locked out of our politics are actually paying attention.
Man,
and
these
those are the
nights where,
conversations that I want to be having. It's the reason why young people show up to our events, because they understand that I'm not trying to talk down to anybody. I'm not trying to talk in language that is not accessible to everybody. I'm trying to talk about real problems that
I remember
real
when
people
Jake ran for
face
president.
in real places where people actually go.
It's like
there's no question that
was what, 2 years ago?
From
or a year ago?
No, like a Laura Loomer,
or was that 2020? But either whenever justice is when justice is coming.
Others you've
read my
experienced them in the
book.
subject of some outright bigotry. There's also the issue of just the synagogue.
I feel you. There's nothing more pathetic than union workers voting Republican. Brad Lang, welcome to the show. Also, my name's Pep. You can
tragedy that happened.
Welcome to the show.
Several weeks ago
Sorry.
now. And I wanted to ask Abdul how you navigate questions about potential extremism in Michigan, where people are like maybe asking you to answer for people who are doing horrible things. Like what has that been like on the campaign trail? Because I imagine that's some of those conversations get difficult. Although, as you say, you're probably hearing more about affordability than anything else.
After the terrible, horrific attack on Temple Israel.
Yeah, the way that he's speaking gives Mamdani vibes. Good.
I was quite clear.
Good. Mamdani is fine. He's doing a fine job in the confines of what he is dealing with that budget shortfall. And also, he is keeping his promises right off the fucking bat.
That anti-Semitism has no place.
Yes, he's also pissing off the left on certain things where they're doing the thing where they're just like, oh no, did he lie to us? Oh no.
In America, that we have a responsibility.
Fucking John Fetterman wrecked, honestly, John Fetterman, Kirsten Sinema, fucking Cockadoodle-Doo from fucking Virginia. They all wrecked this idea where we can trust any of these people, apparently, because if we're already skeptical on Mamdani, we're never going to be happy.
To stand up for Jewish people against anti-Semitism.
I know that's not what you're saying, Sylvie, so I'm not trying to put that on you, but I have already gotten this from a lot of the shit that I've been reading. Again, could be bots, could be entirely manufactured, but just saying it's what I've been reading.
I have been clear from the get.
Nice to meet you.
That we have to stand up for Jewish people and against anti-Semitism, and that starts with recognizing that any
sincerely, thank you for popping by the channel. I hope you are enjoying yourself.
To tie something that's happening on the part of a foreign government abroad.
We talk about some pretty heavy shit, and honestly, I do it in a way that
people
can make people
in
kind
Michigan,
of go like, "Oh, you're
as a
not taking
function
this
of
seriously."
their faith,
It's like, no,
is
not
wrong
really.
and it's anti-Semitic. And I released a statement because I wanted folks to understand and put in context what happened. You had a guy
I
who
also do have other stuff in my life that realistically is more important to me.
lost niece and nephew, children in an attack.
But I still pay attention. I don't use my wife's cancer to be an excuse to just check the fuck out.
In his rage and pain, he displaced it on people who never, ever should have been the victims of his violence. I want us to understand that anti-Semitism is wrong, but also hurt people. And we have to understand the context in which pain is created.
Our American healthcare would take everything I own. Yeah.
And then pain gets displaced. If we're
I
serious,
mean, realistically, guys, there's a good chance I'm going to end up in bankruptcy just because my wife got cancer, which is,
it's about uprooting that kind of pain. We released
this could happen to anybody. Literally anybody.
Half-minute.
And it's happening to a lot more people around our age.
Statement about exactly what happened.
And then on top of it, when I talked about getting screened, they said how I don't qualify because I would have to pay out of pocket because I'm fucking 39. I don't reach that age where it's like, well, it's technically still more of a thing in the upper 40s. It's like, my wife is the same exact age as me. How in the fuck you going to tell me that?
And how I felt about it. So I stand in solidarity with Jewish Michiganders and Jewish Americans, frankly,
she's 6 months older.
Jewish Israelis. I stand in solidarity with Jewish people because I believe anti-Semitism to be wrong. And I also understand that what the state of Israel is doing in terms of the genocide that it perpetrated in Gaza, in terms of the war that it has push.
No, I understand. I got into a yelling match with a performative leftist that was calling Zoran a Zio-Nazi.
Idiot like
Oh, God.
Donald Trump into finally taking action.
Oh, God. I don't want to start drama, but fuck, man. I've noticed that somebody's been going around who is part of certain communities.
To pursue.
And, yeah. They are the worst.
In the ways in which...
And they keep saying, I'll give you a hint. They keep saying, but it's BPD. It could be BPD.
Which they're...
BPD just makes you a tanky asshole, I guess.
Trying to annex southern Lebanon or decimate the idea of a Palestinian state in the West Bank. That's all wrong. And we can say multiple things are wrong at the same time without trying to use any of them.
Yeah, they were talking mad shit about this space too, and the creators on this space.
As justification for another. In fact, I think if we're serious about trying to uproot the kind of violence that we are seeing take hold, we have to be able to acknowledge the pain that creates it, and we have to do something about addressing it. And I just think that that's where leadership ought to start. Anyone who wants to tell you that some pain is more important than other pain, anyone who wants to tell you that somehow...
That's fair, Yoshi, that's fair. I don't trust Mamdani for any good reason other than I don't trust any politician, period.
We can't talk...
That's good.
About
That's very good.
Context for pain.
Isaac Newton, thank you for the kind $10 donation. I really appreciate that, man. Praying for your wife. And I also appreciate the prayers, man. All good vibes are taken.
Is not serious about actually addressing pain. They're usually trying to weaponize...
I may not pray to your God, but I'm very happy that you guys can do that.
For their own political ends.
And what I found so striking about the kind of Democratic establishment...
Guys, all right, real important here. Look. Hold on. Look what's happening. My dog just came in and found the cat. Cat's in his bed. Fucking Goldilocks over here. Oh, but there's a cat in this bed. And then he just fucks off. He's like, fine, going to the couch.
Conversation around Hasan Piker in general. And there was this third way.
That was funny. My cat was just like,
article, the third way.
Oh, thank you for the Canadian, $13.99, not much, but from the heart towards your goal. Wishing you all the best and your wife and family. Thank you.
Column op-ed that they published, I think, in the Wall Street Journal, saying that the Democratic Party needs to draw a bright line, and Hasan Piker needs to be on the other side of it. He cannot be in this in this space, in this coalition, because he is anti-Semitic. It's just a foundational kind of belief and claim that is made. I just saw on, but which I think most people that watch this program, if they have ever watched Hasan Piker, just know that that's false. A lot of people though would probably have not seen him and might assume, oh, maybe he is. I saw that somebody made a 30-minute compilation, which obviously we don't have 30 minutes, and I don't have to play it.
Let's react to the whole thing.
Yeah, it's 30 straight minutes of Hasan Piker calling out anti-Semitism and telling his audience that it is, anti-Semitic to conflate Judaism with Israel. There are not many people.
That bet is so big for Lito. I know.
Kind of in the public space, I think, where you could even make a 30-minute compilation. A lot of people say it.
You're back.
That's like.
Oh, you heard the dono noise.
Extraordinary, and that's just what they found. Throughout this.
Here, I'll navigate this.
And so I'm curious, on the ground, how kind of dominant and how prevalent is kind of the understanding of who he is, and also how kind of prevalent is the assumption among kind of older people who don't know what Twitch is. Do they just kind of accept it as fact? Oh, this guy's anti-Semitic, or they haven't even heard of it. Because as a candidate, you're much kind of more into the public and the grassroots than a lot of other people. So what is your sense of what people understand about this controversy?
The vast majority of people don't know who he is, and they don't understand what the whole issue is about. They're more concerned about how I want to make sure that they have health care through Medicare for all. And then you have folks like Third Way. The reason that Third Way is so angry right now is because they are a corporate-backed entity that is intended to launder the old ideas that led us into this
Chris Pratt and fucking Jurassic
affordability crisis in the first place. And we've got people like Hasan talking to young people about how we can actually get past that, how we can actually elect politicians who really want to guarantee us healthcare, who don't take corporate money. They get real upset because we're all coming for all that they hold dear, a system that sucks money out of our pockets into the hands of the richest people in society by way of policies that fail to regulate corporations, whether they're providing us utilities or healthcare or flights. And, well, I understand why Third Way is angry, but they're using a cheap scapegoat to be able to get at that. And then, look, the guy streams for 8 hours every single day. It's not hard to take things out of context and then try to paint him with that. And then because you called him a particular tag, to make that tag stick, because nobody really has the time to comb through, except for this person who made the 30-minute compilation, to look at all of the times in which he took particular pains to differentiate between anti-Semitism and the actions of the state of Israel. Look, at the end of the day, I just this morning responded to the leader of the ADL, Jonathan Greenblatt, who consistently tries to obfuscate, deliberately tries to obfuscate the state of Israel and AIPAC for the Jewish people. And you would think that somebody who has a platform principally focused on trying to protect Jewish people would understand the foundational risk of that and the foundational anti-Semitism in that. But instead, he's trying to use the concept of anti-Semitism to argue that any sort of criticism of Israel or
my cat, we call him Laundry Cat because he literally will not let you fold clothes. He'll try and claw at God forbid you have a sweater that has these little tassel things.
Any sort of criticism of AIPAC, which is a MAGA-backed political action committee intent on making sure that our public policy backstops whatever it is that Israeli leaders want to do. He wants to extend the concept of anti-Semitism to defend that too. And I'm so sorry, but when you're talking about a state that is engaged in genocide at
celebration,
worst,
if you guys do not know what's going on and you are fresh, if you are new to the show, I consider this to be kind of like the stoner circle of the internet. So we all like to celebrate when I have been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes. By putting our lighters up and cheersing.
Engaged in war crimes and engaged in apartheid, but it is not possible to try to use that concept to defend what they're doing. And I just think it's really critical for all of us to be willing to have a clear, direct, and specific engagement with the notion that, yes, it is okay to criticize a foreign government that engages in genocide. And no, it is not okay to criticize a whole group of people simply because some people want you to think
check into the Blitz-Carlton.
That one is the same as the other. They are
bags for the flight.
Not. The Jewish people are a light unto the world. Anti-Semitism is wrong.
All right.
Judaism is a beautiful faith.
Flight's here.
I got
Let's
to experience it myself on Saturday. The state of Israel has done terrible things, is engaged in doing terrible things, and is dragging our country alongside it by way of AIPAC, which is spending huge amounts of money to silence people like me. All of those things are true, and they need to be kept separate if we're serious about actually empowering people, because that's the whole goal here. Whether they're Jewish people in America or in Israel, or they're Palestinians, or they're Iranian folk, or they're Americans just trying to afford their groceries and their health care, all of us would do better if we stopped pretending that some violence inflicted on the part of
taking that hit,
a foreign government somehow has to be defended by everybody who shares a particular faith.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think, and forgive me if this point's been made before I jumped in the conversation, I think there's also an irony here from, I saw your opponent, Mallory McMorrow, who's now very critical of, Hasan Piker and you doing anything with Hasan Piker. Right after Trump won, she was one of many who was like, we got to reach out to these, the Joe Rogans of the world, the podcast guys where these young men are. I mean, this was a very common analysis, and especially a common analysis from the Third Way part of the party. But, that's only when it's, people who code right. When it's someone who's on the left who has a huge following among young men in particular, then, this is totally out of bounds. And I think you're right, Abdul, in your analysis that it's just basically because they're panicking, because they're losing control of the party. I mean, the distance between where the base of the Democratic Party is and where the elected party leadership remains, especially on the issue of Israel, but on a variety of issues besides, is gigantic and seems like something that is unsustainable. So in light of that, I mean, you're running to be part of a new wave of Democrats who approaches, a whole range of issues very differently. One of the things the Democratic base is very disgusted with is the failed leadership of Chuck Schumer in the Senate. So I wonder where you are on the question of whether he should remain leader.
You know who my pick for leader would be? it would be Senator Chris Van Hollen. I really, really hope he's running. And I've said clearly, I do not agree with Senator Schumer on almost anything when it comes to the question of continued support for Israel, when it comes to the question of continuing to take corporate money into our politics. And at the same time, I also understand that my critique is bigger than one individual. A lot of folks who don't actually want to level a serious critique on the party about our willingness to take corporate
Sylvia, I got
money
a
to
question
pass
for you.
corporate policy want to blame it all on the feet of one person.
I got this mic from from Radio Shack for a penny when I was working there, so it's quite old. But I don't know, still a good mic. The Audio Technica ATR 25 Hundo.
And I'm just saying that I don't know who the alternatives are. So show me my alternatives, and I will choose the leader who has the best shot at being able to get money out of politics, put money in pockets, and pass Medicare for all. But I also don't want us to get deluded into thinking that the very same people who take the very same corporate money but then tell you that they want to go after Chuck Schumer are actually
RIP
serious
Radio
about
Shack.
solving the problem.
It's my favorite job. I'd still be there. Honestly, I'm not even kidding.
Because they're going to find themselves.
I would work there. I would have worked there part-time, even with my full-time gig and this, because like just one day a week, just because of how much fun I had there. Like I loved working there.
Somebody else who's willing to pass that same exact kind of policy that continues to launder corporate money into our politics. So it's just, it's bigger than one person. You know, my
Actually, I can talk about this. So I worked at the Radio Shack that was right near Fermilab. So we had a bunch of like these like scientists that came in, and they would always be looking for, you know, capacitors was the number one thing I sold to the scientists at over at Fermilab, which always made me wonder, like, how y'all never have enough capacitors?
Positions have been absolutely
Like,
clear
what's up
about
with
where I
that?
stand on genocide, where I stand on corporate money in
How come
politics,
we
where I
cornered the
stand on
market
Medicare
on
for
that?
all, where I
What's
stand on
up?
abolishing ICE. And I'm looking for a leader who can advance
Yeah.
those goals, hold this Trump administration
Made that
accountable
job very
for the
enjoyable.
next 2 years of this.
And it was also like I had a crew there that it was like working in Clerks. Like we were all friends. We had, you know, pizza nights. One of my favorite things we ever did was after we did our Christmas planograms, we decided just to hang out in the store for another 4 fucking hours because they gave us all of our demos and they wanted us to test them. So we tested every single radio control car demo that we had. But the coolest thing we had, it was like this helicopter laser tag game that was fucking awesome.
This administration, and then get us to a position where we're leading on hope for the things that we can do to actually build the kind of America that we need and deserve.
That was the last time we got, that was the last year we got to do that. It wasn't our fault, but there was a store within our district. It was in the Aurora district. They were doing the same thing, but one of the idiots with the helicopter, he hit the fucking, like the thing for the fire, like the fire thing, and it fucking destroyed the store.
John Fetterman.
And yeah, that was the end of us getting to play with demos.
Don't dare speak his name, Emily.
One of my favorite things I ever had happen was I was sitting there like cleaning up stuff for the next day. All of a sudden, I feel a little like tap on my shoe. It was just like, "Eek." I look down. There's a PBR strapped to the top of this fucking remote control car that my buddy sent to me from the fucking back room.
Abdul, I have another question for
Unifying
you.
character for
It's just like,
everybody to route.
we're off the clock. Yeah.
Sorry, Griffin, go ahead.
So, you know, I want to talk about something else that young people
missed
care
that
about
job.
outside of Hasan Piker, and that's AI.
Got robbed there at gunpoint. That was
Now,
fucking
Bernie
wild.
has been making
And it was like, the thing is, we handled it just like, whatever.
a lot about AI data centers, wanting to pause AI growth, regulate it.
Oh, to this day, ATR 25 is a classic. Is still the popular choice amongst budget microphone consumers. Is decent quality, especially for the price. The main challenge are signal noise. That's the problem I'm having with this. Is actually signal noise. And I was wondering if it was the USB. or
And
not.
he said things as apocalyptic as it'll change our entire society and it might even
I want
destroy.
to work at radio. It was the dude. I'm telling you, we were the crew. I'll never forget when we went to conference. So we had 4 people that had to go and represent our store. So that means just essentially leaving out the third key in our part timer. So It's me and I was an ASM there, so it was the manager and the other two ASMs and the third key. Or I was again the other ASM and then the third key. But either way, they had like a whole spiel about like how we excelled at like sales, and they wanted us to come up and like do this whole thing. And when they asked, they're just like, what is it about your store that just that keeps people coming back? And without missing a beat, my buddy Anwar, he's like, we're chill. Fucking
by the world are direct things that Bernie has been saying. We also see with young people, their jobs straight out of college are going down and their futures are looking bleaker.
I have a Wheel of Fortune number specifically because we had a deal with Dish Network. So we used to watch Wheel of Fortune and compete with each other.
Where do you stand on AI and how AI?
Again, I loved that job.
Well, I'll tell you this, it definitely has that potential. And
I got paid like
there are
ass
real
there, too.
risks. There's also real opportunities. Anybody who's messed around with Claude or ChatGPT understands that there's real potential in this technology. The thing about any life-changing technology, though, is that you have to balance the risk from the benefit. And the risks that I see coming are manifold. One is that it could potentially fundamentally and inalterably change the social contract when it comes to the ability for people to actually sell their intellectual capital on a market
still exist
for
online.
money to live their lives.
They were in Sprint stores for a little bit, but now they're like only online. And I guess they were some venture capital firm was toying with just bringing it back.
And if you are starting,
if I still fit in my Radio Shack shirt, I'll wear that on stream.
To automate out what was traditionally knowledge work out of an economy, where does that go? And what do you do when you are now potentially creating a circumstance where 15 to 20% of young people are not just unemployed, but unemployable as a function of it? The second question is this topic of P-doom, right? Which used to be a term that they used in the old years of AI, like 2 years ago.
For a penny as well.
Which was the probability that AI would...
When they told us that we were closing the store, my district manager, because the company was folding, so they already, when we found out that it was a venture capital firm buying us out, my district manager got a hold of us. He's just like, so I'm not saying that you guys should do this. I'm just saying that this is something that other stores have been caught doing. So just so you know, it's like you guys could theoretically get into trouble for this, but I'm not saying to do this or anything, but if there's anything in the store that you want to mark out, just make sure that you put it in a nice little stash spot.
Create existential doom.
Just like,
And we know the risks of this. We know that if this falls into the wrong hands,
these are fucking Radio Shack brand. Look at that. Avios, and they still work perfectly.
Know that if it's able to escape human control, that there's potentially catastrophic risks there. And then there's the environmental footprint. It's not like AI just happens out of thin air. You need huge amounts of compute, sucking up huge amounts of electricity, potentially using huge amounts of water to cool
God damn, that's tight.
And
yeah,
that has physical content.
I have 2 Blue Yetis. This Audio Technica. I think I have another Audio Technica, so I think I have 2 of the Audio Technicas. Because originally I was going to set up a podcast mini studio at my apartment at the time. No, it was my house. But yeah, I was gonna set up a mini studio where I can invite some of my comic buddies and
consequences in communities like ours. So when it comes to the regulation, I think
I started
we need
this. Imagine I actually I kind of already had some of the stuff.
And the problem right now is a lot of the folks who understand it best are taking money from
my district manager ruled
the very same corporations who want.
Dude, no joke. Sorry, I'm barely paying attention to this anymore. I already did watch this though, so full disclosure. But no, my fucking DM. This was so funny too. He had assured us that during a conference call, literally that day, I feel like it might have been the day after, but I feel like it was that day where he just told us, he's like, all right, so here's the stores that are going to be closing because they were doing mass closings. But our stores, we were always one of the top performers. So he kept assuring us, he's like, no, you guys are safe. You guys are definitely safe. You're safe. We found out again, because we watched Wheel of Fortune, it went to Channel 7 News, and then one of the first stories was about the liquidation of Radio Shack, the company buying it, and how all stores were getting shut down. So we were like, what? And then sure as shit, you just hear the fucking bring, bring. It's like, no. And then it was him. He was just like, so... yeah, your store's not safe. We're like, we just found out on the news. He's like, oh, good, you already know.
Zero regulation at all.
We were like, what the fuck, man?
And a lot of the folks who want to
So we found
regulate
out we were getting
are
fired
not as
from the news.
close to the technology. I aim to try and solve that as somebody who understands the development of this technology and also has not taken money from the corporations that are trying to tell us that somehow they know better for our whole entire future.
Wait, funny enough, the ATR 2500 sounds a little bit better when plugged into an Apple computer.
And when it comes to data centers, I've been very clear. We put out a terms of engagement. This has been a live issue. There were 15 data center projects proposed in Michigan in the last year alone, and there are many, many more slated for 2026. And our terms of engagement are thus. If you want to open a data center in Michigan, you better meet the following terms. Number one, if you're promising jobs, you need to create all the jobs you said you were going to create, and they need to be good.
My dad said the power bill quintupled in the last few months.
Union local jobs. Number two.
Yeah, my average power bill was about $60. Now I'm paying about $140. And I have limited my power.
Not be any
that
increase in our electricity costs.
I turned into my dad.
In fact,
where it's like every I don't have any access lights on. I don't fuck with that.
You should
shit.
be invested in reducing costs, and some of the revenue that is passed on to utilities needs to be spent to improve our reliability. Three, there should be closed loop systems, meaning you cannot connect to the water infrastructure and to our water resources and think that you could just pollute our water to cool.
Oh, absolutely. Dude, I mean, we have a data cooling center or a data center in Chicago that's going to be on the lakefront, and it's going to be using lake water.
You're computing in your data centers.
Immediately, I was just like, no.
Four, that there has
Fight Club
to be a community benefits agreement that is negotiated and prepaid in terms of what you are going to provide a local community if you're bringing a data center in. And then all of this needs to be reinforceable via very, very clear, very steep fees to make sure that data center operators are held accountable. That said, I am worried because this is all happening so fast. We're talking about an outlay of...
Again, it's happening so fast. Again, it happened so fast that Americans did catch on, but now they're trying to do this thing where they're like, oh, well, you don't need a town meeting. It's like, no, we need a town meeting. It's like, well, we already made the call. It's like, you corrupt motherfuckers.
Of money that is greater than the amount of money that we spent to build the federal highway system under Dwight Eisenhower. You're talking about huge amounts of capital. So we need federal legislation. We've needed federal legislation and you know, things like an actual regulatory agency at the federal level that can hold some of these hyperscalers accountable. The ability to make sure that you know your customer when you're selling them compute, so you're not selling it to some actor who wants to use this for malevolent means. The ability to just make sure we have rigorous testing standards so these models don't go rogue.
Yoshi, congratulate him on paying for your neighborhood's newest data center.
All of that is stuff we should have had 2 years ago, and we're only now starting to talk about. So we need leaders who both understand this technology and are not bought off by the corporations who are building it. And I'm hoping I can offer that kind of leadership in the Senate.
And let me ask you one horse race question for people who aren't following this race. We've talked about Mallory McMorrow, who's kind of running in the Elizabeth Warren, maybe center left lane. She has Warren's endorsement.
Oh, God damn it. So she's the Dan Biss in this.
Trying to be kind of a Goldilocks candidate in between you and Haley Stevens, who's had enormous amount of AIPAC support in her previous race and is understood very, and is, you know, clearly the AIPAC candidate here, but seems to be
peacing out,
hoping for a huge influx of AIPAC money, which has not arrived yet. The race is in the doldrums of early August is the election, which might could potentially depress some turnout. Polls seem to have it pretty neck and neck, like a almost a three-way tie. Morrow put one out showing her ahead. Stevens is but you're always like everybody's right within a couple of points. McMorrow herself, I've seen some of my reporting from a couple months ago resurfacing lately. McMorrow herself had
set up on Mac
according
OS.
to one of her.
Well, that's what I was using at the time that I got this.
Top camp.
I didn't know that it was going to work well with that. I just knew it was a USB mic.
Paying volunteers sent in an APAC questionnaire. Maybe it was a DMFI questionnaire. We don't know. She hasn't released it. That was supposedly.
Nobody else wanted the mics. I was kind of shocked. I also have a soundboard that I'm never gonna use.
They loved it. Like
but it's literally a Radio Shack brand soundboard.
In hopes of not necessarily getting APAC spending on her behalf, but keeping APAC from supporting Haley Stevens. So with a three-way race, it's tricky. Like if they,
it's actually
spend
kind of
money
it's a
attacking
nice
you,
mic. Like
they
just
could boost
in general.
McMorrow, and they still lose. If they don't, maybe then you edge it out. Like, what are you hearing?
Every fucking microphone that I ever worked in when I worked at a comedy.
Kind of through the grapevine about where APAC is in this race, what McMorrow's trying to do, what Stevens is trying to do.
It's like, who the fuck?
What's
Dane Cook do this?
What's the path in the next few months that allows you to kind of break out of this
drops a mic,
three-way stalemate?
Yeah, well, you're right. Both
podcasts were still new at the time.
Opponents just released
catching
poll
on,
numbers.
Yeah.
In one of their polls, I have the highest favorability. In the other poll, after all the voters
this
are
was back
informed,
when you
I
actually
go up
had to like buy extra bandwidth
for the other two. That puts us in some really good positioning. When both of your opponents' internal polls show you pretty strong, you recognize why it is that they are now engaging in what seems to be a pretty coordinated smear campaign about a campaign event I'm doing with a Twitch streamer. So all of that is to say, I don't know what they're trying to do. I'm not in those camps. I'm just a lot more focused on having a conversation with the folks in my state. They understand that I've run before, and I'm saying the exact same things I said then.
Yeah, that's a bad. Yeah, you should have gone into radio. You would have loved it, Sylvie. And there's a good possibility you could have still been there because, like, if you were like an engineer, those are the people that are kind of comfortable even in local radio jobs because they really don't want to get rid of the people that they need the most.
Now,
like you think it's the talent.
I want to get money out of politics. I think corporations have choked our economy out for their best interest and against ours. In the 8 years since I started saying it,
especially if you knew how to work the soundboard too,
just gotten worse. It's less affordable than it was. I want to guarantee you healthcare because I know we could do it. I literally wrote a book about how to do that. And I want to make sure that we're standing with unions and small businesses rather than big corporations who automate away our jobs. That's what I've always been about. And we're going to continue to take our campaign across the state. We've been to 90
Opie and Anthony were realistically the godfathers of fucking podcasting in the way that, like, without them, no Joe Rogan, and without Joe Rogan, no modern podcast. I hate to say that, but it's true.
300 public events. We know that our campaign is resonating. I also know that because of my clarity about my values when it comes to foundational human rights for Palestinians, in the fact that I don't think a special interest funded by MAGA billionaires should be able to sway our foreign policy in the form of APAC, that they're going to spend huge amounts of money to beat me. And so I ask good people if they believe in a politics where we believe in human rights for literally everybody, where we believe in the equal rights to dignity and self-determination for Jewish Israelis and
production theater in high school. Oh, man.
Palestinians alike. If you believe that corporations and special interests shouldn't be able to buy our politics, I hope that you'll support us. Go to Abdul for.
You would have gotten paid shit, and you probably wouldn't have gotten paid for at least a year.
Send it,
because like they're internships.
And invest. At the end of the day, my job is to have that connection with Michiganders. We know that there's going to be tremendous amounts of corporate and special interest money sloshing around. And I'm just asking good people, if you believe in my brand of politics and want to see somebody in the U.S. Senate who's trying to be honest with you about what we can have, not trying to tell you what you can't have and shouldn't fight for, not trying to tell you corporate talking points that are washed through a campaign, then I hope folks will support us.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Crystal. I think I'll do it unless you have any final questions.
Nope, that'll do it.
All right. Well, good luck, Doctor. And when is this rally happening, this infamous rally?
April 7th. If you're in Ann Arbor or if you're in East Lansing, come on through. We'd love to see you.
Ann Arbor?
Okay, very cool. We'll leave all that in a link in the description.
He's doing the college tour.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll speak to you again soon.
Bye, Abdul. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. I mean, that was good. Well, speaking of Hasan, I didn't get to watch this today, so fuck it. I'm going to watch the Hasan appearance. I have literally nothing to add to this except just, we'll see what happened.
Live. We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome to the program Hasan Piker of the Hasan Piker Show. Is that what you call it?
The Hasanabi broadcast.
The Hasanabi broadcast.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
I feel like I'm. This is like indecent.
You're in the big chair now.
This feels strange. Also because you have a very strange thing that you sit on top of.
Yep.
But it feels good. My booty feels good.
I am remote with an image of.
Oh my God, he has one of those. My wife has one of those. That
set behind me.
I tried down here. I was
you
like,
are
"Ooh."
literally sitting in my seat. And
I mean, kind of
cushion.
poetic, right?
yeah, I guess
Yeah,
it's
I'm
just
just stopping in. Is there a fundraising event Crystal Ball is hosting tomorrow for progressives? Yes, in New York.
yeah.
I'm not
there it
Also,
is.
what up, what up?
A vision of the future, and also your sciatica. So
Yeah.
that's you'll have the opportunity for that as well.
Brady in for Bledsoe.
I mean, if he keeps lifting,
Let's take it easy.
fuck man.
Why don't we say it's really more like post Brady? We could do that way. I don't
You're
wanna be
Brady
Bled-
and
I don't wanna- I don't wanna be
Hassan is
Bledsoe.
Drake May. That's
Yeah, let's do it that
it's-
way.
The
No,
Bledsoe was better. That was better.
Football, whatever. All right. But
No,
let's
that was
talk
bad.
about this because I want to talk about
She's
you
not letting him have
recently
it.
took a trip to Cuba, which upset some people because you provided medical.
Oh, what the hell? Did I just lose my horizontal stream? The fuck? Uh-oh. Might have an F on the horizontal stream. Oh, nope. We're good. We're good. Okay. Yo, that was wild. It literally just fucking kicked out and just said, "No, sorry, man. No data."
Medical supplies. You one of a bunch of people actually went down there to provide medical supplies. I want to talk about that. I want to talk to you about Iran and maybe if we have time, CPAC. But I have to say, I mean, it's a coincidence you're on. We can talk about
No, it's
why you're
back
in
up.
town.
We're good.
But you have become in some very sort of like narrow circles, like weird narrow circles. The some type of like demon force that people think will help them electorally. It's bizarre. And I mean, like they have attempted, they've sort of scrolled through all the ways they can attack Mamdani. They went after his wife's, social media accounts from when she was 15. They have tried it multiple times with saying like, he shook your hand.
man.
You guys are friendly. You were supportive of him during the campaign. But what the F is going on? Mallory McMurrow is doing it now?
Yeah. It seems like it's the centrist route. It's when a campaign is about to be Cuomo over, they just
Mallory
hit that.
McCuomo.
Yeah, they just hit that line, I think, where they'll. I mean, this was fascinating for me because I'm not.
This kind of makes sense because like most of the people that were running running the campaigns themselves were kind of late late millennial to late Gen Z. So they kind of understood this.
Super familiar.
Because I did see some younger people working for
with
Cuomo.
Mallory McMorrow, and I thought that she was like trying to be a Warrenite and maybe like a more moderate, more palatable, centrist style progressive, right?
Yeah, like she has the energy of like the friend in a lead, the friend of a lead in a rom-com in the 2010s, right? She was trying to lean into that indie thing.
and she was actually kind of like copying a lot of Abdul Sayed's policies that he's been like a champion of, from Medicare for All. She's been outspoken to a certain degree on Israel, but then there was also some inconsistencies there because she went to AIPAC with a policy paper, and her staff was like, let's not allow AIPAC to get into this race, but we are kind of your person. And AIPAC's like, we're gonna get into the race. So there was a little bit of inconsistency there, but this was a little bit of a shock, especially because like if you're trying to present yourself as like even remotely progressive, it's a very odd issue to polarize yourself on, to draw a line of demarcation on, where you basically are saying, I'm with Stevens, I'm with the AIPAC side on this race. Where
that is the keyboard.
like
stop trying to type.
The story starts with Abdul Sayed asking me to do a campaign rally with him, and I've never stumped with a politician running for office before. I mean, but I had collaborated with Abdul quite a bit up until this moment, as I have with many other elected representatives and politicians that are running. And I said, yes, it's supposed to be me and Summer Lee and Abdul Sayed at Michigan State University and University of Michigan on April 7th. And when that came out on Politico, it came off the heels of this Wall Street Journal Third Way article that had come out a week prior as well, where they were like, Democrats, we need to make the tent smaller. We need to make sure that Hasan is out of the tent. Just Hasan, this one guy, he needs to get the hell out of this tent.
You're big.
Yeah,
I mean, you physically take up a decent amount of space in the tent.
So basically this happened where Jewish Insider went to virtually every single politician they possibly could go to.
Yes, Mallory was endorsed by Warren.
In some way, shape, or form.
So is Daniel Biss. That's why I'm saying, like, I got a bad feeling about this.
Is silly enough, in my opinion, to make like ridiculous statements like this. Slotkin came out and said something like, I don't really know anything about Hasan. I've never heard of him. But he's an anti-Semite, I think. And it was like such a wild thing to just admit. It's like,
does anyone actually watch Majority Report? I mean, they get 10K a day. That's pretty decent.
Can we read the quotes from McMorrow here? If we could just go back. This is what she said to Jewish Insider about Hasan. It is somebody who says extremely offensive things in order to generate clicks and views and followers, which is not entirely different from somebody like Nick Fuentes.
Good night, Robin. I'll catch you later.
To put it lightly.
Happy Friday. Robin, I'm doing the protest tomorrow. I should be hitting 3 different protests. So.
Things that are misogynistic and anti-Semitic, and that the United States deserved 9/11. You'll never outlive that.
10K live? 10K live on YouTube is really good. Do you not understand, like, numbers, apparently?
Commentary.
And, like, even, like, some of the most popular fucking podcasts on YouTube don't hit that
on imperial blowback, but I have a different theory about this. I don't think this is electorally salient, because
not even like seriously, not trying to do that thing where I need to fucking stand up for my favorite show, but that's just crazy that you would think like 10K is not.
We say Mallory McCuomo jokingly because she ended up like the Cuomo strategy of trying to tie Mom Donnie to you obviously didn't work. Yeah. But this is, I think they see Stevens as cratering, like the Schumer pick.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
She's cratering a bit. And so McMorrow is like, there's a pool of money here that.
How am I supposed to know? It's not like I can hear your tone.
I can access, and I'm going to audition here for these Zionist donors. And
there's 10K people, ... Oh my God. I took that as like, oh my God.
That's what she's putting out there.
So my bad, misread. I'm literally eating crow here saying, oh, egg on my face. I misread that. Zancy.
She can't.
Zancy Pelosi.
She doesn't want to attack Abdul directly, but she's signaling like, I will be as Islamophobic as possible if necessary. I will take this money and I'll be your representative since Stevens is falling apart. Yeah, so I actually don't think it's about like winning votes here. I think this is about getting some money.
That was my leg.
No, absolutely. This is a 90-10 issue. So anytime you step on that landmine voluntarily, you're actually foregoing a lot of people that could have potentially voted for you as like a somewhat moderate, somewhat progressive pick.
In Michigan.
Yeah, in Michigan. And this is, I said this as well, but like this is precisely the same issue that took place in Michigan that cost the Democrats.
Internet needs better tone indicators.
The election
that'd be
in
nice.
Michigan. You know, sending Bill Clinton out there to talk about Judea and Samaria, and then sending Richie Torres out there to like give assurances to the voters in Michigan that like the genocide will continue. These were major mistakes. And this is precisely why Michigan was lost. And it wasn't just the Arab vote either. It was a lot of people of good conscience that were very frustrated with the Democratic Party's lack of interest in addressing their demands. Now, you know, harm reduction voting in theory or in practice is
he's trying to play something.
I mean, in theory it's correct. In practice it's clearly a demonstrable failure, but it doesn't matter. People don't make those calculations, right? So like they're going to see this once again and remember exactly why they didn't want to vote for the Democrats initially. It's going to create voter apathy, or
This
at
is
least
what happens when you get fat.
Start
wobbling.
It won't make voters enthusiastic about
Literally
McMorrow
just
at all.
I mean, that was the problem that we had during. I mean, I think there's a reason why they have hid that the autopsy that the DNC did, and I think at the time it was quite clear just from talking to sort of outside supportive organizations of the Democrats that they were having trouble motivating their own people, who are the people to go get the vote out, because when you depress the activists, it becomes a first, second, third order problem in terms of getting people out who are just not that involved in politics. But I do find this and I think Emma, Emma's point is basically nailed it as to what value you bring in terms of a piñata. It is funny to watch. I've seen a couple of pundits jump on this. People who are people wouldn't really know their names, but folks who've been writing about Democratic politics for a long time. I have, people can find my tweets. I have a particular issue with that guy. I find him always on the wrong side of these things for literally decades. But be that as it may, it is fascinating how you have become an avatar for the narrowest group of people, and they are.
So are you in Michigan? I'm the neighbor to the south. We're fucked. Government is Trump's buddy. I'm in Chicago.
Just adamant about they're just talking to themselves. I mean, we're in a weird era where Twitter is far less relevant than it used to be in terms of influencing.
He's choosing violence.
The media narrative.
He's choosing violence.
There's a story there, and there's still ways of pulling stories. Although a lot of the stuff is sort of like garbage and slop these days. But it used to be that Twitter, if there was a fight on Twitter, it would shape the narrative in the mainstream media by getting into the bloodstream of a lot of writers, and that doesn't happen anymore. It just doesn't happen in the same way at all. It's sort of like what happens in Twitter stays in Twitter, and it's sort of like
and it really doesn't break from break through to the
my theory on that is
through the news, because guys, you remember almost 10 years ago when Twitter was pretty new, just how pretty new. I mean, it was about 10 years in, right? Twitter's almost 20 years old. But yeah, man, it was breaking through, where you would hear, oh my God, you see what so-and-so tweeted? Not just Trump, so many people.
Writers to your...
You don't hear that shit anymore.
I think it builds to what you're saying.
Fuck, you never hear what's trending anymore.
Sam, we're seeing the gutting of newsrooms across the country and billionaires capturing our media
Look at him,
institutions.
He fell.
And now most people
His
are
cheek is
getting
against the
their
keyboard, and he was just
information from social media and things like that.
Oh,
and that's
look at
algorithmically
him.
determined.
He's starting
And
to
there's
fall
also this
asleep. No
influx
Kings?
of bots. There was some little analysis on the
I'm covering the No Kings protests tomorrow. 3 of them in the Chicago suburbs.
Apple Roan controversy. She
Hopefully
left
3.
her agency Wasserman over the founder's ties to Jeffrey
Pending my
Epstein and very
phone's
publicly
ability to
came out
stay
about
with
it.
it.
Plus, she's pro-trans, pro-Palestine, all of that. This campaign against her for
I
her
follow Hasan, but I assume DNC is worried because they couldn't stop Zoran and NYC and may not stop other progressives. Yeah.
security allegedly being rude to a girl in Brazil has been the top story on Twitter for about a
A
week.
fabricated story as well. It wasn't even her security at all.
Hygie? Is it Hygie Homestead? Either way, welcome to the show. And honestly, if you are enjoying the show, please consider hitting that like button and subbing. If any of y'all are just kind of hanging out and could help out, I appreciate
She
it.
was completely oblivious to what had taken place.
Right.
Specifically with the like and stuff.
But it's the exact same thing that's happening to you.
I
There's
know,
something
I know.
that's very
YouTube are
well
asking for
financed that
something.
is
Oh my God.
artificially inflating these stories,
Free
and they're
content.
taking advantage of the fact that we do not have a robust journalistic infrastructure anymore, and the information ecosystem, the commons of information, has been completely captured by capital.
Yeah. and they're basically faking popularity and popular narrative.
That's good.
Through these sorts of botted initiatives. In my case, it's. I mean, I think I saw something similar to this in the Cuba stuff. So there is a tendency for like things that go super viral to cause like at least some editors to pay attention to and then like do coverage over. But yeah, I mean, this has been ongoing for like the past 2 weeks, where it's always the same narratives over and over again. It's the same stuff that Richie Torres even talked about in the build up to the election, where he was trying to get me deplatformed from Twitch. Well, now he's woke. Now he's calling out settler terrorism, but I mean, even that in and of itself, I think is proof that like this conversation is over, right?
Yeah.
Amongst the masses, this conversation is over. So these guys are just basically trying to create this weird pressure on politicians who are definitely a lot more tuned into media responses and a lot less tuned into what the constituents are saying or what the broad majorities of the base are saying, because they're not going to be able to stop me from appealing to the masses. My position is the position of the masses. It wasn't the case post October 7, but it is now, right?
Oh, specifically on Israel, yeah.
So I think they're just trying to be like, don't
do the jank thing where you're just like, but progressivism is just, it's so popular. And it's like, guys,
this guy's dangerous. We can't have someone like
if that were the case, we wouldn't have to worry about APAC money, okay?
Like him speak directly to politicians and have politicians associate with him. And it's far beyond just Israel as well. Israel is a major part of this, but I think it's a group. It's a collection of different interest groups, right? Most of these are very unfavorable lobbies for sectors that want to focus on making sure that the Democrats continue putting corporate profits over the interests of people, from probably healthcare to definitely like whatever mishmash of things that Third Way is supposed to represent, the interests of billionaires. And it's weird because they've singled me out as this like beacon for all of this, but I keep stressing this over and over again. Like, you take me out, let's say, right? Let's say you successfully deplatform me, or politicians don't want to come on my stream and they don't want to appeal to my audience. Fine, who cares, right? But you're not addressing the problem. If you look at the polls, Democrats are still not exactly very favorable. They're not viewed favorably, and there's a reason for that.
That cat with that giant
The
bed.
reason for that is exactly what I'm communicating all the time. And I'm just one person. I'm a megaphone. I'm not like I'm representative
against
of
TOS. Yes. Violence is against TOS.
a real mass politics in this country, as you guys are as
Did you guys
well.
see what he did? By the way, like I tried to catch
and
it.
that's what's so fascinating.
That's what he does. He
These
likes
guys
to
think,
grab
like,
my
as long
hand.
as we cut
he'll
off the head
use
of
like
the
kitty soft
Hydra,
paws, but then he'll
that,
go.
it's over. We'll be able to deal with this, and then politicians
Never
will
breaks
actually
skin, though.
listen to these people, and they'll listen
Very
to
good
me
about that.
instead. Guy who has been responsible for every electoral defeat for the last multiple decades.
It is just a fascinating moment because I think there is a fear amongst those sort of like third way types, establishment types. They're some are ideological, some are just sort of like
I should have named you normal.
don't care about any ideology other than maintaining their positions. And, and it comes in like where, there's stories about how the Republicans are so frustrated about how they can't attack Mamdani. They can't find anything.
Yeah.
And on some level, like you are one of like, it's almost like you're one of the branches sticking out of a cliff, and they're just grabbing at whatever they can grab. And I think it does have salience amongst like, again, like, some fundraising, some donors, but it doesn't, we have gone past the point where, well, first off, from the center to the left, there is no figures.
Oh man, Hasan lost a lot of weight.
Like,
that's what happens. Like when you start hitting your mid 30s. Like, trust me, I had the same thing happen. I used to be about $180. I'm 6 foot, so I was rocking $180, and I barely had to do anything to maintain just not even just my weight, but like my physique. I would do minimal workouts, and I also did learn how to like do like the safest workouts for your joints, and also one of the things about playing hockey, especially like when you were trying to train to play higher level, which whatever, we all tried. You do get to that point where if you have a coach that's worth a damn, he will tell you to not go too hard in the gym because you don't want to hurt yourself fucking preparing for a game. He's like, at least save it for a game.
Like that have the.
But yeah, that's what happens when you hit your mid-30s, man. Metabolism changes, all of it starts changing. That's why, like I kept saying, with the way that he eats on stream, you gotta be careful, because if he's not fucking, doing a bunch of cardio all the fucking time, you're gonna have a problem.
Vince, I mean, the Nick Fuente, like Nick Fuente.
I'm looking forward to the Hasan Fat arc. Now that I think about it, because it's gonna happen. It is gonna happen.
Says on one side is an obvious, like, Nazi.
And shit, it'll probably happen to me.
In many respects. Maybe Nazi's not the right term.
I'm already
Maybe
getting a little bit of a
KKK,
punch.
revenge, whatever it is. And I don't know that his audience is,
but I'm way less healthy than him, so
as big as the right thinks it is. But the problem is that he represents a big strand in the party, and they know that, and they can't really offend that strand. It's not the same dynamic that's happening from the center to the left, which is there's an actual,
I think I've told the story.
Fight, and so
fractured. I sprained my ankle getting out of the car at a hockey game.
some of it also happens to be sort of like there's also like
that was fucked up.
A fight over partisan tactics that sometimes
stepped wrong
align
on the
with that
curb, just-
ideological fight and sometimes doesn't. On the right, the problem is
Pretty sure I
they're
sounded like
attacking
that too.
themselves. When they attack Nick Fuentes, they're
Fucking Mount Prospect Ice Arena.
attacking the
Fuck that place.
basis of
that fucking parking lot is
their electoral strength. On the
fucking
center
worst.
to the left, when they attack you, they're attacking a rising sentiment from the center to the left.
I was a
and it's-
goalie at that for that game, and it was, dude, I had to walk in and be like, guys, I can't play.
So it's a different dynamic.
I don't know what to
and
tell
it's
you.
not like,
They're like, what? I'm like, I think I sprained my ankle. I'm going to the hospital.
I
thought I broke my ankle, to be honest.
It's fascinating how much effort they're putting into a project that is completely irrelevant for
That
what they
fucking hurt.
ostensibly want.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say irrelevant. I think it's counterproductive.
Yeah.
It's
You're a
it's
lol
it's
cow.
actually
Oh,
it's actually
cool.
bad, especially because
At least I'm getting the lulls. Moo.
they're leaning into it. Like their angle of attack is a 90-10 issue for the base, a 90-10 issue. So positioning yourself as being antagonistic to one of the largest anti-Zionist voices in the country, when 90% of your base is on board with this message, is so idiotic. You're not actually accomplishing anything other than the fact that you're stating your position and you're saying, just like we did in 2024, right, that we will win without you.
Yep.
And it's not me. I meet people all the time. I go to Minneapolis, I go to these protests. I meet people that are like 65 years old, right? They're lifelong liberals, and they have that exact same resentment.
My 40th birthday, I got a hernia in my abdomen muscle. You want to know what I was doing? I was sleeping.
And the exact same anger that
God damn it. And they want us to join the military at 42, huh?
I have.
Oh, that's fun.
For democratic fecklessness, democratic incompetence.
Bunch
Those
of
people
fucking
didn't arrive
soldiers
at that conclusion
going through boot camp. Why are my knees hurt?
because they are, lifelong fans of
Was that my ankle? I feel my back just popped.
mine. They arrived at that conclusion because they saw the Democrats lose to Trump twice, an incompetent, imbecilic fascist, twice, with the same exact method.
Hey, in the meantime, if you're going through boot camp, at least everybody's ball, right?
Of pivoting to the moderate mythical center. Like pivoting to the mythical center to find the mythical moderate voter. It was a failure.
Get to be jealous about stubble.
And
like your stubble's coming back. No,
this
mine's not coming back.
So is reflected in the communiques, right? The way that the Third Way is talking about it, the way that Mallory McMorrow is talking about it, the way that Haley Stevens is talking about it, where they say, Hasan is our line in
An aging
the
grand,
sand,
dude.
right?
Sucks.
And what he represents is our line in the sand.
My hips, like because of goaltending, I am starting to. I have the goaltender's curse, and I somehow got it way later than most goalies get it. But yeah, my hip is starting to pop in it,
which is insane.
I think I did it on stream the other day, where like I'm 90% sure you can hear it. I didn't watch the playback. I need to find it. 'Cause, yeah, man, it was loud. I moved my leg and I just heard the pop, and I went, ah!
But no such criticisms exist for Gavin.
But then it was one of those ones where it was like,
Newsom having Ben Shapiro on his podcast,
yeah.
having Charlie
Good.
Kirk on his podcast, having Steve Bannon on his podcast, and then agree.
Herniating a disc is the worst, and also sciatic. Yeah, your sciatic nerve is nothing to fuck with.
Being with those people, conceding to their talking points.
For next week.
And-
Yeah, I mean, actually, Trans Devin, that's how it is with me and my wife. My wife is, she's turning 40 soon, and I'm like 9 months younger than her.
And that, to me, demonstrates exactly the moral.
I call her Rice Krispie.
Moral
whenever she like snap, crackles, and pops, like walking up the stairs.
Odd.
At one point, I also, you would think that she would take Elmbridge to this, but she died laughing. I called her a rickety bitch. I'm like, oh my god,
At
you're
the
a rickety
heart
bitch, and she was just like,
of the national politics of the Democrats represent. This is the issue.
Too funny,
You don't
she
have a
couldn't
problem
even
with Ben
fake
Shapiro.
outrage.
You said you wanted to find a Joe Rogan of the left. You said I was that guy. I never said I was that guy. I always said you.
Turnabout's fair play. You should have seen what happened when I snapped, had a little nice snap, crackle, and pop on the stairs, and she was just like,
You can't podcast your way out of this problem, regardless, right?
ooh, 26 years, herniated L5. Ooh.
And yet,
yeah, I'm lucky I didn't herniate my L3, but I got in a real bad car accident when I was with my dad when I was 12.
I believe you wanted to pull this up.
Whiplash.
This is from Fox News
Sucked.
a year ago.
Hey, I got news. You have news, breaking news from Foxhound.
Democratic Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow told Politico in a new interview this week that the party needs to occupy
All right, give me the details.
prominent cultural
Otacon, what are the details on the news?
spaces like Joe Rogan's podcast
Foxhound mission, what do we got?
to reach voters. She noted that
That's
snubbing
bust-
these
my
opportunities
mistake.
because of political differences contributes to the impression that the party is, quote, elite. Quote, instead of snubbing your nose at
You
those
scored an internship with a senator. Oh, shit.
people, which is the
Working
perception
in
that a lot of
DC.
people have of Democrats,
Congrats,
is that we're
man.
elitist
That's
and
actually
we're
pretty dope.
academic, and we look down on people who don't
Spill
watch
tea.
traditional Hollywood movies. Well, I don't know.
Oh,
She's talking
God.
right here.
No tea needed.
Whatever.
Well, I mean, but this also dovetails
This
with
is
the
weird, where it's like I have somebody that's like he's been in my chat for a while now. I think for the most part, Foxhound, we've disagreed on a lot, but congratulations, man. I'm glad that you're
Graham Plattner
got that. That's
story that we
awesome.
covered yesterday, where he's like leading right now Janet Mills in this Emerson poll by 20 points,
Yeah,
and
neat.
the strength is with men, also with young men. Like I feel like I maybe hallucinated around 3 to 4 months of discourse
You're
about how the
working for a
Democratic
Democrat?
Party really needs to appeal to young men, and I see you as like an influencer, or not influencer, but
that's odd, but that's not what I was expecting the next thing to be that you typed.
An online version of that dynamic where no, they want to win in a
Wow, I was way off.
specific kind of way.
Yeah.
And they would actually rather lose.
Oh, again,
They would rather
no,
lose.
No
I'm
joke,
at, I mean,
bro.
I'm at this point now.
Congratulations.
This
Have fun in DC. Don't get too corrupted. Maybe you can come back at me and tell me that my leftist politics isn't as bad as you think.
this class of Democrats would rather lose crafting
We'll
the
see.
constituency that they want than change course. And that's why there's no other option
Ooh.
but defeating them. There's no other option but
Yeah.
defeating them and extricating them from the party. We don't have the same goals. We do not have the same goals as the people that are attacking Hasan right now. We want to win, actually. They want to win in a very specific kind of way, and it's a less advantageous way. One, it's
I love how I threw
don't-
my cat on that bed and he hasn't moved.
I think it's less likely
It's
to
just like,
win
I'm
in
good
the
here.
short term, and two, in the long term, When we're talking about like building a political brand and a party and a constituency, like I was on the left hook with Wajahat Ali yesterday, and we were talking about
damage and nerves.
I was thinking about how I had this debate about with Catherine Rampal on MSNBC about whether or not it would be better if there was a Republican in Joe Manchin's seat, and like, don't you want to?
No, I wasn't going to ask you to. I would never ask you to give too much information that could get you in trouble.
Win? Don't you want to win? First of all, it's a false choice. We could.
Even though
if
I'm curious.
you ran a populist in West Virginia, I think that they would have a better shot. But two, what does this do to the long-term brand of the party with Joe Manchin representing it as a Democrat?
Yeah.
He destroyed the expanded child tax credit, plunged millions of people back into poverty. And that happened when Biden was in power. So with his leverage as the most conservative Democrat, he watered down the agenda of the Democrats to the point.
Yeah, maybe while you're talking to the guy, you can tell him, hey, I know this left-winger that'll have you on his show, or I don't know, maybe you can send out a tweet for this at Pep Talks guy.
That it hurt them electorally.
Let's get me out there. Come on, man.
Like, there has to be discipline about who's allowed into the party on
that little
on
boost,
the end
you know?
of like
something like a push. Somebody, anybody.
like centrism is
well, not anybody, but somebody.
well, because that's what drags it down.
Yeah, because whether we like it or not, people are not looking at their elected representatives as individuals. Most people, when it comes to the general election, look at the national party, and the national party is judged by its weakest members, because their weakest members, the rotating villains that they always
I'll take a maybe.
Find enough votes for to undermine populist
Rickety
agendas
Pep.
that
Bro.
the Biden campaign ran on.
I felt
right?
that
in
ripple
2020 and
from
won
the
on
top of my neck.
That
all
is
the
what
way through
people
my
look at.
shoulders.
They don't think,
right
oh,
to
well,
my wrists.
the PRO Act was
just
about
the entire
pass,
stretch
then
of
Mark Kelly was like not on board with it. They don't
that sounded like a transformer just going.
think, oh, we were going to raise the minimum wage of $15 an hour, but like I guess the Senate parliamentarians stopped us. Like in some ways, you don't have to
call the chiropractor
to be super. You don't have to be super tapped in to make this correct assessment. Of course, people are going to make this assessment because at the end of the day, you're not delivering the goods.
You make that assessment even more so when you're not tapped in.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
you don't know those internal dynamics. But here, that is why that
fucking backwards.
That is indicative, in my estimation, as to Schumer being
the Gundam sound. Yeah, that was the Gundam sound.
Really weak leader, and also ideologically out of touch with where
that is more of the Gundam sound.
Where the people are. I mean,
standing.
Look. Democrats have won in special elections, in almost record numbers.
You know what? That's what I'm going to do this weekend. I'm going to sit down and build a Gundam.
There's every reason to believe they're going to overperform in the midterms.
I'm so full of shit. I'm probably going to play a video game like an asshole.
But Democratic approval is incredibly low.
Yeah.
And it's a problem. That type of stuff catches up with you. And
that's what I need. Oh, okay. No, Steam Deck. I got to get a Steam Deck. Yeah. The Transformers noise, the Gundam noise.
Schumer has.
That's it right there. Dragon Ball Z noises.
I think the fact that they did not.
I'm hiding my power level
on this DHS funding. I mean, remember the initial ask was
only Gundam stream. Fuck yeah, let's go
for reform regarding ICE, which they theoretically could have held out in this DHS.
As I said, I made an
funding.
investment to bring you folks some more content for the members here. So
they didn't. They sort of like both sides were able to walk away from this saying that they got what they wanted on some level. And Republicans certainly took more of the beating because of the shutdown. But people forget that the reason why ICE is going to be funded, regardless of them not getting their $28 billion this year, is because they got $140 billion extra last year.
Yeah.
When Gillibrand and Schumer and basically gave space for 5 or 6 others to vote for that bill. And it was just a failure of seeing where things were going. And it hurts
or the Laken Riley Act.
Oh, the
voting
Lake
for
and
the Lake.
Riley Act. I mean, on
Yeah.
and on. All these people are running away from those votes now, and it's impressive how poorly they can do, and how individual Democrats coming out and in certain areas can win. I guess we'll see down
You know
the
how
road.
you don't how you don't step on those landmines? Maybe sometimes you listen to a person that's outside of your orbit, outside of your immediate circle, a guy who's not in DC all the goddamn time, maybe a content creator like myself. I don't know. These are things that I was warning about at the DNC. These were things that I was warning about after Donald Trump got elected. I was very critical of a lot of Democrats who leaned into the immigration panic, and look where we're at now. It's like these polls are going to change when people realize the
Shit. Okay, so I just got a update here about some of the protests. Electioneering of any kind, including speeches and tabling for candidates running for office or ballot referendums, is expressly prohibited at the No Kings events. We appreciate the hosts' cooperation and keep our organizations compliant and safe. If you are attending as a candidate, please leave the campaign stuff at home. No literature distribution, no handing out buttons, no pitches. Just show up as a community member like everybody else. Blah, blah, blah. Traffic safety. You must keep yourself safe as event hosts. Invisible is asking that you not lean into or stand on the streets or the roads at any time during the No Kings protests. Do not be the initiator of an escalation situation. Do not block the streets. Do not bring signs on sticks or poles. Signs and sticks and poles are perceived as weapons. Do not bring the American flag on a pole. Dude, hold on. This is like literally this is the most I've ever actually had like rules to this shit. Please note important No Kings disclaimer. Core principle behind No Kings events is the commitment to nonviolent action. We expect all participants to seek and to de-escalate any potential confrontation. Things to remember: bring water, snacks, and any medical necessities based on your needs. Dress according to the weather. Bring signs and the American flag. Okay.
the cruelty necessary to maintain.
Yeah, I'm streaming No Kings.
To do mass deportations.
Trust me,
People are going to react to it, and they did.
I got a lot going on tomorrow. Oh my god, yeah. So tonight, I'm gonna do this, hang for a little bit, and then probably dip because a 6-hour stream, and then.
And we even saw successes in places like Minneapolis.
I mean, that's the thing. Fuck, I might have to. I mean, I got a hole punch, and maybe I got some string. So here's the bitch of it. I got my sign, right? And then I'm gonna have my Steadicam. Thank God I have a microphone, which, Sylvie, you're gonna fucking hate it because I have to broadcast, what is it, AAC or whatever?
Minneapolis, where the government had to straight up retreat.
It's gonna sound bad. I'm
and they
sorry.
even collected a scalp in the process. I think that
I preemptively apologize.
Leaving the Department of Homeland Security, or getting downgraded in her position, had a lot to do with.
Yeah, I used a hockey stick. Like, not a full hockey stick. I have a broken hockey stick. Fuck. Well, that sucks.
The administration's need to release a pressure valve.
Is that considered a pull?
Yep.
No, I guess it is.
Aside from like the obvious corruption, but everybody's doing it. Apparently, it's all the rage.
Let's talk a little bit about Cuba. I know you got to go soon, but
mobile stream will have more leniency with the. Okay,
you tell me when you got to go.
Thank you for that.
Your trip to Cuba. I want to hear.
I love how I legitimately defer to you for audio stuff now.
About that. If we have time to talk a little bit about
appreciate
Iran.
you. That's awesome.
Was this your first time to Cuba?
Yeah, I've never been to Cuba before. I've read a lot.
I find that hard to believe.
I have a gaff.
Well, let's just pretend.
That's what it is. It's like a. It's cool.
I've gone secretly. Yeah. Yeah. It was.
It was it was originally a $79 thing that I got for $50 on Prime Days or whatever the fuck, which I'm not usually for supporting Prime Days at all, but I needed that motherfucker, so I'm gonna take that.
Inroads before I went.
And also got a decent discount on a DJI mic. But the thing is, if you got it without the transmitter, it was like $40 cheaper than it usually would be. I was like, fuck it, I don't need the transmitter.
Out there said that you're going to be very
Maybe next
sad
time
when you see like what we've done to this country, what we've done to these people, and he was right. At first, I was taken aback. I mean, I can't believe how beautiful the island is. I can't believe how beautiful the people are. They're some of the coolest, nicest, most resilient people
Cubans
I've
rule.
ever met in my life.
Yeah.
And then I was first, I was excited to be there. Then I was
My dad lived in Florida for a short time, and he had a pretty expansive Cuban community.
a little sad seeing
And they weren't like your normal Republican type
these
Cubans.
dilapidated buildings.
Like,
it
they were
looks
very
like a bomb
cool.
exploded inside of them, and thinking about like
My dad wanted to travel there during the Obama years.
why Cuba is the
And
way it is,
then
like why it's been kept so
Just one random day, he calls me. He's like, "Guess where I'm at?"
poor. And then I was angry. It was unbelievable. I mean, we experienced the
dude.
rolling blackouts ourselves as well. I spent most of my time doing interviews with ordinary
Fucking
Cubans,
dead right
doctors,
there.
neuroscientists, and even interviewed the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Just realized I have longer hair than Emma. So yeah, you guys might want to get used to it. So what's gonna happen? Cutting off about this much. Like, it's time.
Cosio, and
Still keeping the long hair, but it's time.
so
I gotta get rid of some of
was
the shit.
outside of the Progressive International
It's not on my belly
orbit,
button.
like Code Pink activities. I didn't really participate in anything that they were doing, but it was. I mean, I got to see, these blackouts in person. It was really eerie. We were using a generator that my friend had, a solar panel generator, like battery thing that he had to be able to conduct our broadcast and.
Am I donating it? No.
And interview people, and once we shut off the generator.
No, the problem is my hair, like with the split. So if I get rid of this is about what it'll take to get rid of split ends. Then the healthy hair, if I wanted to donate it, I'd have to go up to, like, I would literally have to cut my hair
The
short.
generator runs out of power. You like room.
My wife did not lose her hair during cancer. If I did, or if she did, I would donate my hair.
Minded, you're like, oh my god, there's no street.
I would
light.
go to actually, I'd probably go to more of a Vosh cut. I hate to say.
It's just pitch black, darkness everywhere, and yet the people were still persevering through it all. We saw people playing dominoes.
Yeah, it needs to
around
be
the streets with, while using their phone
healthy
light.
hair.
Life just kept going, and
but also, like I said, my wife is very, I guess it's hard to say that she's lucky in this, but she at least got like cancer and treatment where it wasn't the lose your hair type.
part of what I have come to understand.
Keep calling it.
Is that the design of the American version of economic terrorism with sanctions is purposely made to be invisible, so that because the battle is ideological, so that you can make the argument that actually we're not doing anything. You could just do trade. What do you mean? It's just communism that's kept these people poor. It's very clearly designed that way. It's also very clearly
Full Fox
designed to create a
That's what she's on. Full Fox.
A class.
She's doing well.
Structure
I believe she's asleep
in
but
this
I don't
country
know.
as well. One of the things that we found
never
out
know.
even after we came back from Cuba was
I'm a little afraid to say that she's asleep, and then all of a sudden she'll be like, "No, I'm not."
that no oil had been sent to the island for the past 3 months, except for private businesses.
But yeah, that Full Fox stuff. Gotta
Including
say,
the
man.
hotel that we stayed at.
It's impressive.
There's only a couple hotels that you could stay at. The American government has made it illegal to stay at, the thousands of hotels that exist in Cuba for American citizens. You can go to jail for up to
They called me Discount Vosh instead of Asman
10
Bronze.
years, and you-
Oh, dude, I would grow my mustache out too, so I could like twirl it.
pay a fine.
I would look like I would just give in, and I would even get like the fucking old glasses so I could look like a fucking barber.
$250,000, which is like
A
so
full hipster with it.
I don't think people
unbelievable.
understand this dynamic because you know, I had been there about 25 years
Yeah,
ago
you're
on an
right.
OFAC license, and so it was basically
Same.
but they have changed the terms of that license to limit where you can go, so where money actually. I mean, they're doing it to try
No more
and
migraines.
spur some type of like
As someone who suffers from migraines,
interesting
they're
revolution.
Handlebar
no,
mustache.
They're trying to
That would be
create a
interesting.
second, like they're trying to create a capital ownership class, right?
Hey.
And Cuba has already given.
As I said, Lionel Baratheon from Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. That's my beard bay. That's who I like try to form this.
Cuba's already
look
reformed
like.
quite a bit, and
I don't know. I actually looking at his hair, I was like, fuck.
their economy,
I could
but
go
it's
back
like
to that.
still
but
very difficult to
was my hockey link.
institute full-blown systemic reforms and liberalize or
shoulder link.
marketize their economy
Layered.
while they're under this like insane blockade, where you know, even if you have a grain of Cuban sugar in anything that is any commodity, any food product that's created anywhere around the world, the United States of America won't purchase it.
The only difference is my migraines aren't necessarily like headaches. I have ocular
And
migraines.
it's the largest consumption engine on the planet. So who's going to buy Cuban sugar,
My
right?
ocular muscles
Nobody.
get fucking or muscles nerves get overwhelmed.
Effectively shut off their
Free Cuba? Hell yeah.
you've effectively shut off
Too
their
good money
industrial
bag.
output
What up,
by
dude?
instituting these sorts of
Welcome
sanctions
stream.
for no real reason whatsoever, and then simultaneously created a class structure within this country so that there is actually enmity and there is actually animosity by design, so that people look and they see that their roads are pitch black.
Dude, I got a devastating ocular migraine while I was like walking downtown, and like just a reflection of the sun off a building got me so bad that I had to fucking get a hotel room.
And there's not a lot of
I'm just like, you know what? I can't move.
food.
I can't do
and
this.
The only
It's either
industry that
hospital or hotel. And I was like, hotel.
the island alive is the only way to get foreign currency into the island is through tourism. It's like the last remaining sector, basically. And even then, they're suffering on that front too because of the rolling
That's when I knew
blackouts.
something was wrong.
But then the Cuban population are like, I can't get food. Everything is so expensive. But you know, all these like random
That
tourists are
building
coming in.
targeted me personally.
It must be the government that's like hoarding all of our resources and giving it
The
to
old,
them. Like that's what it's designed to do.
Progressive building.
And there hasn't been too much success so far. There hasn't really been any success at all. But it doesn't matter.
Use
It's
dark
still-
glasses
it's
when I go outside? I do.
Unbelievably cruel what we're doing to these people. You know, we're
This is before I knew I had it.
not giving oil to the island. We're not allowing other countries to legally trade with Cuba. What we are doing is illegal. It's both collective punishment and it's ridiculous. Like who are we to restrict what two sovereign nations can and
Yes.
can't trade with one another? It's legal for Cuba to trade with Mexico. It's legal for Cuba to trade with Canada and vice versa. It's illegal for America to try to implement this blockade, and yet no one speaks out against it. And then on top of that, the American design, the American sanctions design that's supposed to be invisible is created in such a way where we're basically saying, oh, do you need oil and gas for your transportation so you can deliver medicine to hospitals and pharmacies? No, you can't have that. We will only allow oil for the hotels that are privately owned. You can maybe allow private ownership over your hospital system, and then maybe we'll give you oil. Like that's ridiculous.
I mean, it's just like the entire concept. They're
No, it's Chicago.
calling it a blockade, but no, that's what Cuba has been under.
No, my last ocular migraine I got was from some dude's fucking like mirror. I was in my car and I got
by
it.
the United States for
I had to pull
for
off
decades.
into a
at
gas station and just kind of wait.
this point, this is a siege. It's a
Yeah.
it's like a medieval.
Then I drove home miserable, got home and went to sleep because that's all I can do when that shit actually like triggers. If I don't have any herb on me too, like that helps. That's why I got a med card.
style siege.
Yeah.
That is preventing oil and energy from
It's so
getting.
funny. I spent years just being like, oh, I don't don't have any of these things. And then all of a sudden, it's like ocular migraines. I'm like, wait a minute. Well, yeah.
And I saw Ryan's testimony about like what happens with the babies in incubators. Like, I mean,
Not all bad.
what Israel has done.
So
with
even if you give oil, they will not use it for the people. They will.
this genocide has emboldened, I think, further tactics like this, and the Trump administration's running with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, before Biden, it was actually doing pretty well. Biden fucked up. Biden did the thing where he didn't lift the sanctions that Trump put on Cuba to continue what Obama was doing.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of similarities. I mean, I interviewed a
Which is fuck.
Palestinian medical student who, alongside 250 other Palestinian students.
Oh, I misread that, but yeah.
Come to Cuba.
Regardless, it's not their fault. No, this is essentially Trump and no, it's just Trump. It's just fucking the Trump regime and Marco Rubio.
In their School of Medicine in Havana, and he is going to join the International Medicine Corps. Which, by the way, Marco Rubio has also restricted. Not only have they destroyed the island, or are trying to successfully destroy the island's healthcare infrastructure in its entirety and collapse it and like kill people. They're also
where's all that
stopping
Venezuelan
Cuba
oil
from sending doctors on medical missions.
How does it make sense that
to
we've
other
invaded two
underserved
countries over
Cuba
oil, and our
its
oil is
medical
more
corps
expensive now?
Has sent more healthcare professionals to developing nations than the entirety of the G7 combined, right? Cuba wanted to send us doctors when Hurricane Katrina happened, and we said, no, we don't want your doctors. Marco Rubio has forced poor countries like Jamaica, into submission, and forced countries like Jamaica into sending back the Cuban doctors now. And they have 100% coverage in Jamaica. Like that, they are offering healthcare to the entire country of Jamaica. And now so many people are no longer going to be able to get that necessary life-saving healthcare. It's unbelievable.
What politicians are you aware of that have an alternate plan for? I mean, I don't, Obama, I think, was the most liberalizing of the presidents we've had in the past probably 50 years when it comes to Cuba. Maybe it's 60 years now. I don't have a sense of where the Democrats are. I mean, there are guys like McGovern who obviously speak out about this, but I don't hear Democrats.
As I said, haven't really been able to watch. So
speaking too loudly about it. And in many respects, it's like Florida's gone. So as a sort of a national state.
No, you're not going to find any disagreement out of me.
And
Too good
so
money
that
bag.
should free up the Democrats.
Also, too good money bag. If or to go. Wait, no, too good money bag. No, that's what it is. If you haven't already hit the sub button, please do.
In some respects, to start like saying,
sorry,
what are we doing here?
But I also don't even believe that.
Has Cenk ever been on MR? Him and Sam had a conversation at I forgot what the event was, but it was a stage event. And then no, they've only had bad blood since.
Like, I believe in the power of making a solid argument and just saying the truth. I think that there'll always be a lot of right-wing reactionary, Cuban Americans who want to starve out this island and destroy it. But I think at the end of the day, they remember, even the Cuban Americans I've talked to remember a time when they could send money to their family members with ease, with much greater ease. Because right now it's very complicated. You have to literally the most effective way of giving money to your family, sending foreign currency to your family members on the island, is by just flying there, right? And getting an OFAC clearance and then flying there. I did that too, by the way. I had to get a note from the Department of, I had to get a note from the Treasury so that I could just go to Cuba. And we had to inform the American government exactly what hotel we were staying at, what we were doing. And the government was very clear about restricting what we could and couldn't purchase on the island. And those restrictions don't need to exist. This also shuts off from the academics I talked to. It shuts off academic cooperation as well. which is weirdly antagonistic to research and development, which I guess kind of is in line with what the Trump administration is doing here, simply on the domestic agenda as well, cutting R&D funding in general. But it's unbelievable. I was talking to this neuroscientist, Dr. Mitchell, who is part of a team that has been able to create the first successful Alzheimer's and dementia treatment. Okay, this is seen as like, by neuroscience, this is seen as like the last hill. This is the Mount Everest of like cures, right? And now it's being tested in Canada as well. It's going through clinical trials in Canada, and they were able to do that in spite of the ridiculous restrictions that's placed on them. For example, I'll give you one quick example. They'll purchase these like tubes, right, to test out like the compounds, the different chemical compounds that work with one another. They'll look for a company that's not American, because if the components are 10% American made or higher, then you can't sell it to Cuba. Ridiculous. So they'll go oftentimes to European companies. They'll go to German companies or French companies, because those are the ones that do specialized, highly specialized medical equipment and research equipment. So they'll go to this company, and the company will send the test tubes out. But then there's you need to keep purchasing the chemical compounds from that company as well. You need to purchase these different tubings from that company as well. But then the company gets sold to an American corporation. So now you're back at square one. And this happens all the time. From every single person I talk to, from surgeons, doctors, nurses, people that
how is the money not used on the people? What's it used on instead?
Played any role in trying to uplift Cuban citizens' lives.
Corruption, the fact that like the ruling party does tend to hoard things. I mean, this isn't new.
Every single one has a story like this.
Honestly, this is my problem when looking at the Cuba situation. Is there is a problem because like outside of just like the U.S. sanctions, there's a problem with the fact that, yeah, there is corruption. Obviously, they are keeping them, and it's not just sanctions keeping Cuba poor.
There are hundreds of stories like this where
there's government fuckery there.
They'll go to a European company, a German one or a French one. They'll purchase this product.
Realistically, not for us to fucking solve.
Right? They'll
this
purchase
is for
like necessary.
It's
things.
not for it's not for us to intervene the way we are, but it's also not for us to solve. I am kind of like an anti-interventionist in this way.
Medical equipment,
where it is kind of like same with Mexico, same with any of these like Southern American countries. Like, if there was like a way to address what the CIA had done to certain countries like Colombia and Cuba, and simultaneously kind of work to just be like, hey, man, you should probably invest in your fucking country, but ooh, I don't know.
Right. And then a piece of that equipment fails, right? And they ask for a technician to come and solve this problem. The company will say, sorry, sorry, we can't do that. We're worried about America. We're not going to do that. Or the company will get bought out by an American corporation, and then it's over. No more trade. You can't even purchase a screw at that point to fix the sometimes millions of dollars that you've spent on this piece of highly specialized equipment.
It's so insane too when you just step back and it's like, what is the possible threat that Cuba could represent to this country? And really,
the third of a good example.
And that's at the end of the day, it's just like a nakedly. That's it. I mean, that they just can't have a society where people's function and are to their benefit without a capitalist system. They just can't have that example out there, or it's going to be problematic. It's going to
It's a humiliation.
Oh no!
Can't have a little China close to home.
Dude, Mr. Strickland died. James Tolkien. Here, this guy. He was Mr. Strickland in Back to the Future. He actually, like, I had a back and forth with him at the same con that I met Adam West at. Called me a slacker. Dude, that sucks.
How are you for time? Do you need
You're
to
such
go?
a nice guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Hasan.
Man, that's so weird to think. Him, like the moment that con, I met Mean Gene Okerlund. I met Professor Strickland, and Adam West, and like I had moments where like they kind of made me feel, a little bit more special.
Thank you for stopping by. Really
Yes.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Hasan.
Thank you for having
I do want to take this time to condemn you,
of course.
just to make sure I'm.
Nice. All right, that was fun. Not leaving yet. I'm gonna hang out for a little bit. Done with that though. Is there anything else that we can do for the fun half? Because I mean, I got a Piers Morgan thing, but it might be a little too long. Jesus. Valhalla's getting 7.2 live? Fucking A. It'd be nice. It'd be nice. Whatever. Like I said, I would enjoy this if I'm just doing it to the few people I am. But tomorrow, let's hope that changes. You just hear what CNN tells you, and you're like, oh yeah, that's it. There's no crisis. There's no opposition. That is absolutely not true. I think that you're very far off base, especially here. I don't know. Like, who are you attacking in my chat that would think that? Because, dude, we're not Democrats. We're not even liberals here. Like, we're pretty, we're a mix of leftists, mostly like DSA, and a little bit more left. But I don't know, man. I also try not to do that where it's like I am nuanced. I can try to fucking meet you halfway, or even just see how you're approaching something, and just try to be like, all right, like, I just want to understand why the fuck people need, like, if there's a difference between the MAGA people that genuinely think and believe the shit that Trump says. Then there's the other ones that know he's lying, but they know that his lies are going to make them money. Those are the people that I can't fucking stand. You're correct. It's not our problem, but it becomes your problem when thousands of people migrate to Miami directly from... No, not really, because I don't live anywhere near fucking Miami. And honestly, I think that immigration's a net good to the country, but whatever. Meanwhile, Miami's literally built on Cuban culture. There's nothing there that like is even remotely interesting to see that isn't based in Cuban culture. Go to the Malecon and fucking tell me that, yeah, it's awesome because whites. Sorry, not trying to take it there, but you did not hear what I told you. They've been getting oil before the sanctions, and they still won't have full electricity for the country. Yes. No, I'm actually agreeing with you on the fact that the Cuban system is not doing well, even when there weren't sanctions. I will admit that. This is one of those things that I have kind of had problems with people misinterpreting, and then or blatantly trying to upsell me on how great things are in Cuba, so they can kind of prove like, oh, if we just did this, it's like, yeah, it's all sanctions, yeah. Listen, no system's perfect, but this capitalist system that we're living in is a fucking proven failure, and we're somehow being sold by the people that have the most to lose to not even experiment with trying to get a little bit more for us. And that's where I just constantly have to say no. I put my foot down and say no. Stop trusting corporations and billionaires and these fucking oligarchs over your own fucking neighbors. Stop. If you can recognize the discrepancies in your local budgets, if you can recognize the fact that, you know what? Our budget's being fucking ransacked by a bunch of the takers. without recognizing that the takers of the fucking billionaires' corporate welfare is a thing, and fucking realistically, we're the ones who constantly get fucked by it, and I'm tired of it. I'm fucking tired of it, and I'm tired of these bootlicking motherfuckers that constantly, they're class traders to the core, because in some night reality that they go to every fucking time they go to sleep, they become billionaires. They're just waiting for their lucky numbers to hit at the fucking local Circle K. Like, god damn it, these fucking morons. Over it. But why are you fighting so hard? Wait, I haven't even been reading your fucking comments. What are you saying? Problem with a lot of people that they are defending the regime is really because they're defending their party in the United States, which is, no, they're not. Really? What's the party? The Democratic Party? No, it's a bunch of fucking... No, honestly, this is where I'm going to piss off some people here. No, it's a lot of fucking, like, people that want communism to work so bad that they ignore the bad shit happening in Cuba. It's the ones that can't admit the failures of socialism, the failures of what has happened with Cuba. And that is something that I would like to address, because I think that this is where we can kind of look into this and be like, yeah, it's corruption. That's what it is. It's the fucking people at the top. Realistically, the thing is, even with the rolling blackouts, they somehow do have a more effective healthcare system than we do. People can get healthcare in Cuba. People can actually get a fucking an immunization, fucking, oh my god, a vaccination against lung cancer. But nah, yeah. Wait, you think Cuba's failing because of communism? No. No, I think that Cuba is failing because of corrupt, rich fuckers benefiting from the sanctions, benefiting from everything, and they're fucking over their own people. That's what I fucking think. It's not just the sanctions from outside. No, there's corruption from within. This isn't just a story of how we martyred Cuba. Okay? Fucking Christ. We reached Star Trek levels of copacetic. There will never be a moment in history that allows you to be on equal footing. The thing is, I don't think that Star Trek is... Why is it that when we talk about this, it's always the utopian society of Gene Roddenberry, when that's not realistic at all? It's not. It's not. It's not fucking realistic, because it ignores one key fucking thing that I have to say the Kurtzman fucking Star Trek at least got right, is humans suck. We suck. And we will not just evolve past that. We suck. We're fucking always... There's always that one motherfucker that just thinks, well, I could get mine just through selling out my own. Look at the way that even in Star Trek, there were multiple stories where they got sold out to the Romulans by one of their own crew, the Maquis. Look at just how even Roddenberry's shit, we fucking realize humans suck. Sorry. No, I think it's more like The Expanse. I think that, honestly, if you guys have not read or seen The Expanse, it's going to be like The Expanse, where at some point, they're going to have AI that's so sophisticated that it's going to force us out of a job market. So UBI is going to become a thing. So we're going to have to fucking, like, address that. But then it's going to, like, here's where I think it's more realistic. So Mars, we colonize Mars. You know what happens? They get a little stronger. They fancy themselves to be being superior than Earthlings because they're taller. They have better fucking muscle structure because of the fucking weaker gravity and all this whatever. And then they have the Belters who get fucked. The Belters are essentially the slaves of of the space system, and they revolt hard Because they realize that they have the means of production. And they're like, yeah, you know what? You're not getting anything from us. So all of a sudden, the Earth Alliance and the fucking, the Mars Alliance, they got to fucking try and play nice. But here's the bitch of it. Because of that shit, they're at war. So it's really hard when you're in a fucking, like a war with two planets that focus on the other threat. Oh, no. And then, are we in reality still or a movie? All the people are doing bad, so over there, let's just make things work. That's not my fucking... Sylvia, I hope that's not what you think I'm talking about. Oh, you're talking to Moneybag. Glad I got out of you what I needed, because it shows that you don't care about what you're talking about. All the people are doing bad over there, so let them and the slurs come out. Who would have guessed, bro? No slurs in chat. That's true. Yeah. No, don't fucking... Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here just being like, it's not going to be Star Trek, it's going to be Expanse. I mean, it is. Criticisms of Cuban government are moot when they haven't been allowed to function properly for decades because of U.S. intervention. That is true. Well, again, decades. Like, dude, we had that, like, momentary... we had this tiny moment in time where we lifted the sanctions and things seem to be getting a little bit better. But, I don't know. I think that, realistically, what it comes down to is America needs to stop playing this game, and they need to either just be like, okay, we're going to grant statehood to Puerto Rico, and Cuba, you want in? And then we do this thing called socialism in America, where we all get socialist medicine, and we all kind of work with this. But no. Why would we? Why would we? We're just ridiculous silly billies that don't even fucking take care of their own people. Like, seriously, man. Dude, there's a reason I have this fucking You see this cancer fund? You see the cancer fund? That's because of American healthcare. And I would not be going through this if it wasn't for the American healthcare system. So I don't know what to tell you. Like, not exactly jazzed to sit here and be like, yeah, status quo. We need to stay with it. Cool. You're raised around Miami Cubans. Miami Cubans, from my understanding, were the ones that were rich enough to leave, and also they were rich enough to be oppressed, quote unquote, by a regime that was just like, hey, you need to pay your fair share, and they're like, fuck that. I mean, anyway. Wow. Finally hit the... Jesus Christ. Realized that. Yeah, stream is pretty much done. Alright, so I want to address this real quick. Now that all the rigmarole is gone, there was really no rigmarole. Guys, I think that the bot swatting or like whatever the fuck was going on with my account, or like the shorts, I think it's done. What's up with that? Like, I don't know. Or is it because I didn't put Trump? Oh no, I put Trump in my title. Oh, he was number 2 in my title. Kash Patel is number 1. I swear to God, dude, I hate the fact that I know this. I hate the fact that I know that the average of any stream that I put Trump as the first thing in my title, that all of a sudden I'll get thousands. I'll get thousands more. I hate it. I fucking hate it. This is why I'm like, guys, share my stream. Try and promote it. Let's get me, like, if I could just catch that one interview that's like, hey, my audience will really like you. I actually have something coming up with a fellow this spacer who's a little bit larger that I do have a feeling that will help. But I hate the fact that I have to fucking think about that shit. Ugh. It's annoying. I hate it. I hate thinking about the numbers. I hate thinking about the analytics. God, when I started this shit, it really was just like, oh my God, turn on microphone, fucking turn on stream and just talk. Just have fun, veg. Not even care if I had one person in the fucking chat. But yeah, it's a little annoying. What's annoying is like the fact that occasionally, like I'll see like a consistent bit of growth, and then all of a sudden I'll get shadow banned or some shit, and it's just like, nah, we're gonna keep you right here. We got to make sure that you stay humble. Got to make sure that you're just at that poverty line and also doing slave wages for us, because we're selling tons of ad revenue on your stream. I also noticed that when I turn my ads off, and like if I don't, like I had to actually do that before I left here tonight, but yeah, if I don't turn my ads on, it's almost like they don't like it. Hard to do it for the fun? No, it's not. No, it's not. When it's hard to do it for the fun is when I'm like this fucking close. Like, guys, I don't want to fucking. Is it too much to ask to not do my real job, my bullshit job, and like to actually do what I care about and my fucking passion, and like I genuinely love this. I genuinely like I don't care. Like I would fucking deal a MAGA all day. It just was like enough to where, yeah. I hate that I even have to do that. See, that's where capitalism sucks. Hi, Jen person. How you doing? Welcome to stream. I'm just kind of wrapping up for the evening, so sorry if we're just kind of chilling, but no, thank you for popping in. What's up? Anything y'all want to bring up before I start heading off? Because, yeah, I got my protests tomorrow, so got to make sure I get my beauty sleep. Beauty sleep my ass. I'm going to take an Eddie and hopefully get maybe 4 hours. Give you guys a little bit of look-see into, don't cross the streams. Sylvie and Too Good. See, I always love when... Oh, one sovereign sit? Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Here. Oh, no, I promised you fun. Hold on. I got something fun. Let's watch something funny. Which still might be a sovereign citizen video. We'll see. He tries to escape cop. Instantly regrets it. Okay.
Crash, send rescue! In policing, pursuits are likely one of the most fun things that police can do. They're also one of the most dangerous. But never do you want it to be a situation where you're pursuing a vehicle and it ends up T-boning an innocent person just going about their business.
Oh,
Sadly,
shit.
This is one of those.
Golf on 7-6.
Hey, from that.
Well, that's not funny.
Copy, anyone hear me? Gas station shell pursuit, and we're gonna go west on Lincoln, north on 7-7 from Lincoln. Pedestrians are medium.
It takes a lot of dexterity. Radio in one hand, driving, monitoring the pursuit, given direction of travel, suspect description, weather conditions, traffic conditions, classification of crime. All these things must occur, and it takes a lot of dexterity and presence of mind. Monitor it as it goes along.
We're gonna go Pastures bailing out, black male, orange, 7-8, and Grant. Stay there. Black male, no shirt, passenger, orange pants, 7-8, Grant. He's staying there right now. Going north on 7-7.
Orange pants?
And we're going to go west on Beecher from West on Beecher from 77.
I've had pursuits where I was chasing people and they stop and let someone out. Usually that person in the car is like, let me out of this car right now, or you're gonna deal with me and it's gonna be worse than dealing with the police. That happens, but the person staying at the scene when the cop says stay there, that's rare. And this is interesting.
And north on 78 from Beecher. Oh, motherfucker, move!
Wait, because he doesn't want to catch charges.
Chasing for a stolen vehicle and might be bailing. He's going through yards at westbound 7 on Rogers from 78.
As a sergeant, I would have to monitor these pursuits and I would have to decide
Did
whether
he just
they should
describe
continue or stop.
driving
Now,
while distracted?
This guy is
Yes.
on the sidewalk in a residential area.
He's so
and we're
good at
chasing
it. It's
stolen
like,
vehicle. I'm not going to make the decision from my
I don't get
20/20
that
hindsight
credit.
air-conditioned room, but I'm going to make my observations, and I'd like you to do the same thing too. Because think about your family's on the road, and this is a pursuit over a stolen vehicle now. Would you let this pursuit continue considering the things that you see? And this is a decision that I've mentioned before in other vehicle pursuits that we watch. Should this pursuit continue?
On the sidewalk, no pedestrians. Black male.
All right, now we're at overtime. Hell yeah.
South on 79 from
That was
Rogers.
close.
No pedestrians, going about 40. Went through a bunch of yards. Speed's about 45.
They went south on 78. South on 78. Good go. It's gonna go back westbound on Lincoln. Westbound on Lincoln.
Hold up. Lincoln from 78. That was what I was looking at too. Thanks. I think you went south. I'm on here. Here's an edge. Go back west. Jump in. Get behind him.
That's going to be an FTO. I'm pretty sure if the passenger is giving directions like that, I was an FTO for a really long time. You have a newer officer and you've got to give him directions. It is like white knuckle to the dashboard when you got a new rookie that's driving at this kind of rate of speed.
You got it? I'll take calling out now. There's another spot in front of me. We're going to be going south.
What up, Stacy? How you doing? Kind of do. Stacy B.
Stolen vehicle. Come up to the dead end on A2 by McCarty.
Slow down. Robert Charles. You're going to have to bail here.
Been a while.
Stick with him.
Yep. Call it out. Going south through McCarty Park on the path as of right now.
No pedestrians. Still no pedestrians. We're going through the park.
Let you know if there's any pedestrians. None as of right now. No pedestrians.
We're going to be heading out onto Beloit. Going to go east on Beloit. Probably wrong lanes here.
Try and cross over and get into the eastbound lanes.
And he's getting back in, going south from Beloit on to Honey Creek. South on Honey Creek, going to be coming up to 76.
Beloit.
He's probably 60 or 70 right now.
Wisconsin? Oh, shit! What the fuck?
Crash, send rescue!
Oh, yeah, wreck.
Send rescue!
God damn! God damn!
Crash, 76 Honey Creek.
YouTube's being weird, didn't get a stream notification. Oh, Natch. Sorry to hear that. What up, dude? Also, Scotty, what up?
Running! Yeah, one running. Right here. He's through the yard.
Damn, and he's still running after that collision.
He's still going east.
Ran across the creek up into... Get on the ground! In the creek, in Honey Creek.
East,
On the f***ing ground! Get on the f***ing ground now! On the f***ing ground! Back north from the bank. East now.
Taser in the gun hand, challenge with that.
On the f***ing ground!
Duh, I finally subscribed. Oh, damn. You haven't been subbed this entire time?
Stop, police!
Hey, Gravity, you've been here a long time.
Get on the ground! He's coming back west! Get on the f***ing ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! 26, I got him behind the house here! Behind the house! I got him! 747. Get the address! Put your hands behind your back! Hands behind your back!
Dude, you're fucked.
Go get the address! Hands behind your back! 26, I got one. Hands behind your back. My hand, sir? No, we'll get an ambulance for you. Man, stupid. You got anything illegal on you?
in custody. Now, this officer that came around this corner, firearm out, yelling and screaming, he's on pure adrenaline. I've been there. I've seen officers in that position. Just a point of note. Is it better to be jumping on the radio, yelling all these commands and doing all these things when you have other officers within earshot potentially? Is going hands-on with our firearm in our hand the best option? You can't handcuff them with your firearm inside your hand. And then you have the challenge of what's called sympathetic reflex. The challenge of sympathetic reflex is when you are on your gun and you're attempting to do another function with your offhand, there is this challenge to potentially pull the trigger. So my
thanks, Graham.
question is it a better option? We have him in this corner, down on the ground, don't move. 537, I'm over here. Yes, the back of this building. Prone him out, have the other person come in and handcuff, because there's so much going on and we're almost like the canine that's just off leash. Do we need to go hands on, especially with the firearm in our hand?
Which is weird, because like CPD, you'll see them do this a lot, where it's just like they'll constantly like have both hands like locked.
Is this the only one? This time when I saw Bill in the car. My cousin Randall. Right here. Got him in custody. Custody, in custody. Stop reaching. Stop reaching. Stop reaching. Okay. We'll get you in an ambulance, okay?
I mean, to be fair, he did just like wreck, but also,
No,
bro.
you're gonna walk out to the front yard. You wanna help on the other side here, bud? Pull up his pants. Going on. Hey, do you like this? Yep, right in here. I lost sight of him coming around.
Still in the clean vehicle.
Get into a rescue here. All right, you can have a seat on the curb, young man.
20 squads. We have the driver at the crash scene.
I wasn't driving, sir.
That's crazy.
I was trying to go home to South Milwaukee. I just bailed out. He left me. He's dark-skinned.
Why are you taking your pants off?
You have a rescue coming to 7420 Bennett.
Will do now.
Get that black male laceration in the face. He's the guy that was running from the car.
Hey, man, what's your name? The fire department's going to need to know it.
Is the garage B?
Yeah, man, we got an ambulance coming on you. You got a split on your forehead, okay? Whatever happened, okay? You got a cut on your knee.
He left me. I was trying to go home, sir.
I'm not worried about that now. I need to identify you.
I was trying to go home.
Hey.
I want to talk to my lawyer.
No, that doesn't work.
I
We need to
remain
identify you.
I remain silence.
You don't get to remain silent when we ask you your information.
I'm a minor.
Hey,
That's
Jen.
fine. We still need to identify you, okay? You don't have to say anything else, okay? We still need to identify you, man. That's fine. I don't care
This is not typical CPD
about that. We need to
behavior,
know
no.
who you are for the fire department, okay? Do you understand that? We'll talk to you about everything else. If you don't want to make a statement, that's fine. Okay, but you rubbing your cut open, that's just going to continue to make it bleed. We need to know who you are, sir. You have to at least identify yourself. If you don't want to say anything else, that's fine. You're under
I was saying CPD.
arrest right
CPD is pretty easy to like to spot between like these cops and other blues. So you got dark blues, we call them suburbies. Or you got the fucking CPD fucking light blues.
I wasn't driving.
I don't care. It's neither here nor there.
Or you got the browns, which
Sir, we need to
those are
identify you and
stadies.
you're still in custody, okay? So you need to tell me your name, your first name, your middle initial.
My head.
You all right, ma'am? All right.
They tell him to drop me off for 2 hours now.
What's that?
They tell him to drop me off for 2 hours now.
Who is that guy to you? Do you know him or no?
Don't know him.
You got any weapons on you, man?
No.
You don't mind if I check?
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. So.
The fact that this guy just stayed there and waited is amazing to me.
All right, you want to grab your ID out?
Yeah. No ID.
No ID? Okay.
Yeah.
What's going on with him?
Talk to my mama like she'll tell you I've been at house 24/7. He just got out of jail not too long ago. It was crazy. And for a whole
Which is crazy.
2 hours straight, I've been telling him, let me out.
He just says it like,
let me
yo,
out.
dude, this shit's
He waited till
crazy.
he
This
get right here
motherfucker
for
just
me
got
to
out of prison.
Actually, get out. He told me to wait right here. I walked over here. This is where we at now.
All right, what do you know him by?
I don't know about by
What's
nothing.
his nickname? What does it go by?
Nothing. We had a park and just get in the car with him. And he got locked up not too long ago. I'm just trying to tell him like can't be doing this. He pull off. My first time getting out and to get to some stuff like this is really crazy.
You want me to check him? You want me to check him more?
I'm hurt. I don't have anything.
Sir, you need to identify
I don't
yourself.
have anything.
Okay, doesn't matter if you're a driver or the passenger.
I need help.
You're okay, man. I'll come talk to you in a couple minutes.
Oh,
Okay,
God
if you
damn
got
it.
warrants, I don't care if you're on paper, then why can't you tell me your
I somehow missed that power plant was hit. Oh, great. I'll cover that on Monday.
So you got an open case? Okay, so then you should be able to tell me your name. Okay, well then that's another charge.
No, I remain silent. I want to talk to my lawyer.
No, you still need to identify yourself.
I can't even open my eyes.
That's fine, sir.
Turn your body cameras on.
It's on already.
They've been on. They've been on, my guy.
So here's the deal. The person doesn't want to identify themselves. What we do is we book them as a John Doe until we figure out who they are. And the person stays in jail until they're identified. You really cut off your nose to spite your face by not telling your name, because if you have a warrant or some other charge, it's going to get figured out. And then you got that extra charge and the extra time you sit in jail as a John Doe.
You guys okay? Unfortunately, he is right about that.
What car did he crash into?
It's just smart to just identify yourself.
120, 115 Junior.
I buy Golf Energy.
Ambulance with the offender to the hospital.
Young man, you still
Gas is
need
going to
identify
spike again tomorrow.
You get to just remain silent. No, it doesn't work like that, man. We're not asking you accusatory questions. We need to identify you for our investigation and the fire department's case.
32 on Grant.
No, doesn't matter. You're still going to go to jail. We still need to identify you, okay? What?
You look like you're concussed. You're bleeding pretty bad.
You got dumped off right over here, right off, he said, you know.
He is fucked up.
You know,
I'm out with passenger. Do we want him for anything?
Oh, it's going to be an awesome protest, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. All right.
After the guy, you know, ladies, you know, like 80K, 100K, you know.
By the way, I hate that he's using Code Blue Cam.
Really?
Code Blue Cam sucks.
50K, that's a lot.
And they're twerk songs?
Yeah, twerk songs. Yeah, like
He likes to twerk.
He likes to twerk?
Yeah.
Not when I'm working though. I do it when I'm not. Might have to let you listen to a couple songs.
All right, just go ahead and put your hands behind your back. You're not under arrest for this right now, okay? You got a PRable warrant with us. I got to take you in. I got to take care of that, okay? All right. You know what it's for? It's for curfew violation of all things.
Come on.
Kilo gets out. You stayed up too late?
All right, your chariot is here, sir. What?
I told him to pull over.
Okay.
And the guys that set the police is behind me.
He's got to go to the hospital, so may as well get the cot. No, he's refusing to identify.
You had better luck.
No disrespect to the police officer here, and I mentioned this before, but the officer here to the right.
Unrelated, fuck. We got an Airbnb here next door, and they're blasting music.
Question he has to answer.
I feel your pain.
I'm not going to
I feel your pain.
answer for him. Is he in shape to be in the fight of his life?
We had a...
this is not football.
Yeah, we've had a few situations like that.
Sunday, it is any given shift. You can be in the fight for your life. And every officer should look in the mirror and say, am I in shape to be...
You don't want to be the one to call, but god damn it, every once in a while you're just like, oh, fuck these assholes.
In the fight of my life, because it can happen, and it does happen every single day. No disrespect, it's just the way that it is in policing.
Give me stretcher.
I might go get the fast ID real quick because he's refusing to identify. Yeah. All right, sir, we need your finger.
The technology that exists today, fingerprint readers in the field can easily identify who a person is, so they're just wasting time and adding additional charges onto themselves.
I don't know the job, sir. I'm 19. I don't know the job.
Yeah, but you don't know what...
I don't know my...
You don't remember what car you were in, though? You remember what color it was?
No, he didn't have the right car at the place. I was telling him the place for the window. He didn't even know...
What do you say about the window?
Can you fix this window? Like, bro, this is the ignition is not in the car. Like,
okay.
Feel me? Like, this is
So you assumed it was stolen based on the window being broken and the steering column being peeled?
No, I know it. I knew it was stolen.
You knew it was stolen?
Yeah, I knew it was stolen, bro.
Okay.
I wouldn't bullshit.
Did he say it was stolen?
You telling them that somebody, this my mom's car, somebody bust our window. You telling the people at the
He said it was his mom's car?
Yeah.
What do you know
Yeah,
him
he's
by?
just
What's
like,
his nickname?
I don't know a name. I don't know.
You never knew a name on him?
Never knew a name. Like, that's what I'm saying.
All right, come on, man. I just talked to your mom upstairs.
He's a Stoley boy.
Okay, I get it. He's a Stoley boy, but what does he go by?
I don't really know.
What's his real name? Come on, I just talked to your mom. She already knows his name.
That's not. I wouldn't bullshit you.
I think you are right now, though, man. She says you guys went to high school at Washington High School. I already know his name, man.
No, I heard the name in the car.
What was the name you heard in the car?
Last name, first name, Tehran.
Tehran?
Yeah.
What does he go by, though? How do you know him?
I don't know. That's the name.
I already know the answer to this question, man. Come on.
I'm already it's people that I talk to on a daily basis. People that just shake hands. People that just.
All right, you know him as TJ, don't you?
We see each other.
You know him as TJ, don't you?
TJ, Mike, TJ.
Is that what he goes by?
I really probably TJ. That's his name. Yeah. Like I really don't.
Well,
It's TJ.
Yeah, that's what you call him, right?
No, I don't call him. I don't call him that at all.
What do you call him? Brother?
No, nothing. I'm just my boy.
My boy.
Yeah, my boy. Like.
So I appreciate your cooperation. I am not going to lie to you in one way, shape, or form. We're going to refer a charge down for operating without motor vehicle consent passenger down to the DA's office. What they
Seems
decide
real.
to do with it.
Okay, so like I guess
that's up to them.
CPAC has been like the turnout is awful.
Okay, I've seen a lot worse
So,
and not get charged, and I've seen a lot
trying to
less get
see
charged.
if
So,
you can get some-
you knew the car was stolen. You shouldn't have been in there. You had plenty of opportunity to get out before the pursuit started, right, man?
No.
So,
No, it was no way.
There's no way.
No. Like most
What about when he pulled up at all those places?
Most definitely like I am like.
So that's what I'm saying. I hope you learn
Turn on
something.
Sunday,
right?
okay.
'Cause if you know the car's stolen, you shouldn't get into it, right?
Grinder's
If you
quiet.
see that broken window, you shouldn't believe his BS story, right? Because now he's getting you hammed up.
Wait, is Benny Johnson there?
This is a really interesting case for the passenger because a lot of people don't realize that if you're a passenger in a stolen car, you can be charged in
Yeah,
most
you can be
jurisdictions
charged,
just being a passenger. And a lot of young people don't realize that. And so who you get into the car with is incredibly important. So we see that the passenger got charged with being inside of the stolen vehicle. The driver was taken into custody for the stolen vehicle. And we noticed that the driver was also charged with hit and run, the eluding the police that we witnessed, and the damage that they do to the person that was hit. This is just something that
Was the person that got hit okay?
really is avoidable. But there's another piece that I'd like to talk about because I mentioned it during the pursuit. In your opinion, should this pursuit have continued for a stolen vehicle? I know that there are going to be people on both sides of this equation, and it's something that should be discussed. But this person who got hit, thank God that they ended up only having injuries that they were able to recover from. And this young person who was driving the car is also able to recover. If you like this
Yeah, I know Red Bar.
kind of content, like the video. Share the video with a young person who doesn't realize that getting in the car
I
with
don't know him personally, but I know of Red
the
Bar.
wrong person can land you in jail. Subscribe to the channel and click on the video on your screen.
So, Red Bar was making problems with the comedy scene when I was a comedian, which, dude,
For more content just like
that was over like 14 years ago.
this.
Well, let's see. I quit comedy when I was, what am I talking about? 8 years. 14 years. That's when I started. You know, the more we watch this channel, the more I don't like this guy. Yeah. Well, Sylvie, haven't I mentioned that I don't like him? Like Sergeant Curtis, I don't like him as a person. It's the fact that he's not like Code Blue Cam or any of that. And he even admitted one time where he was like, I don't like the way that like Code Blue Cam tries to sell merch using publicly available FOIA shit.
I'm stopping you. Move over now. You see how it's gonna work out for you? Yes.
Yo, this guy's got a good Baja hoodie.
Vehicle pursuits are just a part of policing, and every officer has been in several vehicle pursuits, and they know the adrenaline rush that goes along with them. But very rarely do you get into a vehicle pursuit where the suspect drives directly to their house, then after you take them into custody, demand to be read their rights before they'll say anything at all. This is one of those.
Move over. I'm stopping you. Pull over. Move over now.
Okay, so the officer, you see his vehicle is very far offset to the left.
Yeah, he's gonna try and pit him.
The reason he's doing this is so that he can make sure that the driver knows that he's pulling him over. There have been people who have been oblivious to the police being behind them, so the officer wants no question that he was pulling this person over. This is an incredibly challenging way to position yourself, standing out in the open with no cover and just utilizing your firearm. It's peculiar that the officer chose to stop his
Yo, even I do. I was like, not even a door.
vehicle
What are you doing?
as far back as he did and didn't pull his vehicle up closer so that he can have that engine
Yeah, the fuck, yeah,
block
dude.
for cover.
No. Yo.
As he calls the
How in the fuck do I know cop tactics better than this motherfucker?
subjects out of the vehicle. I understand why he's engaging them, but why engage in the
Why the neckerchief?
open like this?
Why always the
With no
neckerchief?
cover.
I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Are you telling me this guy lives in a trailer? No way. What?
It's interesting the driver appears to be compliant when he didn't stop, doing what the officer is commanding him to do.
Because the necklace is too soy. I mean, I legit had that, like, question where I'm like, does he have, like, a scar or some shit that he's covering up? No. Just loves him a neckerchief. Saw Fred from Scooby-Doo and was just like, that's my look.
There are 3 primary ways to have a person exit a vehicle under this type of situation. You can engage them and keep them standing. You can get them down on their knees and have
complimented him once. Just once.
them kneel. Kneeling, or you can prone them out and have them lay down completely proned out.
That was fire.
On the ground. In a situation in a rural area like this, where you don't know who's in that trailer, where you don't know if there's another person inside the truck, where you don't know if these people are going
and forever he wore a neckerchief
to attack you. To me, standing is the least preferable and least tactical way to handcuff these people. The other thing is, during the handcuffing process, breaking the power base and having them off balance while you handcuff is a much safer tactic, in my opinion. This was not the best practice, in my opinion. I'm saying because I've been to
like, dude, seriously, I think that's a forever thought now.
My fair share of officer funerals. I care about the profession and I want to see officers go home safe at night.
Oh, he might have like neck ussy? You think he has an ussy, like a neck ussy? Very smart Baja hoodie with an orange shirt.
We're turning our back on a person who, yes, is handcuffed, but we've seen handcuffs can be fallible. Does he have other people inside? Why are we turning our back?
Easy. Okay, I'm waiting for you to put your leg in. Ain't no problem, bro. Then you gotta put your leg in. I'm gonna have to close this door, bro. You're something else, man. So this is what I got, okay? What you got, Playboy?
Yeah, what you got, Playboy?
Miranda rights for me or not? Read it to me. Okay. Might be entertained right now. Then
Yes,
read
you
it
are
to
being
me. Then
entertained.
read me my rights.
You have an unregistered motor vehicle.
Read me my rights. Just do it for the camera. Is it on? Just read it.
I don't have nothing to read your rights. I'm not asking you questions other than your name.
You're
So what's your name?
Read me my rights. You already know who I am. Everybody already knows
I know
who
your
am.
name.
Read
Cody.
me my rights, bro. Read me rights. Tell it to me. What are my Miranda rights?
That's not how it works, man.
Oh, it does how it works.
It's not how it works.
In this country, it does.
You have a perception
Read
of how
it
it
to
works.
me.
It's not how it works.
You have a perception how your life works.
Okay. So I just need your name, date of birth.
Uno?
I'll cut you a ticket and we can
reverse Uno on you, bitch.
My Miranda rights. Read them to me now. I told you. If you don't want to do it,
That's
then
not
no.
No, actually, when you're just asking for their name, that's not technically asking them anything incriminating. So, the only reason that I know this is because I tried to pull this, and my lawyer told me to shut the fuck up. So, because I learned it from my lawyer at Pep Law, we say this guy can shut the fuck up.
See ya. Jackson.
No, when they bring him in for questioning. So, like for now. Yeah, as long as they're not asking any questions about like anything outside of his name.
Yes.
They call his name yet? Your dog's friendly?
Yeah, she's cool. She's old, man.
Okay. Hey, baby girl.
Half blind.
Hey, baby girl. Hey, baby girl. It's cold out here, ain't it? All right, man. So this is what's gonna happen. He doesn't want to give me his name. He's more than likely gonna go to jail. More than likely gonna tell the truck too. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He ran from me.
Number 2. That sounds like bullshit.
So this is.
I mean, unfortunately, in certain states, it does work that way. I know in Illinois, we do kind of have like the right to. Wait, do we? Check my ID.
Interesting.
Rights.
This is the passenger that was in the car. But listen to what's going on the speakerphone. The guy that's in the car has an ongoing CPS case. So his case is going to be called and he's in custody with the police.
Not required to carry an ID, therefore we're not required to identify ourselves.
While he's going to have to testify about whatever it is that he's going on with this case. Wild.
I mean, you know this.
I can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, you yourself told me you heard my siren.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm sure you heard me when I got on the PA. Pull over, you being pulled over.
Well, he threw his hands out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying.
Now, even at one point in time, I got really close to his side so he could hear me.
I didn't even see that.
So, yeah.
But
They have testified that it's not possible, or mom testified it's not possible for any man other than
it's not my
This is in Maine.
Evan to be the child's father. We're going to
Damn, where's Kirk when you knew?
establish paternity. Department's going to follow up with the order.
It cannot look good in court if he is now going to have to talk to the judge in handcuffs in the back of a police car. It can't look good.
I literally just told him, I said, all I need is your name, date of birth. I give you a ticket. We can be done with this mess.
But now he has to. Wait, is he having a summons now?
I'm trying to be as cool as
now. Like from the car? Wait, that's
possible.
No.
Yeah, I think I'm about past
that fucking quick. I mean, I guess if it was a parole violation.
You won't give him no rights. I've asked him.
You read him his rights?
You don't have to. I'm not asking incriminating questions.
Okay. All right, look. Look. You be quiet. This works two ways, right?
Okay.
You give a little, he gives a little. That's all.
No,
I know.
I'm not asking. Look, I'm not going to feed into him. I'm not asking incriminating questions. Other than all I'm asking is, what is your name and what is your date of birth?
You give a little, he gives a little. Is that the way that it really works? No, the officer has the ability to do what he needs to do to take care of business right now. And let me explain something. Why do we keep playing this detain game if you have enough to arrest the person? You got the elements for the fleeing and the eluding. You're under arrest. Then can we work our way back? And then we have leverage. Sir, you talk to the old guy.
No, that's what keeps Patel on business.
Sir, he's under arrest right now. He's going to jail, but
I just need to pass the fucking bar at this point. I'm pretty sure I could.
Listen, if he wants to talk to me, maybe I'll make some concessions. But you play the detainment game, and then you're going to run into some challenge. It's just my opinion.
Oh, he's asking us for you to read him his civil rights.
It doesn't.
It's simple, man.
It just called it his civil rights. This guy with his fucking prayer hat shirt. He's just proving every Yankee right. I appreciate you, sir.
You understand what rights are for, right?
I understand that. And you understand
So,
oh, wait, this is in Maine. Never mind.
Hypothetically speaking, if I was to present a situation to you, so if you was to commit a crime and I was to ask you why you did that crime, that's an incriminating question. Then I will have to read you your rights. If I say, hey, man, what's your name? So I can write you this ticket and be done with it. A ticket is a civil infraction.
The officer's correct about the rights. And what happened is people have gotten confused because TV, it looks really, really good. The officer makes the arrest, hooks the person up. And it looks great for TV, but you don't have to read the rights if you're not asking incriminating questions when the person is in custody.
I want you
No, that's just a fact.
to read my rights, bruh. Can you do that? Because that's not how it works in the state of because it's not in the state of set. I'm on the state. What the f you talking about? I want to hear that. Read me my rights. Say it on camera. Read it to me. Give me my rights. Tell me it.
This is what you've heard me.
Well, yeah, hold on. He's being detained. No, Sylvie, now this is where you're right. He is being a dick because all he has to do is be like, you are under arrest. Now he is just being like, I don't want to fucking kowtow to this guy.
Say it's felony stupid. I'm not speaking of the person, I'm speaking of the behavior. This whole reading of the rights absolutely makes no sense because...
Well, no, it does. Oh, Curtis, fuck you. No. Because now you're trying to do that thing where you're going to try and confuse the fact that even when he goes to the police station, that he does have the rights to be read his rights. No, Mr. Curtis. What you're trying to do here is you're trying to make it seem like we don't have said rights.
It's not necessary under the circumstance, but this is what we're dealing with.
It's, no, again, under the circumstance.
I want
you could have explained that a lot more clearly, you know, you being the cop and all, but since I'm Pep Law, you know what? Here at Pep Law, we want you to know that at some point they do need to read you your Miranda rights. Now, the problem is whether they declare you as under arrest at the police station or in said vehicle.
you to pull it out.
This guy is being detained in the vehicle. Therefore, he will be read his rights when he gets to the police station.
Up and read me my rights right now. Read it to me. Come on now, man. I ain't playing.
I mean, to be fair, you did kind of fucking like lead him on this grand chase, like, and also you're kind of a dick.
Everybody knows me.
just a sec.
I'm a freedom fighter. I am
a freedom fighter.
The guy that's doing it. Read me rights.
Read me rights. He keeps read me rights.
What do you mean by freedom fighter? Man, what the f you think?
Again, I like his Baja, so it's true.
Freedom means? You stupid? Say freedom. Say free first.
Drug rug, not poncho. Drug rug.
First. You do that? I don't know what that means. You don't know what free means? Me neither. Me neither. Me neither.
What is a freedom fighter?
You have to let me go, bro. I'm the coolest guy on the planet.
No, you're not.
Give me my freedom. Oh, I ain't?
No, you're not.
Are you? Give me my Miranda rights.
I mean, now he's just being a dick.
Say it. Say it to me.
Can I just say this is one of those cases where I watched this video and I'm like, y'all suck. Cop, perp, all y'all. The only cool one is the brother with the old dog.
I want you to tell me my rights.
All right, where's the vehicle?
That's the vehicle.
Whose vehicle is it?
Hey, it comes back to nobody.
Okay.
It's unregistered. No data on file.
That's a problem too. If they have no registry for it, like if they don't even have a bill of sale, that could come back as a stolen, and that is where he's got some problems. You got some problems. I don't care what state you're in.
He's in the back if you want to.
Ooh, that's not good.
See, maybe you can want to talk.
That's not good.
He wants me to read him his rights, but all of
yeah, oh no.
told us I do.
No! Drug rug, what are you doing? Come on, Baja.
Give me your name.
What are you doing, man?
Name and date of birth, I give you a ticket. Be done with it.
Yeah, dude, and that's the bitch of it. You were gonna get a ticket, you dumb.
The gentleman just wants his rights right.
Does he not know his rights? I don't have to read him his rights.
Oh, they're going to impound his house.
Don't ask me questions.
Yeah, they're going to impound his house.
This is again with TV and
if he didn't have to be such a fucking abrasive dick about it. And this is where I get it. I get it. But this is also where, no, the cop, I hate to say, was right. He wasn't asking him questions. I have had this explained to me by a fucking lawyer. Because I was kind of like Baja Hoodie here, where I thought that my conviction or my accusation could be overturned just because they didn't read me my Miranda rights and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it turns out that's a lot of bullshit.
Internet and all of these places make people think something, and it
for a mobile home, $1,200
causes this mad confusion.
And that's for day one, which they charge you the second it gets to the lot.
Because you don't have to.
I paid over $600 to get my fucking car unimpounded.
To read rights unless you're asking the incriminating questions while they're in custody.
Do you know that I've arrested
that sucks.
Hundreds of people and sometimes we don't have to read them rights unless we ask them questions and use that against them in court. So if I just arrest him, put him in a car, and take him to jail, I never have to read him my rights. But I'll be glad that I'll read him his rights and print them out and give it to him and have a lesson. And I'm not trying to be smart.
No, I didn't even know.
Oh, he's in cuffs in the back of a car because he did something wrong. And I had to come from 20 miles away worried about my officer getting hurt.
2036, 20 miles away to get there. And this all over some Miranda rights. Really interesting fact about Miranda. The person Miranda was killed by a person stabbed. The person that stabbed him invoked his Miranda rights, would not speak to the police, and ultimately got off.
Now, sir, whose car is this? His, okay.
He's supposedly in the court hearing.
Who is?
He is.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, not me, him. He's supposed to be he's waiting in line, and they haven't called his name yet, but he's...
For what's the court?
For Child Protective Services.
That's great. I got you.
I'm going to give him one more opportunity to give me his name and date of birth. If not, I'm going to charge him for fleeing and looting. I'm trying not to.
Did he flee and loot you?
He heard my sirens because he stuck his hand out the window and waved me on. I got on the PA and I told him, pull over, you're being pulled over.
And he did not pull over?
And he did not pull over.
Okay, and he acknowledged you?
Yeah, he kept waving me around.
So, you're the officer, you're the deputy.
Okay.
But, look where we are.
Yeah.
As far as like, I come from that way, you had all kind of problem with him and now he won't give you an ID. But he said something about reading his rights and all that, so. But you don't have to read rights.
And that's what I told him.
You didn't have time. Maybe he'd read him rights if he just pulled over. But we'll read him rights if you want to. But anyway, do you want to go ahead and call him?
Yeah, at this point in time, I'm going to give him one more opportunity to give me his name and date of birth so I can cut him a ticket.
for having an unregistered vehicle, and then NTA him for that.
Running from the police and getting a ticket, that guy's going to get a gift if that works.
Since the jail's still technically under the protocols?
Not for felony or not.
Not for felony?
No, sir. And tomorrow the protocols are lifted.
Okay. But if he doesn't give me his name, I'm going to go ahead and call him. If he doesn't want to give me his name, he can go under John Doe.
But he don't have any kind of ID. We don't know who he is, sir.
He can go under John Doe.
I would recommend he go already because he didn't ID himself.
Okay.
Because we don't know if he has a warrant. We don't know who he is.
Okay. Then I'll just tell him that he's
going. I mean, that's up to you. I recommend it, but I think that's what we ought to do, bro. I had to come all the way from Tina. Kind of dangerous.
Nobody cares about where you needed to come from. You're a cop. That's how it works. You go to a call.
Hitting deer and all this for this guy.
So this thing about not identifying themselves and they get booked into jail as a John Doe. You book them as a John Doe because you don't know who they are. And until you get fingerprints done or can identify them, they stay in jail.
All right, I'm going to read you something. Because you are going to be charged for something. Okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say.
Bernie Sanders is going to be at the No Kings rally in Minnesota tomorrow at 4 p.m.
Say can't be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and to have him with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to you or for you before any question, if you wish. If you decide to answer questions without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering any time. Okay. You also have the right to stop.
This is like if I was MAGA.
Answer at any time until you talk to a lawyer.
Camel hat and Baja
Do you understand
hoodie.
each of these rights I've explained to you?
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes or no?
I always know.
You do not understand the rights?
Oh, I understand.
So that's a yes or a no?
Yeah.
I don't understand anything. No.
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
All right. So right now you're being placed under arrest for fleeing and looting, and you're going to be booked under the jail for John Doe since you don't want to give me your name.
Interesting. All right. Thank you, sir.
And then you'll remain
All right. I got
you'll remain in the jail till you are.
Save your time. All right.
You are identified.
Yeah.
All right. Step out for me. I got to take everything out of your pockets.
What is this?
All right. Go stand in front of him.
Okay.
Real quick.
Hold on now.
I'm not pulling you, man. I'm not letting you
I
walk
know.
on
I already know.
No, I'm here.
Yeah, I already know the way it goes. Yep, go and get it.
Is that his phone?
Yes, that's his court. Do you want to talk to Steve?
No, hell no.
I
don't want to talk to anybody. In fact, whose phone is that?
That's his phone.
Does he want it to go with him?
I don't know. You might want to ask him.
All right, let's go.
Thanks, guys.
So I'm going to go to Zone 8.
So now he hangs up on the court, and now he's a no-show for court, apparently. I mean, it's not looking good for this guy.
I mean, I just dropped him off.
That's $300 added to your fucking.
Because, like I said, he's going to be a John Doe.
Have a great weekend. Thank you, G. Ma Flatterson.
Doesn't want to give
He
me
might
his
change his name.
One thing I don't understand is that they had a court hearing that they were listening to that he has to
Try to check out the protest coverage tomorrow.
appear for. I don't know why they didn't just ask, what's the name of the person?
I'll be on, I think 10. All right, so 10 to 11, then 11 to, 10 to noon, noon to 1, and then 30 to 3.
Person that has to appear for court. I'm a little confused by some of the ways that this is being handled.
What's up?
I hope it's not. I don't think it's gonna be a pain in the ass drive, but we'll see.
What do you want me to do with this? Hang up or tell the judge something?
Hey, what do you want him to do with that? You want him to hang up?
I want to take care of my finances.
I don't know if that'd be beneficial.
What does that mean?
I don't take care of my finances.
Hey, Jacob, all he says take care of his finances. I don't know what that means.
We're going to the Sally.
How in the fuck they both what is it about Maine where they have southern Boston accents? I didn't know this was a thing, and now I'm legitimately kind of pissed that Kirk is not here to witness this, and I might have to replay this video, or at least a clip from this video for him to be like, "Hey, man, explain that."
Nice. Let's go.
Is that what you sound like?
See how it's going to work out for you. Easy, you're speeding, guy.
I'm not sure if this department doesn't have a policy as far as seatbelting, or if there's a reason why the subject is not seatbelted in, especially if they're not being violent to a point where you can't put
I was
the
about
seatbelt
to
on.
say.
Chime in if in your jurisdiction you don't have to seatbelt people in while in custody.
I don't know about that.
So So we see the officer took the subject into custody for the fleeing and eluding charge, which we believe is a felony. And I can tell that this guy, the officer, is likely very young and probably in the early stages of his career. And my criticism is not that he is a bad person or officer. It is merely so that he can do his job the best that he can be so he can go home to his family. The subject that got taken into custody has a slew of things going on in their lives. And some of us know people who have those kinds of challenges in their lives. This lifestyle with kids and having a CPS case while you're interacting with the police and eluding them is definitely not the way to go. Share this video with someone who you think that it can help, and click on the video that's on your screen for more content just like this.
Okay. What else we got? I got yeah, you know what? Go to 11 tonight. Ordinary traffic stop. No, not nightmare. We need funny. There we go. Funny. Ha! Just him walking up to his... Jesus Christ, Afro Man.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may seat.
So spherical.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, would you give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph Edgar Foreman.
You are known under the stage name as Afro Man, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you create music videos and do performances, is
Yes,
that
sir.
right? How many states of the United States have you performed in, do you think?
All of them.
Will you help me fix my gate and door?
50.
Yes, sir.
And how many countries have you performed in?
I don't remember, but not all of them, but I've been to a few.
How many live performances did you do last year, roughly?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm likely to see him this summer. If he shows up to this festival that I always go to, I'm...
possibly.
I was so happy, but they haven't announced the lineup, and they're not going to until the last week of August.
I don't know, but I don't know. It's a lot of days, but I don't know exactly.
And you have a residence here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been performing for 20 or 30 years, is that right?
All my life.
All right. And is it fair to say that one of the first big hits you had was But Then I Got High?
Because I got high.
Because I Got High? And do you think it's accurate to say that that song has had over 300 million views on YouTube?
Sounds right.
You have a large presence on social media, obviously, correct?
Depends on your definition of large. There's bigger people than me, but I'm all right.
And on Instagram, is it fair to say that you have 247,000 followers?
Yeah, I just got some of them the other day.
You got new ones coming all the time?
Yes. Not all the time, just here lately.
Because the trial's coming up?
Yeah, all the publicity from the officer's lawsuing me is running up my numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on YouTube, you have almost 1 million followers, 983,000, is that right?
I haven't looked. It was 977 last time I looked.
Damn.
And on TikTok...
I did just look, and there's some backlash there, and it seems... Oh, shit. It seems like he might have actually gotten some pushback. Like, so a lot of the organic fucking support that he got from this trial and it being so funny, it does seem like it is kind of having an effect.
You have about 392,000 followers?
I haven't looked at it, but that sounds kind of right.
You know when you post something that a lot of people are going to see it, don't you?
Yes.
Well, that would have been smarter to fucking even try to pull the apolitical move, but god damn it, Afro Man, you just caught an unfollow for me.
When this search happened back in August of 2022, Mr. Foreman, you weren't at home?
No.
You were driving home from Chicago?
Yes.
And you got an alert from a family member that the sheriffs were there searching your home, is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to turn on your phone and watch through your home security system what the deputies were doing for a period of time, weren't you?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were angry and upset about this search?
Well, he's anti-cop, so this is where I'm kind of saying, like, it's weird. How can you be anti-cop and be, like, pro-MAGA? Isn't that kind of antithetical? Or is it just, like, because, you know, y'all use each other for fucking political gain anytime that you can, and it doesn't matter whether it's small fucking potatoes or not?
I wasn't happy.
I kind of feel that way. He just wants his money. Yeah. Yeah, he wants to fucking get MAGA.
And is that why you posted the things we've seen this week? Because you weren't
how's that working for Chappelle?
happy?
No, I posted it because the sheriff's never supposed to raid my house.
Worked so well for Chappelle that he literally, this last comedy special, decided to be like, I ain't no MAGA. And then he fucking did like a half hour on why he's not MAGA and fucking really shit on him.
The whole raid was a mistake. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And
it wouldn't be on my body
there
camera.
Would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact.
Wait, how do we know he's pro-MAGA? I looked it up.
Nothing.
Apparently the streets say it, therefore.
So all of this is their fault.
When the streets say it, Sylvie, I'm not sure if this is because I am from where I'm at. I tend to take it at face value because the streets don't lie.
And because they executed a search warrant on your home.
Oddly enough, actually.
That
anytime that I get like some information from some neighbors about some shit, it turns out to be right.
Gave you the right to post the things that we've seen this week on the internet?
Because
is that right? Is that right, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, for tearing down my door, not paying for it, not being apologetic, me being a sport, doing something peaceful to...
No, it matters if I was following him and want to support his music and him as a person. Like, it's great that he won this case, like, regardless of your politics, but if he's going to be, if he's going to be that guy... Because it says in 2022, that's when he changed his politics.
To raise the money to pay for their damages, me having the right of the freedom of speech as an American to talk to my family, friends, and fans about what the sheriffs did to my home. Yes, I had the right to my freedom of speech. After they left, I had the right to kick the can and to do what I had to do to repair the damage they brought to my house. Yes, I did.
That includes the right to post the video.
Stanley Cup playoffs.
Just been
I was there for a minute, dude.
Posting up until Friday and beyond.
Like another 2 months until then. Yes, I will.
Yes, I have freedom of speech. I'm a rapper. I entertain.
I always tend to watch the playoffs. Doesn't even matter if my team's in it.
I write fiction.
I watch every game, though.
Yes, I mean, I entertain for a living like you practice law for a living. So I have to go to work.
Go Habs. Ooh.
The deputies.
Yeah, I'll root for Boston over the Habs any day.
Left a warrant return at your house.
I'm not exactly a Boston fan. Like, I had a Stanley Cup fucking Stanley Cup final series against them.
Okay.
Still on that grind. You know it there, Bryant.
I think they left something with my ex-wife. I'm not sure.
Well, you saw, as soon as the search was over, as soon as you got home, you saw a document that showed exactly how much cash had been taken from the house, correct?
Fine.
I know I got paid $5,000 for the show that suit was in. I forgot that money was in that suit. But I heard, I don't know what piece of paper I heard. I knew they took some money.
You're a sick man, classic American. Dude, I'm a Blackhawks fan. Oh, original 6.
I just knew they took some money.
It's almost like we had to share that shit.
I knew it was.
Like, I get it. Yeah, y'all fucking invented the sport. Cool. You also invented curling. Well, wait, no. Scottish invented curling. You just fucking played it.
I knew they took some money and they seized some money and some weed and some.
Dan deserves a treat.
Brian
Yes, he
Frank
does.
for $5.
Was in that
Stanley Cup.
pocket
Where's Stan?
when you
He deserves a treat.
came home and saw
No,
the
you
warrant
jumped
return,
toward-
didn't you?
I just fucking had to catch my cat
It was $5,000
from getting murdered
back when
by
I
my
did that
fucking
show. I
dog.
remember it was $5,000. But anyway,
So is it your testimony that they actually took $5,000 instead of?
I don't think you guys understand what was about to happen there. If he jumped on my dog while my dog was getting treats, that would have
I
been
just know. I know when I did
Moita
that show,
City.
it was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa at Red Rocks in Denver. The balance of that show for me, they sent in a deposit, but the balance was $5,000. I put the $5,000.
No, Stan was named after his full name is Stanislav after Stan Mikita.
$1,000 in my coat,
but a hockey player nonetheless.
pocket. I got drunk, I got high, and I forgot to get that money, and I hung that suit back up, and that's where they got that money from.
So it was $5,000 they got.
Yes, it was $5,000 that was in my suit when I got paid in Red Rocks. Now, after all of this stuff, whatever. It's I don't really know the complete number. It's 46. It's 430. The number bounces up and down. But all I
Super snacks for Superboy.
I got paid $5,000 at the Red Rocks.
I already have a mini Stanley Cup actually.
With Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa when I played the Red Rocks in Denver.
And you got $4,000 returned, right?
I don't know the exact amount.
Well, you were there with the news when you got it.
Right, and the lady at the sheriff's station admitted that the sheriff's was short. You can go watch the 19 News.
You knew when you saw the warrant returned, didn't you, that the amount that they were saying was taken was actually more money than was in that suit pocket.
I didn't warrant.
That's why you brought the news to the sheriff's, to the sheriff's.
Dude, my dad washed a 2.5K check in his pantsuit.
Office when you.
Or his pantsuit, his the pants of his suit, and he just decided instead of asking him for a new check, he's like, nah, I don't want to admit that I did that. So he just out 2.5 or it was 2.5K.
You got them
just because he washed it and he was embarrassed.
Money back because you knew that they had miscounted the money and the number on the evidence bag was actually more
I didn't know
money.
nothing. The lady at the sheriff department just volunteered the information. I was sitting there, if she had been, I might not even known I got ripped off. She admitted it live on Channel 19 News that the money wasn't right.
You remember in your deposition when I asked you why did you bring the news when you picked up the money?
Yeah, because that's the problem.
Yeah, I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein at the sheriff.
Or Epstein.
Running around my house with AR-15s. So that's why I brought the news and my attorney. So to make sure I got out of that place with my money.
You brought the news to protect you physically.
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't bring the news because you already knew there was a miscount and you were going to make.
I didn't know nothing about the
hay out of
discount.
it.
I didn't know. I figured they stole my money. They turned my cameras off. So if you turn my cameras off, you must got something bad in mind. So yeah, I'm accusing them of it. They turned my cameras off. I can't see what they're doing.
So your testimony under oath here today to these 10 jurors is that you brought the news when you picked up your money to protect you physically from being beat up or shot by the sheriffs, right?
Yes.
All right.
And they volunteered the information that the money wasn't right. That's just an extra something we found out. But I came with my attorney and the news to make sure the people running around my house with guns didn't take me into jail and do something.
You had a safe in your home, correct?
2 of them.
2 safes. Did the sheriffs look into those safes to your knowledge?
Yes, they did.
The deputies?
Yes.
And How did they get the combination?
I gave it to my ex-wife so the sheriffs wouldn't pull my safe out the floor, take it to the station and put something in it and try to say that whatever they put in my safe was mine. So
Smart.
I went ahead and gave my ex-wife, who I didn't want to give my combination to, it was just safer. I went ahead and gave her my combination so they could open up the safe and realize that they just vandalized somebody that don't.
Wait, did you win it from Canada? I mean, not the Stanley Cup, but I have won a trophy from Canadians.
In the safe.
And do you know what was in it?
Yes, an American fucking beer league team beat a Canadian beer league team. It was awesome.
Those safes?
It was absolutely nothing in the safes.
Don't you keep jewelry in those safes?
No.
Didn't you tell me that in your deposition, that you keep jewelry in those safes?
I do.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home after the search?
I didn't put nothing in the safes.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home?
Nothing was in them, so nothing was missing from the safe.
Do you imagine trusting your ex more than your government?
You talked to Randy Walters on the phone before you
Jesus
got home
Christ, that's
that
a good
evening during the search, or right afterwards, didn't you?
Yes.
Randy!
He told you that they were taking some money and some vape pens and a small amount of marijuana. He told you that?
Yes, sir.
You knew, didn't you, Mr. Foreman, that there had been an investigation by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office into the discrepancy about the cash that was missing from your home, correct? You knew there was an investigation.
Yeah, I knew the sheriffs was investigating themselves.
Oh, that's how you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever ask for a report so you could see how bad this investigation of themselves really was?
Yes, I was trying to get involved any way I can. The investigation was going on without any of my participation.
Did you ask for a copy of the report?
I did. I asked for everything. I was trying to be involved. I didn't.
So you've seen the report?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I just saw it a few minutes ago.
Well, you had an attorney when you got the cash returned, correct?
At the station?
Yes.
I had attorney. Yeah, my attorney was present.
Did your attorney ask for a copy of this report?
It wasn't in it. When I got my cash back from the station, it wasn't an investigation until we realized money was missing.
Well, did you contact your attorney and say, hey, get me a copy of that report?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. While Mr. Klingler wants to talk about his client's attorney-client privilege in every way, but Mr. Foreman does have attorney-client.
All right. This is where I'm going to call it for that coverage. I mean, it was funny. Not the full coverage, but yeah. All right, so tomorrow. Number one. Should I bring this? What do you think? I already like have this problem where when I show up to these things, like they already like tried to call me out for like being a plant, like, and trying to make it less serious than it's supposed to be. Like, I don't know. Kind of wish. Keep it with me. All right. Yeah, I'll bring it. I'll bring it. I'll make sure it's in the car at least. Afterman is going to go down in history for attorney-client privilege. Keep it light, but keep it focused. Yeah, I got to finish my other sign, because my other sign's going to say, pro wrestling is real, politics is fake. And then I was thinking on the other side, just to like do something kind of serious where it's like, but I was gonna do it where it's like, but in all seriousness, fuck Trump, fuck ICE, no kings or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, it depends on the protest vibe. The thing is, most of them are, it's mixed, where it's like a lot of, I get a lot of laughs and I get a lot of people appreciating the humor aspect of things, but I've had a few people walk up to me and just be like, you know, this is serious. I've also had people be like confused. Like, so my one where it says Trump puts ketchup on a hot dog. Any Chicagoan should know what I'm saying. Like, that's like the most evil you could be in Chicago. But no, sometimes they miss the point of it where they're like, oh, well, Trump also locks up kids and blah, 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 blah. Not like I, don't do this for fucking 7 hours, or like 4 to 7 hours a day. Like, God. Yeah, tell me again how much you actually contribute to the fucking political discourse there, fucking 80-year-old Karen. Number one, literally putting us in this position with your shitty votes and your fucking centrism. Tell them not to misdirect their frustrations at you. That's what I was gonna do. Butt grease. Chazi, hey, or Chaz. Chaz is back. Hey, technically I'm a Chaz. You're a Charles, my friend. Well, Chaz, I appreciate you not only being a name brother, but I also appreciate you if you hit that subscribe button and like the stream. Stick around and yeah, you know what? Check out the protest coverage tomorrow, because as I said, I'm going to have three separate streams. Maybe the same stream if I don't have to end it, but I do know that one of the places I'm going to is like a fucking... It's literally like a pit for cell phone coverage, so... I don't know what I'm going to do. Hopefully it'll work. I'd rather have a sister in a whorehouse than a cousin named Trump. 45 years of beef with Iran should just get the game finished. That's not how that works. That's not how that works at all. Just so you know. How come you don't say the same thing about Vietnam? You know? It's not like we won against them. Oh, that's right. You know? The regime change that we affected and then we weren't happy with? Right. Crazy. Crazy. Get rid of the Shah. All of a sudden, religious extremists come in. They don't say, hey, America, we're going to do exactly what you want and give you all the business interests that you want. And then all of a sudden, fuck the Ayatollah, right? Right? Not that I'm a fan of the Ayatollah at all. But I'm going to just say, what happened to the American, like, hey, we don't need to go to Ukraine because Ukraine doesn't need our money because fuck Ukraine and fuck giving them our money. Well, come on now. Cops talking to you. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, well. Hey! How about not? Dude. Cat. Yo. No. How don't you flick that tail? Alright. So I got both my cats down here. You want to see my other cat? Here, let's see if I can bring him on. Guys, this is my other cat. He's not as friendly. All right, fine, go. He's more of a loner. Let's call him Cat. Scratch me as I was doing that too. It's just like, shit. Yeah, why you gotta be like that? Yeah. It's like he just answered me like, oh no. What the fuck? All right. So not like Nurm personality-wise. No. 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 He's very, he's not mean at all. He's just very... He values his space. You know? Like, the way that I tried to pick him up there, he's just like, no, no, no. And on top of it, him and the dog have had some times. So... Clitty cat. Clitty cat. Dab life. Hey, Game Genie. Yeah, alright. I'll take this with you, and then I do have to wrap up, because protest day is tomorrow, and you know what? We got a lot to cover. A lot to cover. I mean, I'm going to be there for, let's see, 5-6 hours? Yep. So. Ah, thank you. Appreciate that. Semi-feral? No, not at all. Not semi-feral. He's just, he doesn't like being held. He got abandoned when he was a kitten. Actually, my wife found him in the motor of a car, at her work. So, yeah, she brought him home randomly. He became, like, he's like my best friend. That's my cat. But he's very, aware of his own space, and he does not like the dog. He doesn't want to fuck with the dog at all. So, he has his boundaries. For my other one, Lito, the one you guys know. Boundaries? What's that? I challenge him all the time. So what? Like, it's almost like he has a sense of karma where he's just like, I can't challenge. If I challenge your boundaries and then you challenge mine, I can't be mad about it. Like, that's Lito. Whereas this one's just like, don't challenge my boundaries. They're my boundaries. Wear comfortable shoes. I already planned on it. Yeah, got my runners that I will be wearing. Oh shit, I gotta find my no ice, or the Abolish Ice t-shirt. Yeah, he's a good kitty. But yes, I will be wearing my Abolish Ice t-shirt. Maybe my tie-dye hoodie. I don't know, because I don't know. The tie-dye hoodies, like, that's the thing. Like, the more color you wear, you get more attention. So feel like it's too late. The NWO already in place. I mean, ooh, sweet. Oh, I'd be so much cooler, like, if this was, like, I don't know, Hollywood Hulk Hogan, Kevin Nash, and fucking Scott Hall. I don't know. I'd almost allow that, but not anymore. The fact that I wasn't even a Wolfpack guy. It's just because the Wolfpack, like, I don't know. Wolfpack was, it was almost like they tried too hard at that point. But anyway. Alright, folks. If I keep doing this, I'm going to stunlock the rest of the night and probably not get any sleep for this upcoming protest, which I have got to do because it's going to be a long day tomorrow. Oh my god. I just realized I got to wake up in 6 hours. Fuck, I gotta go. All right. You know, I never checked. I was having a protest tomorrow. I should check that. Yes, Sylvie, check that. I'm 99% sure that you do have one. There's protests everywhere, guys. Like, this is this is bigger than the last one. So, which is bigger than the one before that. Last time I checked, it was 1.1 million already signed up for this, and that is not including the people that are just planning on showing up. So, and like I said, I have friends showing up to protests, and they never would. So, that's honestly something that should scare the shit out of any right-wingers, where it's like, bro, people are pissed. Like, people are pissed. You guys thought you were mad at Biden? Well, you're about to find out on a historical level, motherfuckers. And with that little slip up and also a little bit of bluster, I appreciate y'all hanging out here. If you have not already, please hit the like on this stream. Really, really helps me out. Hit the subscribe if you guys are enjoying this show and want to come back. It's important. I want you guys to come back. But I will catch you all tomorrow. Going to be a little bit of different format. I'm just going to go live. No intro, outro, any of that fun stuff. But with that being said, appreciate you guys. I will catch you tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Night, y'all.